Watch Game of Thrones, but pretend seasons 5 plus don't exist.
What up? What up? Live, homies. Live. We're live, homies.
Live.
We are live, homies.
Where are you streaming to? Where are you streaming to?
All.
The same place I always stream to. It's in Manifest.
Oh yeah, send in the link.
Yo, it's homie time.
Homie time. I love
We have gathered here today for a very strange and weird time. Okay, so we are in the lands known as Isindisor, and that's how you have to say it. So far, we've already had one adventure with 4 of the 6 players that we have here. You'll see the players in the bottom left. Pay no heed to the Big Caw account, as that is actually my account for which I am streaming from without leaking the GM POV. We've got a menagerie of players here, and we are taking place in a capital city on the east called Inalance. And I will do my absolute best to remember to use the functions of this screen to show you guys what's up. So this is where we're at. And we were at Sestan at first with the other adventure, so we've already had some players explore the realm and kind of see what's up. So far, a lot of bandits. And they've got strange things going on, including giant spiders and a frog named Fred. And off over here to the east, we have Inalance. It's a capital city. It's a bit more of a, mixed, race stuff. There's a lot of humans in Sestan, not a lot of elves, not a lot of dwarves. In Inalance, there's a bunch more than just that. So that's where we find ourselves now. Our players are predominantly within a relatively, I would say, downtrodden mix, an area of Inalance that is not exactly well off, save for what the rest of the populace calls the Knife Crescent. However, it's colloquially known its true name, its official proper name would be the Sylvan Crescent, as that's where the elves reside in this area, and they are quite well off compared to the humans and the half-smiths and the dwarves and such. So that is sort of the initial place in which we reside. We're going to be bringing you guys in to look at that exact map, actually. So pay no mind on to the random token there. That wasn't there. We have you guys chilling like villains. And let me just go ahead and brighten up the map for you a little bit so you can see it a little bit better.
I see blackness before me.
That's right, you do. Let's see.
There is only the void.
Okay, so this is the Dalamask district. This is sort of an area to the northeast of Inalance. It borders a sort of like natural aqueduct or causeway that allows boats to arrive and deliver. And the party has found themselves in this area for good or for ill under their investigations or jobs or their own personal quests. Now, I think it's a good idea that we meet the party. So we'll basically kind of go around the virtual tabletop here and introduce our characters. And I feel like it's a good idea to start alphabetically, because that's the order in which they are displayed for me. So up first, we have Ashtorium, played by Luciferius. Ashtorium is a Warforged monk. Tell us about Ashtorium, Lucifer.
Ashtorium is the servant of one of the other players. He'll be introduced soon.
Right, after you.
Yeah. And he's a blank slate ready to be molded into the world's perfect killing machine.
There we go. Okay, interesting. Definitely a lot of potential for filling in based on whatever we end up finding at first. I guess that's a good a time as any to introduce Blink, who's played by my brother, Cullen. He is a changeling. Well, it is a changeling. I don't remember if changelings have genders. I don't think they do. A changeling rogue. Tell us about Blink, my brother.
Hell yeah. So he was taken in as a lost child, probably lost by the Feywild, by a seemingly corrupt political family known as the Sazarins. They trained him to be a assassin, as they saw his natural power. He trained with his robot companion Ashtorium, as we have met. Ashtorium is his extra muscle and sometimes acts as a scout, but he also likes to take care of Ashtorium, as he is adept with those sorts of tools. He has certain Fey markings and enjoys contracts. He is not at all bothered by the fact that he is merely a killing machine. He is actually here to do a very specific quest to help out his killing nature.
Okay. So certainly the two of them seem like a good team as far as trying to be killing machines are concerned. All right. So now, up next, we actually have a recent addition to the virtual tabletop in Alexander's character, Darux. Darux, actually, you can tell me how to pronounce the name correctly, sir, but you are a white draconin, and you are a paladin. So tell us about Darux, or Darux, or however you pronounce it.
Darux Jacona, is his name, is a naive, young, especially for his scale color, white, who are longer lived, well-meaning, a paladin on a personal quest, a pilgrimage, or spiritual journey. And while he was on his spiritual journey, he encountered, he felt a disturbance in the force, if you will,
Yep.
metaphorically speaking. And now he is bound by duty and his faith to see it through, however that ends. And that's why he's here. He doesn't know nothing about nothing. He's basically an alien, but his sincerity and good nature seem to have so far done him more good than harm.
There you go. Even being here less than I believe a sunrise is he's already gotten up to some semantics, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Okay, up next we have the character played by the Shambler. We've got Narath. Narath is also a Draconin, a silver Draconin, which has very different implications than the white one. Tell us about Narath, Shambler.
Narath is a stranger from a far, far away land, here to do, well, something on the behalf of someone. He's a very, very old and withered soul, especially for one of his kind, one of the silver, who are much less long-lived creatures in general. But he's found a way to stick around for quite a while, and is here. He's a bit of a dour soul, but enjoys the presence of younger races.
Okay, yeah, true to his kind then, despite his age, because the Silver Draconin are fond of socializing and rubbing shoulders with very strange creatures. In fact, the stranger the better, which perhaps bodes well for this party and Narath. We've got two more characters to introduce. The first of the two is going to be Ro, played by Balathal. Ro is a Gnoll Blood Knight. Tell us about Ro, Balathal.
So Ro is from the Southern Wastes. He is the last survivor of his clan. Something happened and his entire clan has met its end. And since then, he has survived as a mercenary and has traveled northward since he couldn't be accepted by any of the other Gnoll clans in the south, and is mostly just trying to survive and avenge the deaths of his clan. And so far, he has not been successful in that, but he's looking around to get that done. Yeah, that's about it.
All right.
He's about 30, I think.
Yep, yeah. So that and Gnolls do, I believe, as I recall, I had decided that it made sense for Gnolls to kind of age out a bit faster than humans, but not by too much. So we could say he's seen many a combat by this point, but only recently had to undergo the massacre of his clan, right? So all right. And our final character is Silas. Silas is a human, which is just not the token human you might expect, actually. A human cleric, and not any normal cleric, but an arcane cleric. That's played by Three Crow. Tell us about Silas, sir.
Hey, so I am Three Crow, and in this campaign, I play Silas of House Kyrian, a once wizard who strayed from the path of knowledge to seek one of faith. Silas is a faction agent in the Order of Savras, who is the wizard deity of divination and the guiding hand which polices the use of epic magic. Silas is on a mission from his chapter in Vi Ronsa to determine if Inalance is a suitable location to flee the brewing war in the south, as well as anything that may see gain in the pursuit of the Order's interest.
That's right. Silas has, I would say, recently taken a bit of an interest in how much magic seems to be flaunted by certain people in the in Alance, and specifically within the Dalamask district. So for one reason or another, all of you have found yourselves within this district and have frequented some of the establishments of this district. A little bit of quick background on the district itself. To the north and south of Woe's Way are groups of humans and half-smiths, which are half human, half dwarf, and a scant few dwarves, like full-bred dwarves. There's plenty of a range of experiences, but quite a bit of them involve either laboring at the docks, being sailors, or laboring in the mines of Gingora's Bounty. The map is not final and fully detailed, and there is some abstraction in the scale. It would probably take you about about a day's worth of walking if you were to go on foot from the start of Woe's Way all the way in the west to the maybe the entrance to the Knife Crescent. So it's a very, very big amount of distance to walk. Just going from building to building in the map might actually end up being 30 minutes to an hour if you're on foot. So there's a wide swath of terrain encompassed by this. Within Gingora's Bounty, there are also plains and sort of some minor grassland and shrubbery. So it's not all the mines, but there is indeed a heavy amount of work there. And so there's also a lot of dirt roads and such, and general dirt. And you wouldn't say it's well cobbled or paved per se in all of the areas of the Dalamask district. Again, it's a district that has some elements of crushing poverty to it, as well as the rest of the district is taken up by the Knife Crescent, the Sylvan Crescent, off to the east. Again, there's a waterway that has been artificially dug into the cities to allow for transport of goods through its very vast and sprawling districts. And this is no different. However, since the elves have moved in here, they have taken over so much of the shipping. There's a small dock operated in the south of the district that is still owned and operated by humans, but most of the rest has been taken care of by the elves. Now, for Blink and Ashtorium, you guys have a particular target. That is the Owara Manor. And the Owara Manor does lie within that southern isle in the southeastern part of the map. It is connected by bridges, and it leads you to the sort of dock area there. Now, the manor is pretty well guarded, so says your briefing. And so as a result, it's quite likely you would have reason to, scout out the area, consider the options, but it's unlikely you'll be able to proceed, shall we say, just by the two of you yourself, based on what you've seen. A full contingent of guards, just getting across to the bridge might have been simple enough considering Blink's changeling capabilities, but getting inside without invitations, that might be a bit more troublesome. That being said, we also did have a previous boot up a demo of this particular area and these particular characters. However, I wasn't really sure if you guys wanted to try and play out from where you guys were at the end, which is where that's where Ashtorium and Blink were at the manor, and Silas and Narath were on their way to the manor, or if you guys essentially wanted to sort of back up a little bit and kind of rewind to where you are, because I've accounted for most of you guys as far as why you'd be in an area that you might meet each other in. But if you guys want to try to play it out from where we were before, I'm also fine with that. So I would lean towards saying maybe we back up a little bit just so everybody can be on the same page at the start and everybody can sort of rewind and re-meet each other. Or we can say that you guys have, the four of you, Blink, Ashtorium, Narath, and Silas have met each other already and kind of skip those pleasantries. What are you guys thinking as far as the the opening sort of scene here. What are you guys thinking?
Me personally, and again, that doesn't really mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. I was thinking me and Astorium at least, are still at the manor.
So it's
Yeah, I was
yeah,
thinking we go from where we were.
We can be scouting it out further.
Right, yeah. And so that's fine, because again, playing it out from where we were would it basically allow us to have it so that Narath and Silas would have an encounter at the bridge that leads into the Elven domain, where they would most likely be turned away by the Elven Guard that are not interested in allowing unaccounted for visitors at this hour. The sun is a bit low in the air, so we're talking afternoon, sort of late afternoon kind of thing. So at that point, many of with the sun starting its descent, many of the dock workers are set to, already return home and such. Meanwhile, Ashtorium and Blink would have their eyes full of a scouting option that would show you, the two of you guys, that it looks like a well guarded place that may require a deft touch or extra swords in order to make it through. And so we can quickly step through like a little bit of a recap of that if you guys are of interest. Just to quickly account for the other two players, we know that Darux has himself been interested in moving down to the Owara Manor and to that area in general, not necessarily that manor specifically, but in that area in general. He had set off from the Bounty Lass, the tavern that actually the other three of you guys met. I say other three because Ashtorium was scouting ahead when that meeting happened, so he has not met the other guys. And Ro has, I think this will be Balefel. I was thinking that at this point, this would be the time where you've finished your escapade, right? In the evening. And it's slept over, and you've been paid out for your duties and your job, and we can maybe later on kind of account for what you might have heard, as like a quick recap of you, because you said you did mention you wanted to talk to the guy who gave you that job.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I wanted to ask him about the
things and the
very interesting crates
Yes.
that he asked me to smash.
Right. So
Because, turned out very interesting.
that's right. But we can at least say that you've cleaned yourself off since then.
Yes. No, I've definitely had a wash.
Right. Okay. So maybe by this point, in that case, it would be good to have it be that, this has been the next morning after that job. We'll talk over what the details might have been. We can say that you at least know that those crates were earmarked for delivery to the elves. So you would also actually be aware that they were headed to the southeastern isle there where the Owara Manor is. I don't know. I don't think that the man would have necessarily given you the details of exactly who it was.
Yeah.
But either way, he would have told you, they were for the elves across the bridge over yonder, and kind of pointed you in that direction. So if you are curious enough to investigate that on your own,
I would definitely go take a look, because obviously what I found was not something he would just be like, oh yeah, this isn't a big deal.
Right? Yeah.
Not
Okay.
kosher.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay, so I am going to start putting our tokens on to indicate where you guys are at. So Blink and Ashtorium are off by the Owara Manor in the bottom right. We've got we've got Darux, who's heading down to the area, and Ro, who's also heading down to the area to be met by the guards at the bridge. And so then,
not right now. I'm in the middle of something with a bunch of friends. All right now. Thank you.
There it is. So we'll say that basically the four of you guys are across the bridge. The two of those dudes are across the bridge. We've got Darux, Ro, Silas, Narath. Now, Silas and Narath are on a horse, and they set off, I want to say, kind of like, I think they would have set off a bit earlier than Darux, but Ro would have he would have met with the guy in the morning. So maybe we can say that Ro has been sort of watching, or at least I don't know if he would have directly confronted the elves, or if he would have just sort of been studying from afar.
Probably trying to hatch a plan as to how he would get in without, b- having it, like, because he's gonna assume they're gonna turn away, right? Because I mean,
Yeah.
he's a giant beast.
He's you would have seen people get turned away already, and the only people
Right.
that they let in are elves or those who
Are elves,
maybe bear
right.
like some kind of card or marking that indicates that they've
Mhm.
been allowed past, like a letter that says, "Hey, I'm allowed in."
Right.
So they've showed them papers of some kind to allow them in. So in that case, Ro, we can say that since early morn, you've been sort of watching this area. If you want to give me, let's say like a perception check and an investigation check, we can
Okay.
tell you what you may or may not have seen. And
So I'm gonna roll.
yeah.
I got a 22, pretty good.
Oh, okay.
And then you want investigation as well?
Yes, that's right. So it's like perception will be just see what you see.
Okay.
Investigation will
Right.
be how you're able to put the pieces together, essentially. So
Okay.
with those rolls, we'll say that, Ro, you've seen not just the constant movings in and out of the various dock workers, elves, patrons, high class elves, maybe a bit more middle class elves, some servants, both elvish and human in nature. You've seen all of them come and go, but not just that has caught your eye. You've also noticed some of the patterns in the changing of the guard. The fact that they are quite well drilled and well oiled, in that they refuse to leave until there's somebody else that pops up in for them. They do go on regular rounds and patrols, inspecting even so much as underneath the bridges themselves that lead into, the little under places where the boats are. However, you have also noticed that when boats come in for the human dock, they do eventually wrap out underneath those bridges, which could potentially be, this is where your investigation skills come in handy here, where you're identifying that the boats are allowing for, those are not necessarily always checked. You've noticed that there's some boats which are checked, and they seem to have, a variety of different sigils emblazoned upon them, but there is another set of boats that aren't checked, and they have the same insignia as the Harkman and Sons outfit that you had previously, and found yourself in overnight. So with that under the sort of out of the way and described, you might have a little bit of a way in. If you were to try to, say, board one of those vessels, and you wouldn't necessarily be a part of a ship that would get checked then, and maybe you could then sneak out. That might be a bit of a far-fetched plan. Another one could be, say, simply braving the waters themselves, although that would definitely take a while, because again, you got to think about the scale of the situation, right?
The island isn't necessarily super close.
Right, yeah. So those are some of the things you've noticed, right? Is that they inspect the boats, but only if they don't have like when they see the gray brew look, they're the insignia there, they're just like, nah, go on ahead. We know this already. And we'll say that this whole process has taken you at least until about noon, where to put all of this together and understand it. And so I want you to think a little bit about what you are going to be, what your action might be. And I'm going to come to Silas and Narath, who, based on the timing that we've spoke of with you guys on your horse, you would have at this point arrived maybe around that noonish time period on horseback. And you're now standing affront of the bridges that seem to lead to those grand elven manors to the south. The only other elven architecture you can see from this standpoint is the distant walls of the Knife Crescent, which seem much more imposing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that by comparison, these gates, these elvish guards, are not also well equipped. They stand there in their sea green regalia, with a variety of different houses, the crests of which emblazoned upon either their breastplate or their shields. In certain cases, some of them have swords, some of them have spears. In all cases, they seem perky, ready for action. It's deathly serious as you approach, and we'll say that as they set eyes on you, they will be even more so. And yes, Shambler, that is working now. So, Narath, you have control of the horse. As you approach, assuming you approach all the way to the beginning of where those elves, the first sort of row of elven guards are before the bridge. They will be motioning for you to stop. But let me know what you are thinking at this point.
Oh, I have Silas on my back.
That's right.
Would my character have reason to suspect that he's just going to get turned down here just off the bat? Like, I've been here for like a week, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that you would have... do you think Narath is the type to have already attempted to discuss with them? Or do you think instead he's like... Really the only time he's interlocuted with the elves has been through talking with them when they are at the tavern for their token showings?
Let's see. I think first, like on day one, it's get a place to stay, get a horse, establish that, and then it would be like maybe tavern skulking, and then it would be getting around the tavern. But I think he would, during those other days, would try and get a feel for the major relations in the town that he's in the city that he's in. So I think he would have some encounters with the elves in their quarter. Maybe not getting into it. I don't know what the situation is there, but I think he would have interacted with it, attempted to in the past. So you can tell me how that went.
I would say that while the elves aren't necessarily as immediately dismissive of one such as yourself compared to the way that they treat humans and the like, they probably would not have been very forthcoming with any detailed information. Any of your questions would have mostly been dodged. They would have preferred to keep to themselves and sort of reacted as they did in the tavern when you had interrupted them or their conversation. They like look at you a little dismissively and then return back to what they are, like perhaps only holding their tongue or staying their words because of the fact that you aren't a human and they recognize there's differences there. But either way, we'll say that if we'll say you haven't attempted to get into across this bridge, but maybe in your week here you have actually traveled to say the edge of the Knife Crescent gates and seen the way that they have turned away people. So you would have already some idea that like if these elves are anything like the ones up north, they're probably going to do the same thing.
Okay. Do I know if there's there's this manor, right, that the other guys are with? Do I know if there's is this part particularly known for nice architecture or anything like that?
You'll say that you can see across the long bridge to the Isle that you from there you can see the matching the color of the militants that stand before you now. You're able to recognize that there is some glittering, almost like dragon scales in the sun. The glittering nature of the architecture off in the Isle. So you definitely are able to see that compared to the more dingy, disrepair that you've found in the rest of the district, this is definitely the most dazzling of them all. Just like those gates that you have visited and seen from afar, watched others be turned away from. It seems like you've got to be somebody to even get in there.
All right. Then Narath will say to Silas in sort of like a low tone that the guards can't hear as he's bringing the horse to a stop. It seems, friend, that this is where we part ways. I doubt one of your kind will be very welcome.
Part ways, you say? Then how am I to enter?
I do not know.
Silas will take a moment to think and ponder if his alignment with the Order of Sazarin would grant him any diplomatic sway with trying to enter this space.
Well, I believe your character, Three Crow, speaks Elvish, which is certainly an advantage in this situation. I look at your languages anyway, and I see that in there. So we'll say that, at the very least, that would be something that would turn their ears towards you, at least to regard you for longer than maybe their other elves have regarded other humans. Your affiliation with the Sazarin would also potentially Like you have reason to at least say that maybe it's worth a try because you've seen the way that the elves flaunt their magic, and you speculate that they must have some kind of respect for power in that aspect. Perhaps they would appreciate one such as yourself, or there's also an equal sort of measure where they might sort of scoff at the idea of Sazarin and maybe roll their eyes or be potentially even hostile if they are, as you think, irresponsible magic users, where the Order of Sazarin is in theory meant to restrict or restrain such usages. So it seems like a little bit of a sort of coin flip in that respect as to whether or not you'd get a good reaction. You can't quite narrow your intuition down, but you can at least surprise them by speaking in their tongue.
Okay, and last question: the space that we're going towards, would Silas know if there are any common areas there that he could have an excuse to go to, or is it just these manors?
It's manors, it's docks, it's some places where they do allow non-elves to journey. Would be if a particular royal family or elven family requests for some reason a non-elf servant, or if they hire non-elf workers for the manual labor. That being said, with Silas's regalia, I don't know that he would necessarily pass as a laborer, but it seems that those are the only things that you've put together from your time here. That laborers come and go, servants come and go, but it does seem like an exclusive place otherwise.
Okay, having considered this, Silas will look back to it's Narath, right? Yeah, Narath, and he will say, I have an idea. We can approach them together if you trust me. Otherwise, I'll try to enter alone.
Narath will look to Silas and raise a draconic eyebrow before nodding his head once. Why not? And then, presumably by now, the horse has reached the guards, and he stops and moves to dismount.
All right, Narath, as you dismount from the horse, the guard, the guard closest to you steps forward and says, I see you've spared me the trouble of telling you to halt. What business do you have here?
Narath looks to Silas, presuming he is also dismounted.
Yep, I join you. Silas takes a step forward and, trying to meet the elf's eyes, will say, Greetings. My name is Silas. I am here on a pilgrimage to spread the good word of Sazarin and to offer his blessing to this city. This here is a student of mine. We wish to pass and enter this place.
All right, Silas. The elf considers your words, and at the mention of Sazarin, he smirks a little bit, knowingly, his eyes perhaps narrowing just a tad, and says, A member of the Order of Sazarin, all the way up here. And you wish to spread his good word, do you? The guards in the back seem to begin to chuckle a little bit softly, but, still, there's an exchange between some of them that only Silas comprehends that seems to be in their elvish tongue. And they're sort of sharing a little bit of disbelief that one would try such a ruse. But the guard closest to you makes no mention or has no reaction to what they say, despite it being clearly audible to him. And he says, And what reason do you have to spread such good word to the elves?
What does Narath know of Sazarin when you get a chance?
I'll type in your thread so that Silas can respond.
Silas will speak up in Elvish now, and with almost a bit of a sly grin, he will say, We all benefit from the blessing of Sazarin. Imagine, a magical yield sours good soil. Someone runs rampant with their gift, doing only good for themselves. This is what Sazarin sways away.
The elves quickly drop their humorous demeanor as a human before them begins to speak in their tongue. The guard closest to you gives them a sudden signal with a upraised arm that silences them completely. You remark at perhaps, you would look at that and say that clearly the man who's speaking has some authority over these men in the back. The elf then says, returning in Elvish, "Who taught you to use our tongue?"
Magic comes from all reaches of the world. Some of those places just happen to be elven. A good study knows the common sources of magic, does he not?
Ooh. Okay, Silas, I'm going to ask you to roll either persuasion or deception, but with advantage.
Okay.
Narath assist him for extra advantage.
No. I guess you could bow your head respectfully of your supposed master.
Okay, that's an 18.
I wish I had guidance.
Yeah. So, Silas, your words seem to soften the expression of the steely-eyed guard, who, putting a hand to his sea green breastplate, will step back a bit. And as he does so, he will cast a quick gaze at his compatriots and issue them a swift edict, also in the Elvish language. This one tells Silas, you understand this as the elf saying that they must go find somebody, a name you can't quite place. It's almost as if the name itself was spoken in a different tongue. But nonetheless, it's a name that immediately springs one of them to action. Then he turns back to you and says, "I will be speaking with my commander. You may await our judgment."
Silas will nod, and he will say, "I appreciate you considering my request. I would like you to know that there is no cause for alarm. We are merely here to pass our good word and move on."
Is this all in Elvish still?
That last part will be in Elvish, yeah.
Okay. All right. The guard remains stoic in response to your words, but will retreat a few paces back to join the rest of his crew and begin a discussion that is hushed. While doing so, he and the rest of the crew will be sort of casting side gazes towards Narath and Silas. Meanwhile, we're going to say that it's around this point that I believe Darux will end up joining very soon. So we'll have him essentially be sauntering up behind Silas and Narath. Darux, as you approach the glittering sea green architecture in the distance and the more proximal sea green elven breastplate and armor and etc. The glittering sight does indeed, remind you too of dragon scales freshly washed in the sun. You also will be taking quick notice that you are not the only Draconin here. Instead, there is a silver Draconin standing quietly, looking rather withered even from this distance. He stands next to a human of, let me just quickly check. He's about a foot beneath you in height, but still, I would say tall for a human, and donned in blue vestments and a robe. The two of them are apparently exchanging words with the elves and remain standing before the road into the bridge. So as you approach this area, they seem to be the only people that the elves have not turned away during your short walk to this location.
So I approach them, and on the walk here, more like a half march, really.
Mm.
I'm still relatively frustrated, but upon seeing another Draconin, especially one that's not of groups that I dislike, I smile and I approach and I do the white Draconin um, gesture of taking my palm and pressing it to my chest and keeping my fingers together, sort of like as if I was going to high five my own chest,
Mhm.
and then very gently, very just a little bit, nod my head toward him, uh, and say, "It is wonderful to see a fellow dragon-blooded here."
All right. As you get closer, you notice that the silver one before you is very withered. His skin clinging to the muscle in a very sickly manner, as his scales clinging on to the muscle in a very strange and sickly manner, as if there's no fat. It's just sinew, bone, and muscle. And as he looks towards you, what does Norath think as you walk up to him? Um, he looks to you with his golden eyes, and offers a curt bow with a similar silver gesture of placing his hand upon his chest and flaring out his side spikes on his face in greeting. You said what again? It was pleasure to see
A fellow
Fellow
dragon
dragon-blooded.
dragon.
Mhm.
Well,
And then you will say, "Pleasure to see you. Pleasure to meet you, young blood."
I'm going to, of course, like while he's talking, I notice his sickly features, and I'm going to frown. Uh, have you been eating well?
How tall is the white were?
I'm 7 feet tall.
Okay, we're equal. Okay, so we'll say that Narath is a bit hunched right now, playing into his old man aesthetic. So you're a little taller because he's hunched. Um, and Narath will laugh, very hearty laugh, but also again that sort of wizened, old man laugh as he says, "No, friend. Yes, friend. I've been eating fine. Just old. Not all of us are gifted with longevity of white scales."
Oh, so you have been here on this alien continent for a long time, then?
This continent, no. Very inquisitive you are, however. No, wait, no. Forget that. Instead, he will say, "You are quite full of questions, aren't you?" "No, I have not been on this continent long. I am a newcomer to the city. However, I have been on this earth for 75 years. A long time for one of my breed."
Oh, that is very long for one of your. You must have plenty of wisdom to share, then. If you do not mind, of course, tongue wagging.
Wait, what?
If you do not mind tongue wagging.
Okay. The silver one smiles again with a knowing look, and then he looks to Silas. Silas is nearby.
Yeah, I'm standing next to you.
And he looks at Silas and says, "Well, how rude.
Oh,
We have
yes.
not exchanged names. I am Nareth Beladar. And this is we exchanged names, right? You're Silas, right?
Yep, you
Did
guys
we-
told
No,
each
you
other, I
didn't.
think.
Okay.
In the tavern before you even left, yeah. I don't think
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
the
that's
name
right.
of Nick, the human. Maybe you did. I think he said his name loudly enough for you guys to hear, but I can't remember if Silas was busy feeding the old man a lot of tea.
All right. So he says, how rude, if not introduced, my friend. I am Nareth Beladar, and this is Silas. You are,
I am Derek's Dracona.
and
Not
what
my
brings
area.
you to this bridge today, your barracks?
I'm going to pause, open my maul, and then remember my quest and think to myself, should I? Is this wise? And then I'm going to clear my throat and say, in my time here, I have only been here a day, less than. I have encountered dark and vile forces. And in my investigation, it has led me here. I must speak to and investigate the, as they're called, dainty knife ears.
Oh shit! Nat one
Oh,
on
no.
whatever
At
you
the
were trying to
mention
do.
of dark and mysterious forces, Narath will absent-mindedly sort of touch some item on his person that maybe you do or do not recognize. Either of you. It's wrapped around his
It's
his
like
neck.
wrapped in cloth or something,
Um,
or what is it?
Well, it's the reliquary. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh,
So
okay.
what do you think it would be? Like you keep it on his person, but it's like it contains the ashes of people. So I imagine it's kind of big.
Yeah, if it's just kind of like, is it draped on like the inside of his armor, his leather armor, or is it?
Yeah. I guess it's like inside. Because I got common clothes, so I imagine like I got a cowl or something. I got like a coat on as well. Like,
Yeah, so maybe you like put your
so,
hand over where it is on your person,
yeah,
but you don't
a
like you
slight
like
bulge.
over the armor. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does that. So you said you're here for dark purposes, and
He's
so
trying
he'll
to investigate dark purposes. Yeah.
Right.
okay.
I
At
was
the
gonna ask.
mention of dark purposes, Narath absent-mindedly touches that spot on him, and then at the mention of what was it, filthy night ears?
You know, dainty.
knife ears. Dainty knife ears.
If yours, yep.
He will again smile widely, but this time with a much more predatory look for a moment, before asking, chuckling, before asking, "Young blood, it is
Yes.
clear as a newcomer that you are not aware of the tensions in this place. So as my duty as an elder to inform you that term will not earn you many friends, in this quarter at least."
Gonna scratch my throat. I do not understand. That is what the short hairy human, the dwarf said. He said they call them dainty knife ears.
Okay. Let's say draconic slur for white dragon.
Ah,
Oh yeah, think about that one.
that's right. Listen, dude, you don't understand the prep that Alexander did to get the slurs for your kind, and you can't come up with one on the spot. I can't.
Well, he did prep exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You're
Okay.
not you will never be on my level
So-
of esoteric fantasy racist.
In draconic, Norath will say, "Aye, but that is the same as my kind calling yourselves pale souls."
I'm gonna scrunch my snout up at that. That's quite rude. Oh, I see. Oh no. Oh no, I walked up to quite a number of the knife elves. The elves. Oh no. Oh dear.
So I think at this point, Ro has probably noticed. 'Cause he's been watching, right?
Yes, yeah.
Probably
It's-
from some place where it's harder to see him,
Hmm.
and he's noticed that these guys haven't been turned away yet.
That's
which is
right.
Longer than pretty much anybody else.
They're also the only,
And-
like, two of the only, like, Draconin you may have ever set eyes on, I would
Right?
think.
Yeah, that too. And maybe he's been just close enough to barely hear what they've been saying and
Hmm.
heard
I would
the
like to make a
the
perception
talk.
check in that case.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, that's fine.
That'll dictate how much of the conversation you can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause I'd say that especially Darix is like loud as hell. So
yeah, he is no
I'm
whisperer
105.
voice.
Okay, that's my old man hearing.
So do you want me to make?
yeah,
any,
you can
rolls?
do a perception to
Okay,
see how much you can hear.
much.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, with a roll of 14, I'll say you can't hear every word, but like Darix, of course,
Yeah.
clear as day. That was going to be no matter if you rolled a
Yeah.
nat 1. You would have. I don't think you would have heard Narath. Maybe you would have heard Narath
Yeah.
introduce their names, but like you
Maybe,
don't know
yeah,
what
just
they
a little
said.
bit,
Yeah. You don't know what
Yeah.
they
But
said.
does Silas have anything
But-
to say, by the way? 'Cause
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
been talking the whole time in front of him.
Did Silas say anything or interject at any point, or is he just sort of taking in the sight of now 2 Draconin standing there before him? That would be a good question. He may be AFK,
That would be.
in which case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, well, in which case Silas is just stunned by hearing about fantasy racism.
that's
Oh
right.
wait, he said quick BRB to Oh, he's got his headphones on. So he's
Oh,
going to
okay.
the bathroom. I see. He's
Okay.
hearing this, but he's silently observing, literally, and and in the
literally.
game.
There you go.
Okay.
That's right. So
He's actually in the corner pissing on public property.
Silas just turns around, starts pissing.
He's
Okay,
relieved
afterwards.
himself. He's excused himself to relieve himself. That's right.
Go ahead, Null Man.
Okay,
How's your
so
time?
I think I've probably been perked up by hearing about investigating dark purposes, since that would relate to
Yes.
what I'm interested in. And so I've decided to kind of come out of my little hiding place and walk over to see what exactly is going on, because I'm thinking that these guys may actually have a real chance of getting in. So my best chance, well, the easiest way would be to just get these guys to let me go in with them, right?
All right, so before you're walking over, I would like to say that Narath did do the follow-up question of as to these dark purposes. I shudder to think what that entails with one of your kind here.
Okay.
Am and my companion in any danger crossing this bridge?
I am going to gesture, by the way, to my. You guys don't know. I didn't explain this, but he's wearing a white tabard over his heavy chainmail, and in the middle of the white tabard is like a golden dragon. But also, you notice that it is stained unmistakably with lots and lots of blood. A
None of
whole
those.
crap load of blood.
Does Silas recognize any religious symbolism from the figure on his tabard?
Why don't you give me a religion skill check, and I'll tell you what you know.
I will say that Darax does not see any sort of clan affiliation or heraldry on the old Dragonborn.
So as I gesture to my bloody tabard with both of my giant oversized hands, and I was like,
I wish you brought it
Sanguine
up
Man.
sooner.
yeah, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about it. It's not on actually. Sanguinemancy and necromancy.
Okay, so you just said sanguinemancy and necromancy.
Silas, you're racking your brain as you silently watch the 2 Draconin talk it out. As you attempt to put the pieces together as to where you might have seen the sigil on Darix's breastplate before, nothing truly comes to mind, but it invokes unmistakable qualities of goodness and holiness, indicating that perhaps Darix is, like yourself, a pious and faithful individual.
Silas will raise an eyebrow, and his immediate next question to himself is, how old does that blood look?
Oh, okay. Well, I would say that it has. We'll say that at this point, Derek's has. Let's see. He's walked in the sun for like a little bit, like a good amount of hours. At least an hour to get here. I would say, like, because if he's on foot, he's half marching. Yeah, okay. He's probably. I would say it's been sun dried, but it's still very much sunken in. It. Honestly, it probably looks about like half a day to a day old.
At the mention, oh, go ahead.
He'll pipe up now, looking this guy over, and he'll say, "So you've seen combat recently with some ill omen. Tell us more about it."
Also, real quick check before anybody responds. Ro, when you decided to step forward, were you doing so with the intent of catching people's eyes, or were you simply getting closer? Okay, you're actively trying to.
Them, yeah, I'm trying to engage the three of them.
Okay.
Because they're standing there and they look like they might be able to get in.
Gotcha.
Basically.
Okay. So, Silas, you finish your question as the first time you've piped up within the conversation. And as you close your lips, having uttered your request for information, there stands and steps forth a much, not a much larger creature than Darux, but still ever so slightly taller, looming, a hound-headed creature, enormous in stature, steps forth from a slight hiding spot amid some of the bushes and rubble and stuff. It's a very surprising sight that he was able to contain himself in that to begin with. Yet he does come into view and seems intent on engaging the three of you. Of course, not just Silas will see this. Darux, you may turn your head to see where Silas's eyes are moving.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm immediately going to pull out my Morning Star, lift up my shield, go, dire wolf! Bellow it out.
Looking to the knoll.
I've never seen anything except a draconian and a human before. Until now.
And then to the crazy what dragon? You said he yelled direwolf.
Yes,
I yelled direwolf.
And the guards have immediately turned to look and regard you guys. Where previously they were ignoring you. Now they're actively staring. Like what?
Yeah.
To clarify, I know what a knoll is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You've traveled far and wide, so you know many of the races at this point.
Narat. Okay. Narat's eyes narrowed at the mention of sanguimancy and necromancy, and he was about to speak in decidedly draconic, like he was about to say something like a word and it got cut in half, but it was draconic, right? When the knoll arrived, and then Darax panicked, turning to look at the knoll with a glare of annoyance, and then in panic as Darax draws his sword. Narath acts quickly and steps close to the white dragonborn, placing a hand softly upon his shoulders, upon one of his shoulders. If there's not like enough armor to like block the feeling, the hand is noticeably cold, as Narath says, in perfect draconic. Calm yourself, my friend. It is no direwolf. It is merely a knoll. Be wary, but do not turn to violence. Sheath your sword.
It's a Morningstar. Silas will, you could say he just says sheath your weapon or whatever, holster your weapon.
Yeah.
Silas, you will know Knowles probably better than any of the rest of the troop here due to your proximity to the Northern Wastes, which did have for some time in your youth packs and mobs of the creatures. However, this one, with the red fur as opposed to the more traditional brown or yellow, looks almost like something out of an infernal plane. Perhaps it has lived up more fully to its demonic heritage, or perhaps it simply was unlucky at birth to look so menacing. Either way, though it steps to you without any harm immediately apparent in its its gate, it does clearly, remind you of home. Whether that's a good or bad thing is for you to decide.
Yeah, Silas will immediately look unamused, and he will fold his arms and eye the incoming kobold up and down, trying to gather his intent.
Is it a
No,
kobold or a knoll?
It's a null.
Or no, sorry.
kobolds are
Okay.
dragons.
Dude, I
boy.
confused the
Yeah.
two. Like a while ago, when I was first setting up Balathel's character, I was like, yeah, kobold, Null. And like it turns out they're completely different, and like kobolds are
Yeah, they're
tiny, so-
very different, yeah.
I don't know why my brain.
Kobolds are like
I'm glad I'm
worshipped,
not the
aren't
only one who made that anyway, so that's why I was saying that. Thanks, Rico.
All right, does Derek's chill the fuck out?
Yeah, that is the question.
And seeing that the much older Draconian is not hostile, and Darcy is absolutely going to, he's going to do as he's been instructed. Although, also as he's been instructed, he's going to be wary. He's never seen this thing before, and it looks like it has demonic blood, and he doesn't like that at all. It makes him extremely uncomfortable, and also with everything that's happened recently, it makes him extremely on edge.
So the
Understood.
Knoll is approaching us at some pace, right? Like he clearly
Yeah.
is like looking
He's
at
not
us.
like,
He's
yeah,
moving towards us.
he's definitely looking directly at you and walking up. He's not like doing so aggressively, but he is doing so like at a quick
Yeah,
and determined.
The weapon's
You-
not drawn.
You have purpose, but doesn't seem violent.
Right. Yeah.
So Narath will say audibly, loud enough that Silas and Derex can hear. It's been such an interesting day. And then he'd take his hand off of Derex's shoulder. We'll turn to the guards briefly and sort of wave a hand of like peace or calm, like chill out, boys. Without saying anything, he just sort of holds the hand up, and then he'll turn to the knoll and step forward, straightening his back out to his full 7 foot, as he locks eyes with the giant creature. His golden gaze. How much taller is the knoll than me?
Oh, I'm only 7'1", so I'm
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
So we're all
we have
ever
3
so
7
slightly.
feet tall monsters in this
But-
game.
Giga Chad.
But he is
Giga
very
Chad,
burly, yeah.
with an intensity that's seemingly unnatural to such a withered being. The silver dragonborn locks eyes, sizing up the knoll. As it says in common, and what brings you out of the shadows and so bold, and so boldly before us?
I suspect it is quite similar to what has brought you here. I heard that at least the White One is investigating some kind of dark purposes, I believe is what he said. I have been brought via similar means.
Nosy and giving.
I was hoping that I could hitch along with the rest of you. I need to enter the island for the same reason. I need to investigate. I have found things that are concerning.
Of what nature, friend?
Hold on. Before you elaborate, it seems we are all here for a similar purpose. It may be best, and Silas will try to subtly gesture towards the nearby elves, if we do not reveal all of our intentions in public.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Narath will say,
I think the Knoll
"And
voice
what
could carry a
intentions are
bit, right?
those, dear human? We are but priests seeking to make a blessing."
Oh, you're a priest.
Well,
Alright, I need
me
you
and
to
the White
make
One were
big-
hired
okay, like-
guards.
I don't
What
even
do
know
you
if
do to
Darix
make
would roll insight, dude. I don't
No,
even know
absolutely
if he
not.
would.
No, absolutely not.
He's not
He would
actively
not roll
thinking you're
insight.
suspicious at all.
No,
Yeah, that's for the
absolutely not. No,
Nolan.
he said
The
you're a
only other
priest.
guy
So...
with brains.
Yeah, no, he's
Listen,
like,
you
yo,
guys
why-
thought you were free of Kronk. Darix is the new Kronk.
Why is every paladin Kronk?
But
You share
but
one brain cell?
he's not stupid though. Unlike Kronk, he's not
No,
stupid. He's
no,
just
no, you're just like him.
he's just he doesn't know anything. That's all.
First
Well,
bench and
hey,
now
you know what?
Dark.
Darix hasn't rolled intelligence to see if he dumbs, so you can't say he's like the other Kronk. He's not.
You're right. He's like Kronk,
The other
but
Kronk.
like
Yeah,
zeal is higher. But
Yes.
the intelligence is slightly boosted.
that's right.
He's Kronk on crack. All right. Anyway, okay, so that's for the elves then, or for the Knoll if he cares to make an insight check into me just lying to his face. I mean, I'm pretty fucking suspicious. I'm an old man.
That is
That's
true.
suddenly
and he does
straightened
know of
up,
dark magic.
and
so...
I'm also creepy as fuck.
Hmm. Well, unfortunately, Ro, with the contested deception and insight rolls, we're going to say that it's while Narath you would have heard him introduce himself earlier with your perception roll. So while Narath, the Silver Draconin, doesn't seem like he would make a good priest based on the material that he's wearing and the manner in which he seems to act, rather decrepit yet still impossibly animated. You can't immediately find a reason to doubt his words. Perhaps Draconin priests are simply different.
Just quick refresher, right? Silvers have the second origin Drake, correct? The second Drake, if I remember my lore correctly.
No, we're the first.
No. You guys are second.
No? We're
Okay.
second?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as a matter of fact, like I'm going to look. It was like, I did not know you were a priest. Where's the holy sigil of the second Drake?
Here we go. See, he's not Kronk,
Smiling.
boys.
Smiling, the Silver Drake will turn to Darax and say, "My progenitor has devoted himself to what's the name of the god again? It's
Savras is the one he's talking about. Yeah.
has devoted himself to a clan of humanoids who also worship the deity Savras. He has found a great spiritual connection with their mission of guiding magics. I am here alongside my friend to study and to help bridge the gap between our teachings."
He's going to blink, and his big maw will open slightly as he registers everything that's being said. And then he's going to say, "The smooth skins worship the second Drake? Are you teaching them to worship the second Drake?"
He said Savras. I don't know if that changes. Or if you
Right?
caught
No,
that.
no, it doesn't. Like he said, bridge.
Right.
Bridge.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said that my progenitor is enamored with a clan of humans
Oh,
who worship
Right.
Savras.
Yeah, but the bridging
and
of
is
the
meant to
teachings
bridge
would that
the gap between teachings.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's
So
bridging.
he would know that my progenitor would be a silver dragon, right? And that silver dragons are known for getting attached to mortals. So this shouldn't be a question, I don't think.
we would be quite like it's one thing to be attached to the younger races. It's another thing to like share in their gods. That's very strange.
Well, are you saying this in character account?
Yeah. that's
No,
the
I mean I'm explaining why like he would say
Yeah,
these things. So you
right.
said that it doesn't make sense. Like it actually
Maybe-
does make sense. He's like, why would you? Their gods are inferior. Why would you do that?
Well, maybe a white drake's perspective, but the silver drake's thing is that they are enamored with mortals, warts and all.
Yeah. So
And
you
there
can
are good
basically
morals.
I know that.
you could
Well,
explain
yeah, just
that.
explain
Yeah,
that.
you
as-
explain
Okay.
this to me in character.
Yeah. Well,
In Draconic,
You can type
Narath
it too
will
if
again
you want.
say,
You can type it.
We'll respond. 'Cause, 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 You have not interacted much with my kind, have you? Your brood mother did not. Yeah, wait. He's one of the ones that are live born, right?
Yep.
Yes, correct. Yep. Mom and dad.
That's God intended.
Your
That's
Your
right.
parents-
That's right.
So
As the Starfather intended.
what would be like the term of like the great like the common teachers like
Like between like all Draconin? You could
like
say
what's a
like
common role in Draconin society?
sage. You
know,
could say like a sage. Draconin
your
sage.
sages did not educate you much on my kind, have they? Again, this is all in Draconic.
I'm all going to respond, of course, in the same language. Well, I know that yours are shorter lived, and perhaps because of this, you have a very strange affinity for the smooth skins. I simply did not know that that same affinity extended toward their gods.
While these two Draconin are
good
talking,
one.
Silas, you'll notice that the same elf runner that had been previously dispatched across the bridge has begun his return. You estimate you have only a few minutes before he makes it back to inform his commander.
Looking to Darax and this time speaking in common, he says, "Only the good ones, my friend. Only the good ones."
I would pray.
Indeed.
And then
Turning to
when
the
he says
knoll.
this, as he says this, he's going to look at the knoll. Right. Like just dead-eyed stare, and that usual jovial very almost serene and sincere look is backed by fervor, almost anger, very clear distrust.
I'll have you know, I didn't butcher anyone yesterday, which seems to be different than what has occurred for you. I see the bloodstains.
Butcher anyone.
All right. So with that conflict set aside, Narath will turn to the knoll and say, "As I was saying, apologies. As I was saying to both of you, I'm afraid it is not our decision to make whether you come past. If they allow us to cross, it will be to impart our blessings and leave. Since you are not members of the faith, I doubt they will allow you to accompany us. Pleasant company aside."
You have anything you want to pipe up with, Silas, since you've seen the elf
Yeah.
runner start to return?
Silas will cast the message cantrip and say into the mind of forgive me, Alexander, what is your name again?
Darks.
Arcs.
Derek's. He will say into the mind of Derek's, this is our reason for getting in. If you can set aside any difference in beliefs, we will find ourselves on the other end of that bridge.
Darks does not appreciate voices in his head. He's
boy.
going
I
to
know.
bring.
I've had that feeling before.
As soon as
exactly-
3 Chris said,
so-
"Oh
so-
boy,"
Oh my
No, this is me saying, "Oh boy." So this is exactly what happened with our tavern
Oh
brawl.
my god.
This is exactly what happened with it. So I walk downstairs and message cantrip into Jason's head, and he immediately goes berserk.
Yeah.
No berserk. He's going to like shake his head as if he's got a headache, and then he's going to remember where he heard the voice from. It's like, oh, that's right, the smooth skin. He's going to look at the smooth skin and kind of turn up his snout, like looking, not angry but a little perturbed. But he understands the wisdom of what he's saying, because no matter what, he has to get across the bridge, and so he will assent and give a little nod in agreement.
Ah.
But
Maybe-
now you know.
Maybe Darix will learn how to be how to say things that are not the whole truth. I wonder.
Oh no, absolutely. He's absolutely going to say the truth. He's going to tell them exactly the truth, no doubt about it.
So do I notice that Darax just nodded at Silas, seemingly knowing something?
Oh, I'm sure that Darex is not hiding his physical
Right.
movements.
Yeah, Please understand,
Looking
everyone,
to
right
Silas.
now, unless I say otherwise specifically, I literally say like he tries to hide it. Assume everything this big lug does
Yeah.
is just out in the open, and
Plainly viewed.
sincere.
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, he's not hiding anything from anybody.
Looking to Silas, and looking to Arax, and then Silas, and giving a short glance at the knoll, but then back to Silas. Arath will say, "My friend, I would appreciate if you said such things publicly."
Your voice gets so low in Russia that you Discord cuts you off a bit, but you said
No, I heard it.
You said
I heard it.
publicly at the end was the last word.
I
So
would appreciate if you kept me informed. Let's say that he said that instead.
partway through your speech, Silas will raise a hand and give you a knowing glance, and as he does, he will cast the message cantrip again and say, I've merely spelled out the conditions for him plainly. Savras is our reason for crossing. If he wishes to join, he must align with that message.
Messaging back in the psychic manner, the voice less withered than his actual one. It's more clear and younger.
Does that mean it's not Russian?
That's right. It's not Russian.
Russian. But I'm from Russia. I'm from fantasy Russia, man. They all talk like this.
Okay, got it.
They're all
Even in their head.
And if you make any clan members that are coming down to kill me or something, they have to talk like this.
Gotcha. I'll remember that. I remember that.
Quick march. Anyway, messaging back psychically so that no one understands or hears this. Wrath will make a show of not looking at Silas when he does that. Make it appear like he's just looking at the knoll and Darax again, but he will message back with a younger voice. Make sure that he understands that he must lie. That he must lie and claim that he is one of our order. Otherwise, I fear his righteous nature may give us away.
I am going to look and I
Well,
see
by
them
the-
kind
you-
of staring at each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, I was gonna
It's all
say.
messaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna notice they're staring at each other, and I'm going to
No,
say,
I'm
of
not.
course.
I made a point of not
Oh,
looking
okay. I'm
at
sorry.
him.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My bad. Never
You
mind.
can
All right,
roll
good.
perception.
So what I was
No,
gonna-
he would not do that at all. He
Well,
would not.
yeah, the two of them have seemingly fallen silent for at least long enough to think a
Right.
few sentences, right? So we'll ask first of all, does Ro have anything to say during the silence?
So I was gonna first ask. So I probably know at least some about Savras, given that the order is supposed to be from
That's right. Yeah.
the area that I am also from.
Yeah.
Right. So I would know. So essentially, I could actually pretend to be Savras's order, at least semi-convincingly, simply because I would have heard, not just heard of them, but probably met people of the order when after I was thrown out of my clan. I would assume.
Yeah, you probably would have.
You don't know that we're talking about faking it.
Well, I know
Maybe you
that.
offer
Well,
it maybe you offer it in your own way.
well,
Yeah, I guess
what
the other question is, did they actually say the words like the order Savras specifically, or
Yes.
Well, I've been listening this whole
you
time.
did
yeah.
listen
They-
to
when
them,
they
so
were-
maybe you did.
You
Yeah,
did.
yeah, that's right. I
Yeah.
did say you
said
would have
they're
been able to
priest
perceive
Savras.
names. Okay, so you've heard them
Yeah.
say that. Although you didn't understand the Elven tongue that Silas used after, but you did hear him say the Savras
the
line,
Draconic.
and you
Yep.
didn't understand. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, Savras would have been a name bandied about. Perhaps they don't actually have like Elven words for it, and so it's still Savras even in that language. And so you've probably heard it in a few different tongues now.
Right.
Either way, you've
Well,
pieced
I would
together
probably also
that's
recognize that
yeah.
one of them is dressed up as
Yep.
One of the Order of the Savras.
Right. Yeah. Perhaps the sigil would be somewhere
Order
on
King
his vestments. Right. That's pretty common for clerics. So
Right. Yeah. So what I was thinking is I was going to ask him about Zaris, so I'll just do that.
Okay.
Because
I
my
believe,
character doesn't know anything about him either. He's
Right,
also
yeah.
going to ask.
I believe that they've been saying that you are one of the Order of Sabras. I recognize his symbol upon you. And
For
you...
recap, that we did say that we're here to make a blessing, and you're not going to be
Yes.
able to come with.
I did. I know.
Okay.
I was going to... Anyway. Could I possibly suggest that I accompany you, pretending to be, maybe be talking a little quietly here,
Right.
pretending to be a part of your group. Gnolls are from the area that Savras' order hails from. It may be a little far-fetched, but not impossible that a Gnoll could have joined.
Hmm.
Do I hear this? I'll let
Yeah.
Silas respond. But do I hear this? Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody
So-
will.
Yeah, I
will
mean,
hear.
the guy. I'm just talking quietly enough that the elves don't hear.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
For a quick flavor, this one of the symbols of Savras is a singular giant eye, and Silas does have that kind of weaved into the back of his right glove, as well as painted decoratively on the blade of his spear. So someone with a keen eye might catch that among his
Right.
persona. But hearing your request,
31. So I'm not. I don't think that that's a symbol of fucking Lathander.
Silas will
is about to say
cast.
something, yeah.
He'll cast the message cantrip on you now, Baelithal, and he will say, "To fill you in, we are here to spread the word of Savras. I will claim you as one of my students if you wish to cross the bridge."
Narath, well, once you finish that message, because he's not noticing that you're doing a message, you will just say to the Gnoll straight up, with respect, warrior, you stand out already. I do not wish to have our mission barred due to elven insecurities.
Darix is going to make several steps aside because he was told, like, you don't want to spill the beans in front of everybody.
Uh-huh.
And he's going to gesture toward the Smoothskin and beckon him over. He does not want him to speak into his head again. He would much prefer verbal conversation.
Before I respond to that, does Baelithal's character respond to the message?
Yeah, I
To
nod.
Narath.
I just nod non-verbally.
Okay.
And what do you say, Narath? Because he just said you can't fucking come.
I say, I think you should speak with your master before you decide to make decisions for him.
That is going to make me pipe up. And I'm going to go, Master. No, Draconin would be subservient to a smooth skin. Do not say such things.
Narath holds up his hand as Derek, as RX, as that, and you respond, I am old of age. But he is referring to master as in pupil. I did not start off as a initiate to the cult of Savras. As you said, I was a priest of the second Drake. I am merely here to be initiated in their teachings so that I may better know how to meld them with ours. I take no offense to the term, and neither should you, young blood.
He's not going to say anything, but he does take offense, and he would absolutely be offended.
He has a mad look on his face.
Yeah, he's not pleased. Does Silas? Yes, Silas. Come over, or does he?
Yeah, so Seeing your request to come over, Silas will take a few steps over your way, and when he takes a position next to you, he's going to try to stand in such a way that he can keep one eye on the guards.
Smart.
Okay.
Not that my character would do that. um, what is this deity you worship? I do not know anything about it.
Savras is the wizard deity of divination and the guiding hand who protects us from the misuse of epic magics. As part of my work in the Order, I look for folks like, and he will gesture ever so subtly towards the elves and then say, those who may be misusing their gifts for their personal gain, disrupting the balance of what is good.
Like sanguinemancy and necromancy.
Those indeed are just a few examples of how it manifests.
So you are a righteous inquisitor.
Inquisitor is a good way to put it. I do
Hmm.
whatever it takes to seek the answers.
He's going to stroke his throat, as he usually does when he's in thought. And he's going to think to himself, if indeed, as he believes, the Starfather does exist, and all other deities are subservient to him, good deities are subservient to him, then, this whoever, this smooth skin god, though of course inferior in every conceivable manner, he still does the good of the Starfather. And that makes Starix feel a lot more comfortable. So he's going to say, I am not your servant, but I could be, a student insofar as it gets us across this bridge.
Silas will look to you a bit more warmly and he will say, if our goals do indeed align, and your purpose is to put to rest the magic that should not be used, then we are equals, brothers even.
Uh,
Consider it a formality of this arrangement.
he's going to squint down at him, and he opens his mouth to say something, and then he remembers the words of Silver Draconin
Hurrah.
and thinks, perhaps not right now. I can correct him afterward. I have a much greater
Later.
goal in the interim, but equals absolutely not. Absolutely
Eric makes an
ridiculous.
IRL religion check.
Absolutely ridiculous. So he will, give a slight bow of his head in agreement with this. And now, of course, when they ask, of course, at the bridge, are you with him? Like Derek can say with honesty and sincerity, yes, he's not lying. Because if what he's being told is true, which he trusts because he's naive like that, then the actions of this deity are subservient to the actions of the Starfather, and therefore he would be doing the Starfather's will in doing this. So that's how he rationalizes the whole thing in his head, and so he will now happily and without regret or guilt go along.
While
Just
this is all
about,
happening, Narath responded to the Knoll saying, with frustration at the mention, maybe you should speak with your master. More frustration at the fact that the message is being used again to invite people he doesn't want to be invited, Narath will frustratedly say, "Perhaps you are right," and then wait patiently for with an expectant look towards Silas as he returns with Darax, of like a look of "fill me in."
Yes, as Silas and Derex are perhaps returning to the troop, having concluded their private conversation, and Nareth and Ro have finished their brief discussion, if you want to call it that. We'll say that around this time is when the Elven Runner returns, a little bit winded from the exertion, still wearing his not full plate, but half plate armor. He steps to the commander of the guard and whispers something into his elven ear. The guard captain will give a very short and curt nod before responding with another whispered word, and then he will step towards the group, specifically looking for Silas, locking eyes with him if available. And once within sufficient range to speak to the man, the elf captain will say, "Human, you have been granted entry, but I see you have brought more friends." And when he says friends, he's got a very narrowed, like furrowed brow, narrowed eyes, sizing up the Darax and Ro additions to the party. The additional Draconin and the Knoll. And there's like a hint of like accusation in the tone when he says friends, like not quite sure that that's the right word for it, and clearly not pleased with the changing in the terms.
So, is this common? Is this said in common?
Yes, but he's specifically addressing Silas, so I'll give Silas priority on responding.
So Silas will look to the elf and respond in Elven. "It may seem incredulous, but these men also wish to spread the word of Sazarin. They are my students, and although they may seem like beasts to you and I, they wish to become something greater than themselves. Would you deny them a chance at that?"
The brow of the elf seems to be furrowing further as you speak, Silas. Can I get a brief description of what the other party members are doing at this point? Ro, Darax, and Narath. We'll start with Ro. How are you responding to the way that Silas is speaking and the way that the elf seems to be examining the two new additions and such?
So I would imagine Ro is probably trying to appear as proper and like non-threatening as possible. He's standing up like very straight, but like not like with any like he's not tense, but he's like trying to kind of look very friendly. Like he's got like a very awkward smile on his face.
Okay, gotcha. And Darax, what are you doing as the elf looks you and the Knoll over?
Darax is going to stand there as sincere as he always is, and offer a very warm and friendly smile, big toothy draconic smile. And he's got one hand on the butt of his morning star, and he's got his other hand kind of at his side, and he's big and tall, and of course he's got a stained tabard. But despite this, he somehow looks as if he wouldn't hurt a fly.
All right, Narath, what is Narath doing now?
So, did the other party members do anything obnoxious while I was gone?
Oh, nope. You went for a brief RBRB. So the elf is looking you over. I just asked for descriptions of what Ro and Darax were doing while Silas attempts to convince the elf in the elven tongue that they are these two new additions are also those who are spreading the word of Sazarin. Narath, you just heard Silas say that the additional Knoll and or rather the additional Draconin and the Knoll are also looking to make a better what was the exact phrasing, Silas? Like a better.
I thought that was all in Elvish.
Yeah. That's right. But like the tone of voice is what I'm trying to gather at. He's like the way that he's saying it. So what exactly did you say?
He's basically trying to convince the guard that by spreading the word of Sazarin, they're trying to make something better of themselves and rise above their societal status.
Right. Okay. And so, all right. So, Narath, you've at this point heard the dulcet tones of Silas's elvish incantation, so to speak. What are you doing while the elf looks over these two new additions and occasionally will gaze upon you and Silas?
Oh, Arath is going to try and sort of position himself where he's sort of like in front of the two weirdos, and he's going to try and. First of all, he's hunched back into looking like an old man again. You know, he's no longer standing at his full 7 feet. And he's trying to make himself look like that, as wise and wizened as possible, as much as a non-threat, you know. Sort of softening his expression, you know, trying to put away the creepy factor in favor of, oh, I'm just, you know, a harmless old man sort of thing. And again, he's standing in front of them, so that's sort of like the overall takeaway, you know, trying to cover up that knoll as much as possible.
Ah, yes. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Silas, bodily persuasion that we are just, you know, a bunch of puppies.
Silas, I'm gonna need you to roll.
Yeah, totally.
I'm gonna need you to roll a persuasion check.
Yeah.
I'd
You
like
have to
to
persuade
assist
me.
him.
You have to
I'd like to
persuade
assist
me.
I'd like to assist him.
11.
I'm assisting him.
You're assisting him.
Are you assisting him? Let's see. What's the second roll? We'll see. This might be a half advantage moment. Let's see that second persuasion.
I should be making the fucking persuasion checks. I have a +3, but there we go.
Oh shit, 19.
All right, so assisted by the motley crew, Silas, your words fall upon the sharp ears of the elf guard captain, who seems to still have his brow furrowing as you speak. He's clearly not pleased, but perhaps the weight of the decree of whoever was spoken to by that runner weighs upon him, or perhaps your words are more convincing than you thought. For the elf seems to, at last, after a brief pause, step aside and gesture to an open bridge, saying, in common, at first, "You may pass. Do not cause trouble." And then, as you get close enough to him, he'll whisper only to you in Elvish, "We will be watching you."
I will look back to him with a slight grin. I will cast the message and I will say, "Fear not. I would not cause trouble, for I understand the consequences."
The elf will not exactly reel from the message, but will certainly have a look of surprise momentarily flash across his features. But he steals his expression again and stands as straight as possible while waiting for the four of you to make it across the bridge.
It only took us an hour and a half.
That's right.
45.
45, yeah. So after we have crossed the bridge and out of the pointy earshot of the knife ears, Darix is going to look down at the smooth skin and say, "Why did you lie?"
Before this happens, Narath will walk on the bridge, you know, calmly, you know, doing his old man thing. But he will stop by the guard, bow his head softly, make sort of like a holy sign, and say, "Blessings of the Mage Binder be upon you, kind captain." And then he will just walk on.
You won't get a response from
party.
him, but he will seemingly, like with his eyes alone, acknowledge what you have said. So,
As we cross the bridge, Silas will try to put up the charade that he is keeping an eye on them as though they are subjects.
okay, and remember that, Silas, you were questioned by Darix as to why you lied about the situation.
Okay, so I will look to Derek's as we cross, and I will use the message cantrip on him again, much to his dismay.
Oh yes, he's already not happy. He's very unhappy.
And I will say they're very picky about who they allow into this place. I'm not sure why, but I had a hunch on how to get past them, and it worked.
But you lied.
I will cast it again, and I will say, wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice anything.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but now
Yeah.
you guys all look at Ro for some reason.
He gives a look of great disapproval at that.
Arath psychically disapproves.
Yeah, he both physically and psychically disapproves. He does not. It's like you could have just said I was a student instead of that I, am, looking to make a better life. That's absolute foolishness.
I don't know that. He
have
said
it
that
all.
in Elvish.
Yeah.
I see. I thought he said that in common. But he didn't say the whole thing in Elvish, right? He only said part of that in common.
When he was explaining why the two of you were added, he said it in Elvish.
Oh, okay.
So the
Never
only
mind,
lie
carry
that
on.
Darix would be like aware of is the fact that like he said you just know that he said the two of you were also part of Savras's order.
Right,
Yeah.
which is not true.
Right. So on foot, the trek across the bridge will take a little while as the four of you make it past the initial bridge. It's almost as if the cloud cover seems to start to shift slightly. The air feeling perhaps a bit fuller and almost like more refreshing. It's a bit cold, but it still hits your faces with almost like a caress as you enter into the more like get around the halfway point of the bridge. Silas in particular will passively recognize this as a minor but yet still very pervasive form of magic that provides just a touch of extra vitality and invigorates whoever may benefit from it.
Very interesting. Does the source of it seem to be an enchantment?
Why don't you roll an Arcana check for me? I'll tell you what you know.
May I make an Arcana as well?
Yeah, I mean, Narath will be aware that something is a bit different. I think the others might just passively feel like, oh, it's nice up here.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, both of you, both of you got the exact same roll. So independently, but still, thinking of the same thing. Silas, you'll identify that the source of the magic is coming from some font, and Narath, you'll know the same. However, the exact magics themselves that could do something of this scale seem a little bit beyond your initial knowledge. You might have had some theories about, which, where it could have been or what it could have exactly been, like what school of magic it might have been. It definitely seems to be an enchantment, and yet it's cast over what feels like an impossibly wide radius, powering the entirety of this isle, you would speculate, as you start to notice the glimmering of the cloud cover in the distance that you presume obscures the edge of the isle from the high point of the bridge.
Digesting this knowledge, is Silas offended?
Well, you were talking about policing epic magic and feeling that many had used it for their own gain. So I guess the question would be, does Silas feel that the elves keeping it to themselves, but also being such a heavy user of magic to create this effect, would he feel that this is like improper or flagrant usage of magic to the point where it flies in the face of what people would what the order would say? And they would warn against mass usage, perpetual mass use of magic. So I think there would at least be concern, but perhaps of more immediate curiosity would be what kind of magical font could power such a thing.
Silas will think back to when he made the comment to the guards about using too much magic to have a fruitful harvest would lead to soured soil and their reaction, and he will compare their reaction mentally to this grandiose use of magic.
Yeah, what the kinds of things that they would they would say if they knew, or if they knew the true identity of what causes their feeling of flushness.
Narath would like to know if someone could use this font for the opposite effect, where instead of feeling better when living things enter it, instead they feel drained and weakened.
Narath, you might hazard a guess that that would be more common than the more positive, uplifting effect, and that your knowledge of the arcane suggests that one experienced arcanist or another could indeed manifest many desired effects from such a powerful font of energy. So it's certainly something to keep your eye out for, and perhaps exactly what your benefactor is in search of.
Narath frowns with this knowledge, but otherwise continues forward in silence.
All right. So we are going to pan over to the other angle here, since that obviously I was behind the scenes, so to speak, providing a little bit of information and sort of there's, you may have noticed some roll checks and such. There were indeed some things there that could be that was discussed, but not a terrible amount. So with all of that said, we can come to the position of the Owara Manor, where we have Blink and Ashtorium having completed a brief investigation over the course of about an hour. So at this point, the rest of the party will be trekking through and seeing the sights of the glittering green architecture. You guys can think a little bit about how you guys, where you guys may want to go. But if you don't have a key destination in mind, you will be passively pulled. Silas and Narath will be passively pulled towards the location of the Owara Manor, with due to the font of magic seemingly guiding you in that direction, thanks to your Arcana rolls. And so presumably the rest of the party would be leading there as well. But if you guys have a different location, say the docks or some other place you wanted to go to, feel free to think about that. Consider what else you might be, saying amongst each other while we catch up with the other two party members. Ashtorium and Blink, you two have cased the entirety of the Owara Manor from the outside, having blended in with some of the elven commoners, if you can call them that, as they all dress quite nicely, and a few of the servants that you've seen exiting other manors. But as you look through the position, you've considered some of the things that you may end up doing. Blink, you've said and instructed Ashtorium by now that it may be wise to be patient and wait for some sort of budge from the group of what would you say, the general sort of movements that you anticipate coming from the servant's entrance now that you've uncovered it. The guard changes seem to be regular, with one guard making the rounds to this place every 30 minutes, almost like clockwork. Pardon the comparison, Ashtorium. And the rest of the human guards, while they seem to get a bit more weary as the day grows on and the sun begins to fall from its noontime position, they still remain steadfast, and occasionally will be exchanging words in common. A small talk, nothing of significance.
It is with that Blink maybe growing impatient as he wants his big quest to set off rather. Will turn to Ashtorium and ask, maybe more sharply than he intends, what do you think, Ash?
What? I'm sorry, I got distracted. What? So, what's the situation?
There's two
scouted
guards.
out?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
scouted out everything. There's two human guards. There's typical shift changes, and sometimes an elven guard comes around here. Blink, for everyone, I suppose, is shapeshifted as his elvish form, Evaristus.
Yeah.
And it is a fairly, I would argue, it is a fairly like rich, like even more fancy than elves typically look in this area. Um, so he is currently silently having plans of trying to talk his way past these guards.
Okay. I think we should just walk in like we own the place.
Oh, Ashtorium. Oh, Ashtorium. The thing that I mentioned, or forgot to mention in the chat there, in the thread, is that because you hit a natural 20, we'll say that as you are grilled by Blink on your ideas and plans, you've taken a look at the other elves that have wandered on by, and you've compared that to the apparent appearance of Blink, and you've noted that that your master appears certainly to be capable of owning a place like this. However, with your understanding so far of the area and also of the overall district and Inalance itself and its dynamics, you've come to the conclusion that if you are to pass off as some rich noble, it may be wise to pose as someone from the north, as opposed to someone else from this specific isle, since the tightly knit community here, the fact that there's less of them here means that it would be less likely for the elves themselves to truly know. Like it would be less likely for them to not know somebody who's actually on this isle. That being said, the guards themselves, maybe they don't know anything, considering they're all mostly humans.
Okay, so remembering all that, Ashtorium will tell Link that we should just walk right in and rely on confidence to get us through to the an audience with someone important, or with the target rather.
Do you tell me that I should be from the north?
Yes, I'll tell you that you should be a foreign elf.
Blink, chuckling at this and nodding along as he is thinking his agreements, will say, Evaristus, from the north. And we'll start walking towards the gate.
Okay.
But the game
is paused. Let's go. All right. The human guards, as you approach, will be initially surprised to see you. These ones have seen you sort of wandering about, but due to your very excellent stealth rolls, the two of you have evaded suspicion from them. They seem calm, but a bit curious as to perhaps why you've stopped, and you do catch them admiring your garb, Blink, as well as the construct that stands next to you. The one in red to the left will pipe up as you linger and say, "Everything all right, sir? Can I help you?"
Oh, no problem. I am here from the north. My name is Evaristus. We are here to observe this manor, and it is of my belief that all manors are what their servants are. So I would like to enter through this entrance.
The guards will be, perhaps a little bit surprised to see this particular angle, and they look to you with almost a bit of shock or at the suggestion, and they take another look at your garb, at your companion, and then back to you. The one in red who initially had spoken says, "Surely you're looking for the main entrance. This is for the servants indeed, and well, I cannot guarantee that it's the most well-maintained of them all."
Oh, do not fret about appearances, friend. They can always be deceiving. Just allow me in. I believe I have people to speak with and people to observe. and I would not like to waste time talking about this or that entrance.
You'll see the guard get a bit nervous as you deliver your remarks, and while the one in blue appears ready to move towards the gate to let you in, the one in red stays his movements with a slight raise of the hand before looking you over one more time. Blink, I would like you to roll a persuasion check.
Astorium will assist by trying to convince the guards that they would get good reviews for their captains if they were to be let in.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Nat 20, so that's all because of the assist. If I don't wait to let you finish that sentence, I don't
the
get a nat
RNG
20,
changes.
So it's all you, bro.
Blink, while the guard in the red garb is still seemingly on the fence, so to speak, about allowing you in, you and with Ashtorium reminding him of his potential stature, he'll initially be gobsmacked that the automaton is capable of speech, but while he searches for words to respond, the other one just springs straight to action and quickly swings open the gate.
Regarding the man in the blue, now Evaristus will look towards him and say, "Thank you, my friend." Then turning to the man to the left, he will say, "I will not heed your what's the word? Heed your hesitation. I will not think of it as a insult. I will simply ignore this. And if I find nothing wrong, you will not hear anything from any superior of yours. And if they ask anything about anyone, simply Evaristus from the north." And he will proceed to walk in.
The guards will definitely be, especially the one you remarked, will be like looking like he's trying to form words, but not quite capable of it. And then he bows his head as you walk past, as if on instinct from the times he's served the elves so far, as he allows you entry into the servants' quarters. You will have to swing open the door to the apparent cellar. There's a set of thick but bright wooden stairs and a well-lit hallway carved into stone beneath the manor itself. For the life of you, you can't quite imagine why the guard may have been feeling hesitation towards the quality of the place. It seems to be a very well-maintained, well-lit abode that you reckon many a creature would be happy to call home, and this is only the passageway into the main area.
Blink will look towards Astorium and in the Elvish tongue say, "Worried about well-maintained quarters, huh?"
Astorium will give a robotic smile and laugh politely without trying to draw attention from the humans. And then we'll open the cellar door or the entrance and gesture for his master to enter.
I think we already entered.
Yeah, you guys already swung it open to reveal.
That'll be how we enter.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, okay, I see.
Astorium will do that for Blink.
Oh, yeah. What a good guy. Bot.
Guy bot.
We're in, dude. Nat 20.
That's right, the natural 20. So, hey, you can't do that. All right.
Walk into the wall.
So, here, I'll make sure you can't do that. I knew I forgot a wall. Okay, so you guys are entering in at around this time. The well-lit passageway seems big enough to fit the two of you side by side. And as you descend down, it opens up into a more expansive room fairly small overall, but still, wide enough for maybe 3 or 4 men to stand side by side in their advance towards the staircases. The one that you just ascended from is not immediately from the place you just ascended from. It's not immediately apparent where the other entrance might be, but lights eventually guide you to a position further right of where you initially ended. Another staircase, also well maintained and made of oak, shines with promise. Lights, torches on the wall flickering, like wall sconces, well maintained, flickering as you consider moving through there. It seems that will be your ticket in to the Manor Deeper.
We'll follow that.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
There's the subtle movements of like footfalls and such that implies to you that there's movement overhead. It's muffled quite well considering the material. The ceiling looks to also be made of some kind of stone or brick. And so it may come as a bit of a surprise to you that rather than... it's one of those situations where even the material in the ceiling is made of enough to muffle sound and thus keep most people, unattentive towards the position of their of where they may be and where others may be within. That being said, you eventually do come to the beginning of the cellar door, and it seems that it simply needs to be unlatched such that you can enter the area. So, with movement on the other side of the door, are you still going to swing it open?
With the utmost confidence, Blink is going to swing it open before Ashtorium can even open it for him.
Oh, shit. All right. Since I didn't have an underground version of that map for you guys, I'm going to do this in a pretty funny way. So first, I'm going to move you guys over here. And then...
Oh, no, there's a guard there.
I'm going to move you guys over here.
Oh, shit. I can go through the wall.
You can go through the wall.
This room is fucking massive.
You guys wander up into a very expansive, servants' quarters. There seems to be, by your count, 6 individuals, all of them human, standing in some awe in the middle of their tasks. Some cleaning, others prepping food and drink, and still one across the way, preparing very, very lush amounts of food. A veritable feast and meal from the on the other side of the room. There's golden silverware and goldenware, I suppose, golden dishes and such stacked, and a well set, the wafting aromas of much food filling your nostrils as you swing open the door with confidence and with noise, bravado, and etc. The nearest commoner, or rather the nearest servant, stands in plain red garb with a broom, sweeping furiously, but having stopped to see the two of you, and despite the initial shock of somebody there, she immediately bows her head and after seeing your regal appearance, without saying a thing, and attempts to continue doing her work as undistracted as possible.
So they're all looking at us, or have they all gone back to work?
Yeah, you will say that they've initially gasped and stared at you, but then have resumed their duties.
Blink, what does he notice about the 2 doorways?
So the 2 doorways that seem to lead into this place, both of them are made of a thick oak and reinforced with metal, implying that it might take some effort with which to move. However, there are also a few very, very rich-looking or regal-looking cast metal light fixtures on either side, and they glow with a faint, dim yellow that seems to passively sort of flicker every now and then, just very, very faintly. It's not fire, however, it's something else that lights this, and it's perhaps a bit surprising in that way that it's when you regard it, that it's not fire specifically.
All right. Regarding the room, Blink, still walking like he owns the place, because he does, is going to walk up to the sweeping commoner, saying, "Hard at work, are we? My name is Evaristus from the north, as I told our friends outside. I'm here to simply observe this manor, see if it's all what is told me to be. Where do you think I should go next? Started with the servants, as all manors should. What room shall be my next quest? You can decide."
She seems to be overcome with significance as you approach her, Evaristus, and as she dares to raise her head a moment before quickly looking back towards the floor, and she gestures meekly in the direction of the door to the east, saying, "The entertainment quarters are just beyond that door, sir."
I will go there next. Pray tell, what is to that door, up there?
She sort of shudders a bit and says, "That is a rarely used passageway. It takes us directly to the personal lounge room of the matriarch herself."
The matriarch, you say? I believe I should stop by there later. Thank you. Go back to work. And he will move to the entertainment lounge.
Without skipping a beat, she immediately resumes sweeping, as if her life depended on it.
It does.
Ashtorian will open the door for Master.
All right.
Holy shit.
As you open the door, you immediately gaze upon a very wide room. There's this enormous complex seems to have two very large tables along the wall to the south. While they are vacant at the moment, it seems ideal for a variety of other uses, such as holding many set of meals and other entertainment utilities, such as beverages. An elf man sits atop a chair directly above you, regarding an empty plate and pensively sort of stroking his chin. He raises his head as you, to not to regard you specifically, just raises it from wherever he was looking. But without turning to see to meet you, he'll say, "What is it now?"
Without even regarding this, is it pretty obvious that he thinks I'm a servant because I'm exiting the servants' quarters and he's not even looking at me?
Yeah, that seems to be the situation that is transpiring here, as he's not turned to regard you whatsoever.
All right. In that case, so I see a doors directly east, and these stairs go up or down to the north.
Those stairs are going up to a higher level that you can scarcely see anything other than the fine rugs from your current vantage point.
All right. Evaristus is not even going to regard this other elf, as he can tell that he is not being spoken to properly. And he will start walking to the stairs to the north.
Okay, don't go too far, because almost immediately as you begin to step your feet upon the cold, loud marble, the elf stands up, and with some indignance rising in his voice, as he turns to face you, he will say, I asked you, who are you?
Hello, I'm Evaristus, from the north. And you are?
He sputters as you sound off your name, as if immediately, as if not immediately taking it in properly. But when you say from the north, his eyes narrow, and he immediately speaks in an elvish tongue, which thankfully the both of you comprehend. He says, I've not heard of an Evaristus. The Knife Crescent may be home to many of your regal kind, but you are not an Auroran. And what is this compatriot you bring with you? Construct.
Answering in the same tongue that he has spoken in, Evaristus will now turn towards him and say, Oh, dear friend, please be calm. This is not a construct. This is my very own companion. He can speak and everything. And I am simply a foreigner. I've been told that this manor is, well, quite a sight. And as a elf from the north, I'd like to see how our very own species is doing down here.
Astorium will give a slight bow.
Evaristus will, looking at this and say, see, he even has manners.
The elf man will pat his robes as he takes a further step forward towards you. In fact, a few steps to closer regard the both of you. And as he does so, he says, I am Jivai Oara. I see that you have come here with some nerve, yet you are welcome as any of our brethren. That being said, if you're here to speak with the matriarch, Delena is not currently available. But I might still show you how we are doing.
I appreciate your hospitality, friend. And believe me when I say, I meant no harm, no insult towards this now great manor, as I have seen it inside and out. And I would love to see how you are doing. Is Javai?
Yes, Jivai Oara.
I would love to see how you are doing, Mr. Javai O'Hara.
All right. So, you have just finished speaking to this man as you sort of give him a nod and attempt to reassure him that your intentions are not to offend any sensibilities. Now, gentlemen, the rest of the party will be soon arriving at this location, unless, I mean, this is mostly to the direction of Silas, but at this point, right, you guys have been traveling through this region for about close to an hour. We'll say about just nary a few minutes short of an hour. And Silas and Narath have felt this passive pull towards a grand manor, the size of which you could fit many a conventional house, but instead much of it seems given over to gardens and round structures, space and material spent luxuriously. The thickness of that energy filling that invigorating energy seems to be increasing the closer you get to this region and then this specific road, and now as you stand at the foot of the manor. So assuming you guys are moving closer to it the whole time, we can make that be more or less where you end up. But did you have another location in mind, like the docks or anywhere else that Silas or Narath wanted to go? Because I think Narath gave me some direction, but I'm not sure about Silas.
Regardless of what the party's doing, Narath is gunning for manor.
Mm-hmm.
What about
In the manner that I told you before.
What are Alexander and Baelithal thinking?
Okay, I was gone, so I just got back.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah.
Is there any way,
so,
Baelithal, you can boost your mic volume a bit?
Let me see.
I
here.
turned him up in Discord, so
Yep, I did as well. I just wanted to. He's a bit quieter than all the other guys, but not a big deal. It's still
Yeah,
audible.
sorry about that. Let me look at. I think I looked at it earlier, but yeah, my input's all the way up. As far as
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe it'll be in your Windows like mixer settings or whatever, but you can deal with that's not really that big of a deal. Like I said, it's fine as is. So the question was basically, did you specifically, Ro, have a different destination in mind, or were you simply taking in the grand sights
So-
of the area?
I was interested in checking out the docks simply because I know
Mhm.
that's where the crates are being shipped.
yeah, my character obviously his original destination was the docks.
Mhm.
Right.
So that's where he would like to go first.
However, I'm pretty sure that all four of us are investigating the same thing. I mean, that makes sense.
Well, that's out of character. You gotta find an
Well-
in-character reason to want to stick around.
Well, I mean, where are we going? We're going to the mansion, right? Right now, the manor.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Well-
guys don't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I didn't know that. I don't know where you guys are going. What I
You're
was
just
saying was
following
that,
our lead, basically.
Well,
Well,
what,
I mean,
what
I
was
would-
going to
I would
say,
bring it
let
up.
me talk,
All right, all right.
is that I know that he's a or that Three Crow is one of Savras's followers. Like, he probably is legit one of Savras's followers and not like a fake, because he's actually dressed up and talks the part. And that Savras's followers are all about, like, you know, stopping or controlling bad magic, or at least bad uses of magic.
Yep.
And obviously, I've probably put two and two together.
That
at this
qualifies, yeah, as bad
Point. Yeah,
uses, yeah.
as that there's bad magic going on.
That's right.
So I would assume that they're probably looking into either the same thing or something related to what I'm looking into. So I would probably want to talk to them about that, would be what I would think. Or at least I would bring that up to them, like, hey, you know, we're all like, well, I already know the other guy's looking into dark purposes. Alexander, what's his name again? Derek's, yeah.
Darks.
Is yeah. So I think I have an inkling that that at least he's looking into dark purposes. There's a follower of Savras here. I think I can put the numbers together. So so I'd probably ask them about what they are doing here and if they're investigating, dark magic, since that's probably I would assume that's what they're here for.
Who are you asking specifically? Silas?
Silas. Yeah. Since he is the follower of Savras.
I will note that as we've been traveling, Narath has been stopping to do little, what seem to be blessings of Savras upon impressive-looking buildings that we pass.
Yep. Which is most of them,
Right.
to be fair.
Right. A lot
Yeah,
of
but like the best,
Yeah.
the ones that look more like dragon scale.
Sure, yeah. And also it's worth remembering that the deception check that Narath did versus the insight check Ro got means that even though he looks suspicious, Narath, as far as Ro's concerned, might just be a weird-looking priest of the order. So perhaps
Yeah.
perhaps only the two newcomers are related to the to that move, right? Perhaps the two newcomers, Darex and Ro themselves, are the only fraudulent
Right.
worshippers. So but either way, with the sort of resolute understanding that Darex is clearly investigating dark things, and
Right.
that Silas and Narath are both somewhat suspicious of the elves. Silas. Well, maybe Ro wouldn't know that Silas thinks that, but Narath would have already sort of spoken about that, I believe. And I know Silas told
Right.
Darex that. So perhaps that like the fact that both of you have heard that one of the other two is, suspicious of elves for a thing, and that you've both independently heard plenty of things from the humans already or the dwarves already, that elves are shady folk and they don't talk much to other people. Perhaps that would be reason enough for you to tag along, or perhaps you guys want to like dispute whether you go to the docks or you go to the manor. You guys do seem to not be progressing specifically towards the docks, so there would be a point where you guys might want to pipe up and say, "Hey,
yeah, exactly. I absolutely would immediately. Yeah,
I do want to say that as far as the other two are concerned, Narath has not admitted to being suspicious. He hasn't admitted to anything. He never mentioned being suspicious of the elves. He committed to the bid and said, "I'm just a priest of whatever."
Gotcha. So maybe then it's only Derek's who knows that Silas is suspicious of the elves and their flaunting of magic, whereas
I'm just
Ro doesn't necessarily know.
Like logically thinking through that, well, I'm coming here to investigate dark magic. Another guy is essentially hinting at that he's investigating dark magic, and we have a follower of Sazarin here. And
who's all about magic, magic control.
Yeah, about like controlling magic and preventing
hinting.
magic.
Derek says a hint. Okay.
That's right. Derek's just outright said, "I'm looking for necromancers."
I'm psychomancy and
blood magic and bone death magic.
So I think I would probably approach Silas and I would say, "Hey there, I think we should maybe talk about our next move."
So before I respond, how far down the bridge are we, and who all seems to be paying attention to us?
Well, every elf that you have passed by is quite a little gobsmacked at your general crew, but none of them, it's interesting to note, have stopped you or accosted you or discussed anything with you. They've done their best to ignore you, despite that being a very difficult task. So that may be worth some kind of note there for you.
Oh, by the way, now, since we're in the Elvish area, and, do I see, like, they have, like, floating lanterns and candles everywhere, and they have all this stuff that's just, something I see that they use magic for literally everything.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. This does not endear me anymore to the knife ears. They seem, while Derek's respects aesthetic and he understands the beauty and the majesty of such grandiose displays. To him, a lot of it comes off less about aesthetic for the purposes of eyes towards heaven, and more towards like, we're vain and rich and we're gonna show it off to everybody. So they're vain, rich, and to him lazy. So, like, not endearing themselves at all to young Derek. And yes, he is absolutely going to realize that like the docks are that way and we're not going that way. Why are we not going to the dock? He's going to bring that up as well.
All right, so I think the Knoll took Silas aside first to say that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll give them a chance.
Yes, yeah.
And then, do you want to question Narath or do you want to question Silas?
Yeah, like seeing the Knoll is talking to the human is Derek's going
I would
to
talk to my fellow Scaly.
Okay. We'll start with Ro and Silas discussing it. Silas, Threeko, you asked me how far along you guys are. At this point, you guys are like across the bridge and very close to the manor that you have been passively being pulled towards, unless you've actively attempted to like go somewhere else, right? Like if you were just like taking in the sights and sort of seeing where your feet take you, they would have been passively calling you towards the manor.
So, just of my general wits, does this seem like a safe space to release information?
Oh yeah, sure. We'll say that like because you're getting a fairly wide berth from the elves, you could probably speak with a low enough tone in common and not be overheard by anyone, at least, to the degree that you might be overheard. It might be a few words by a passerby that is deliberately trying to ignore you.
Okay, so then in a hushed tone, I will respond to Ro and I will say, a society that shows such an exuberant display of convenience is often a sign of rotting from the inside.
It's very interesting you mentioned rotting, because I might have had some experience recently that relates to rotting.
He will give you like a raised eyebrow as if to continue.
You see, last night I had a job, let's say, and at that job I may have came across some crates that contained something foul within that suggested to me that there is foul magics at play. And I've tracked these crates to this island.
Considering what Ro has told him, would Silas be able to connect the dots that these crates might be coming from the docks?
Well, if he's tracked the crates to this island, I'm not sure quite. Like, he'd probably need to give you more information, because from Ro's perspective, he's found the crates delivered to. He's found the crates and he's seen the boats that have the insignia of the shipping company go to and through the more human-controlled or non-elven controlled dock. So he hasn't yet confirmed if they're delivered directly to the elves or if it's something that is done through a proxy, but he knows that the elves were the ones, based on his discussion with the person he got the job from, he knows that the elves were the ones who were buying or expecting the delivery that he found. Just that he initially found it in, like, half-smith territory, or, non-elven territory at first. So if he means that, like, I think Ro would basically need to give you more information to confirm if the packages are going to the docks or if they're being bought by somebody specific or what. So maybe that's for something for Silas to request more from.
Yeah, so I will look to you and I will say, what were the nature of these deliveries?
Well, they're coming from Greybeard boats that I noticed the guards don't actually check. I'm guessing the crates are on these boats. They're being delivered to the docks on this island. I don't know who they're going to, however.
Do I know anything about the Greybeards?
It's
Gray Brews.
Gray Brews.
Oh,
yeah.
Great Brews. Yeah.
By the
sorry.
way, since I assume we're all walking beside each other, right? Like we're all walking beside each other, and Derek's is actually going to pipe up and like say, I know of whom the elves are getting their shipments from. As a matter of fact, that is where I encountered such dark and nefarious magic.
Yeah, okay. If Derek's wants to hold his question for after this conversation between Ro and Silas has begun,
Okay.
we can have, like, what I mean is, because you were going to ask Narath stuff, right? So if you
Yeah, but,
decide
like-
instead that you're starting to pay attention to what they're saying or whatever, then we can have you mention the perk up at the mention of the Grey Brew ships.
Yes.
To answer Silas's background question, would he have any experience or run-ins? Silas, your discussions with the humans of Inaland, specifically of the Dalamask district, tell you that the Greybrew family is a family of half-smiths and dwarves that seems to be, very, like, almost ruthless in their business exploits. They do inspire fear in those who would, it seems like they're just a shipping company, but whenever somebody you've pressed for information or asked for anything about it, there's like fear on the faces of those who were speaking of them, as if they have to suddenly cease their tongue wagging.
Okay, heard.
So if Darix wanted to voice his, now that Silas is like caught up to speed, Thurgo's caught up to speed about what Silas knows about that. Darix, if you want to speak your question again, just for or your statement, just for the sake of it.
Yes. I know of who these elves get their shipments from, the Grey Brews. I spoke with a dwarf at what was the name of the place? I forgot.
The Bounty Lass, the tavern. If
The
you say the
Bounty
name, yeah, you're all going to recognize it as the same tavern you spoke. You were at. Well, not Ro, but Silas and Narath met in that tavern. So
Right.
along with Nick, the strange traveler.
At the Bounty Lass, and he apparently is the son of the man who runs the what's the company? Something and Sons.
Harkman and Sons, yeah.
Harkman and Sons, yes. And it is in one of the Harkman and Sons warehouses that I uncovered, necromancy and sanguimancy both.
This is very peculiar indeed. It was good of you to come forth in search of this. I would be willing to aid you.
I had a
Draconic,
very, sorry.
Narath will say to Darux, what exactly was the nature of this sanguimancy and necromancy?
For the necromancy, I opened a crate, and a skeleton rose right out and assaulted me. Very swiftly and easily, I put it down. And yet, I still sensed something terribly evil from a door within the warehouse. Unfortunately, I did not get to access it. For it was barred, wasn't it? It was locked.
Yep.
Yeah, it was locked. And but upon another room I entered, and I felt yet another, much lesser but still dark and terrible presence. And I realized that it was not a crate at all, but a horrible flesh box of, Astramus knows how many poor unfortunate souls having their organs plucked out and stitched together, still writhing and alive. And
Have you been responding back in Draconic?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm speaking to
Continue.
him in Draconic. And it was gruesome. Then I'm going to gesture to my tabard, and that is the blood and gore that you see upon me. A mercy kill.
Okay, Ro.
With considering my background, what do I know of flesh boxes and their use in the transporting of skeletons?
Well, the crate itself was just a wooden crate with a skeleton. It's just the sanguimancy was someone also I forgot. I forgot. I'm also going to explain that upon a table, as soon as I entered, I saw sharp tools and blood spilt upon a cloth. I knew I smelled the blood, and I knew it was from smooth skin. I do believe that. Well, I don't believe. I know they were committing some foul ritual. For what ends, I do not know.
All right. And the sanguimancy, just refresh me real quick, since I think.
The sanguimancy is both the bloodletting on the table and the gross flesh box thing.
And the flesh box held what?
Just exactly that. Like he did not pull it open with his hands to see if there was anything inside. He just smashed it. He just smited it because it's a horrible abomination, and whatever is inside is probably not good anyway. So just crush that thing.
Okay, so what kind of ritual, based off what he just provided, what's sort of Narath's inner knowledge here?
Well, I'll answer that question in a moment, because Ro and Silas were, while the Draconin began debating among themselves and discussing things with Darix doing most of the talking, prompted by Narath. The two of you were having your conversation about the sort of nature of Ro's run-in with sort of evidence of, I believe Ro had already mentioned that there were not just dark magics, but specifically, did you say necromancy, or did you say something specific?
I don't
about
think I
something?
had said necromancy
Okay.
yet. I think that's that was after.
Yeah. So what happened was
I
that
said that the Grey Brews were shipping crates of dark magic, is what I said.
right,
Or, like,
and
related to dark magic.
Darix began to sort of affirm what you were saying and said that yes, indeed, the Grey Brews seem to be responsible for storing and shipping some of that stuff. But then he began to talk in Draconic, so you're not sure what he said. So Silas, hearing that Ro says that there's some sort of connection between this fearsome shipping company and family that brings that ships and disposes of these sorts of objects and delivers them perhaps to these elven contacts based on what Ro and Darix have been mentioning. What is your reaction, and do you have any follow-up questions for Ro?
Silas will take a moment to ponder this information, and upon reflection, will look back to you, Ro, and he will say, "How long do you suppose this has been going on?"
I'm not quite sure. I assume quite a long time, since I was hired by a competing shipment company to investigate them and destroy these shipments. I don't believe they had any idea of what was contained within, but I assume for them to have noticed and sent me means that it must have been happening for quite some time.
Is this the same mission you intend to complete today?
This is my own personal mission. I don't take kindly to dark magic.
Neither do I. I only urge you caution. After all, taking care of one bad caster is one thing, but drawing the ire of a people is quite difficult to overcome.
I understand your warning, but I have no reason to turn away from this path.
All right. Narath, you've pondered what Darix mentioned about the nature of the crates and their contents. The main ritual that you can think of that would be requiring some kind of source of flesh and bone seems to imply the creation of some sort of flesh golem. But you would need to know more and experience this darkness firsthand to confirm. Whatever it may be, creating something living out of things dead, the thought of it will certainly be one that is unpleasant, and it will imply a very powerful mastery of magic, requiring a significant power source to complete.
Oh. Alright. Then Narath will say in Draconic to Darix, "It is good that you have told me this, and that you did what you did there. Continue to walk with me, and I believe that we shall both find what we seek."
He's just going to nod to that. I'll give a nod of affirmation.
All right.
First, turning to Silas and the Knoll, he will say, "Apologies, friends. Do not know who might be listening out in the open. I will say that, having heard everything that you have, that we should continue upon this path."
The manor will loom imposingly but importantly in the distance. Narath, as you get closer, there's a sudden piercing of the of some sort, as if crying out from some container or barrier. The first time you've felt anything like this, but it won't be long before you recognize its importance. It's a very loud thudding heartbeat, and it's coming directly from within the manor. It's important to note that you are the only person who feels this, and you will take note that as you say so, your attention being distracted by it, when you refocus upon the rest of your party, the disconcerting sound and sensation as it fades from your awareness seems to only have affected you.
Was I in a lot of pain or just
There
like
was
I'm
no
disoriented?
discomfort, just the distraction, significant sapping of your attention as you finished your sentence.
Hmm. Keeping a stony expression and trying to not reveal too much, Wrath will simply act like nothing happened.
Okay, can you roll deception
Yes.
for me? Because I'm curious if anybody's passive insight will take note of that. What were you about to say,
Passive
Silas?
insight. No, I'm very curious about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's take a look because we have an insightful person in this party. Okay, Ro and Darix won't notice a thing about their scaly compatriot, but Silas, perhaps because of the fact that Narath spoke directly to you prior to this distraction, you will see this look that you haven't seen before, although admittedly haven't known the man for too long, overcome the Draconan's face, his silvery expression for a moment flickering from stony to something a bit more concerned or confused.
I try to slyly send a message to Narath and say, although we are joined by friends, I still honor our agreement. Is something on your mind?
Wrath will respond again with that young voice and say, mentally, I am an old man. Pardon me a moment's discomfort. It comes with the age.
Do I believe him?
Your passive insight tells you something is up, but you can't quite tell what it is. It could be a plausible explanation that his age affected his concentration, but given how intently you've communicated for the past few hours, it doesn't seem like a trend you've noticed thus far. It does not lend too much credence to his words.
Silas will consider this and then continue walking forward.
All right, so with all that established, Silas and Narath lead the way to the manor. Its glittering nature and enormous scale clearly signaling to anybody who might look at it its importance and its domination over the Isle. Do Ro or Darix have any complaints or objections about continuing down the path, or are you guys just fine with following Silas and Narath here? Because I would just want to make sure you guys agree to move this direction as opposed to somewhere else.
I'm
I thought
fine.
so.
Oh.
So we're not going to the warehouse.
You guys are in
you want
the warehouse
the
is all the way
warehouse.
across the bridge. You just got into Elvenland.
Yeah. You mean the docks, I think.
Right, I'm sorry, the docks, yeah.
Yeah, we're heading towards the manor. Narath said, "Thank you for telling me all this."
It would be wise to continue this way.
You just
Yeah.
told me. I think you should stick with me. Is basically what he said.
Right. I thought he just meant like in general. No, I'm gonna bring that up. I'm gonna ask because, of course, I don't really know why we're going to the big manor.
Yes.
The docks are that way. Why are we going to the manor?
Draconic.
No, common.
In Draconic, Narath will respond. In my studies with the Order, I have come across. In my studies with the Order and with the Second Drake, I have come across foul things that I've had to put down. What you described is a powerful ritual that would require a great source of magic. Feel the air around you. Is it not strangely more pleasant? So uplifting?
Yes.
That is not natural, my friend. That, on this scale, would require a very powerful font of magic.
Yes, but
Based off what you described, the exact sort of font that would be necessary to fulfill the foul ritual.
yes, but if there is more at the dock being unloaded, do you not think it would be wise to visit the docks first and to remove the threat? These things are being shipped out into the city, into the world. Terrible,
Remove
awful thing.
young blood. You are treating the symptom, not the source. Remove the power source, and they cannot complete the ritual, regardless of how many twisted bodies they ship across the seas. Help me retrieve this item, and we will deal a far greater blow to the twisted operations of these elves than any raid on the docks.
Are you certain it's a magical artifact and not a person?
Either way, remove it, and they cannot continue their operation.
Rub the back of his neck at that, and as he thinks, all right, well, as long as you help me, there is something I need. Or, yes, I need. That might be found, perhaps, at the dock. And if it is not in the manor, and it is not at the dock, well, afterward, I will have to go looking for it.
And what exactly is it that you need?
I'm gonna eye him for a moment. I cannot tell you yet.
Pausing a moment, the silver drake will look up and down the white, with a very piercing gaze, a very very wizened, I've seen a lot of folks like you, boy, sort of look, and he just looks you up and down, and then he says, "Assist me, and I shall be in your debt, honorable knight."
Yeah, is a satisfactory answer to him, and he will relent and follow along.
Okay. So, Ro and Silas, what have you been discussing during this draconic conversation?
I'm pretty sure that I'm going along with it. In fact, I'll probably tell Silas that as long as you point me to the person responsible, I will take vengeance upon them.
We are still in the investigative phase. However, I would be glad to stand side by side with someone who seeks to wrought justice.
Anyone
Did we lose
who's-
someone?
Yeah,
He's
it sounds like
rebooting.
we-
He's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I will bring justice to those who created such agony upon those corpses.
All right. Okay, with that, you've all resolved to continue towards the manor. We're going to catch back up with the homies.
Yo.
Chromies.
The Chromies.
Chromies?
One of which who
The Chromies.
is currently disconnected, but don't worry. He's currently following his master anyway. All right, so
Connected, awaiting orders.
that's right. So Jiva, the elf that spoke to you and introduced you, begins to gesture extravagantly towards the servant's entrance from which you came, Blink, and says, "Well, as you can see, that is our servant's entrance. Hence, my inappropriate greeting. Of course, we don't take too kindly to unwanted distractions from our work. Now," and as he does this, he is going to kind of like snap his fingers in the direction of the of the thing that he was standing before, which turns out to be a very grand looking fireplace. And as he snaps his fingers, the blaze begins to rage, silent, but enough to light the immediate surroundings. He'll say, "The marble does get cold, especially when the sun's warmth fails. So, I shall begin heating our abode. You can come with me." And he begins to traipse towards the set of stairs that lead up.
Blink will, of course, follow, making sure to take in every bit of visual information he can.
Okay. As you do so, the elf will continue to...
I can't move.
Oh, owned. As you do so, the elf will continue to move, leading the way up towards the staircase. And so as he does so, the stairs owned. The stairs will also have like a similar sort of like a more pronounced color to the than the marble tile, but on theme this area is with its sea green looks. Certainly a key color. You'll rise up over the lip of the staircase as you mount it your way in to the up to the higher level, and in doing so, you'll catch sight of a set of proudly dressed warriors. It seems there are 3 of them, as well as a more plainly dressed elf off in the distance. The warriors, you cannot immediately discern their race with their helmets atop, but given that they are on the inside of the manor, it stands to reason they would likely not be of a lesser orientation. The elf will gesture plainly and casually in the direction of the door guarded by the closest knight to the east, and he will say, "Our preferred study room, a little closet with which to catch up on reading. Many a tome stored in there." He'll take a few steps further forward if you have nothing else to say.
Evaristus will nod and say, "Oh, good study room is something to die for."
The elf will nod and continue on, gesturing towards the very large, oversized, and extravagant seat off to the east, and say, "A lovely view, especially at night. You'll see my nephew there, Joran. He is more than eager to venture beyond our shores, but for now, he watches from afar." The elf has not yet noticed your presence, the elf identified as Duran, instead seemingly staring with a fixed gaze outside the window that you had scouted out earlier as a potential vector of entry.
Blink will nod and say, "Always a traveler, some of our elven brethren." It is good to keep them inside while they grow first.
He'll give you like a short little, not really exactly a laugh, but more like a grunt of like frustrated agreement almost, and say, "Indeed. Up in the north, and room for a magic user. I kindly ask that you do not go in there." And he'll be gesturing towards the room that where a knight is stood guard outside of.
Won't be a problem for me.
As he continues moving up, you're eventually going to be met face to mask or face to helm with another knight, and you'll see the man sort of nod in the direction of the knight and say, "This one protects a playroom, though it has been a while since Delena has been with child." Nevertheless, she requests it to be guarded.
Evaristus will just nod as he continues taking in the sights.
The grand and luxurious carpet is faintly illuminated by the gently flickering lights. You approach, and the lights, too, seem just as they were in the servants' quarters, a set of lights that are not lit with flame, instead some sort of silent facsimile that gives the room a almost artificial feeling. Two doors, unidentified as of yet, lie before you. One directly west is indicated by the elf Javai, and he says, "That is to the entertainment lounge. Delena may be there, or she may not be there. Either way, it is not for your eyes to see. And to the north, a simple spare room. We have not put anything there in a long time."
I see. So, it is safe to say my brethren of the... This would be Southern Isles? Like the south part?
It's just part? Like not part of the Knife Crescent or the Sylvan Crescent. You wouldn't say Knife Crescent. That would be a dead giveaway. The Sylvan Crescent. You're basically saying that you're from there, the Sylvan Crescent, and these guys are like a slightly disconnected bunch that prefer to keep to themselves, even amongst other elves, it seems.
All right. Evaristus will nod and say, "So it seems my brethren from another place are doing just as well off as some people up north. It is good to see."
The elf will give you a regard, but then his eyes will wander to a place behind you. There's another elf, the one standing at the window, running forth, excitedly, hurriedly, and without much care for looks, which seems to frustrate Javai a little bit more than he would like to let on.
Evaristus will, seeing this, will turn his back towards the door to the west and take a step back next to Javai.
The elf stops short, and without really even so much as regarding you or Ashtorium, will look towards Javai and say, Look, uncle. There's a group of foreigners afoot." The aforementioned uncle will seem to be furrowing his brow at this news, and he will turn to you and say, I would very much appreciate if you come with me and excuse whatever may happen next. And he begins to move in the direction of that indicated by Jarreau. So, as you guys are moving in the direction of the stairs, you'll notice that the knights and such are not actually stirring. They don't seem to be too interested in moving in a direction that, or really moving at all. They seem oddly still and stationary, and Jaron is very, very keen on like immediately jumping for the door, but his hand is stayed by the elder elf. There is the sounds of some commotion on the other side of the door, and that commotion comes as, for the rest of the group, gonna wait a moment while you guys end up getting loaded in here.
As that happens,
baby.
Would I, thinking of ways to get to the matriarch, or where I think the matriarch would be, would I have reason to believe that door in the servants' room would be unlocked from the servants' room side?
Well, based on so far what you've seen, while the door to the entertainment quarters was unlocked, you did hear the sweeping commoner say, their servant say that the door is rarely opened or rarely active or something of the sort. So perhaps not, unless the certain conditions are met. But she also mentioned the lounge, and so that seems like there's two entrances to the lounge based on what Javai said.
Yeah. All right.
So the commotion that I spoke of is the human guards immediately springing to action as the four of you, Silas, Ro, Darux, and Narath, approach the impressive manor. Its impressiveness does not end at the base construction, but a set of very well-furnished, glimmering silver and iron gates and fences immediately sort of dot and provide some idea of regality to the area. Its tall spires and sage green walls being something that eventually gives way to the very impressive, glittering, scale-like panels that make up the ceiling that goes several feet into the sky, something like 20, 30, 40 feet up, and then an additional spire or two further deep into the structure. The guards immediately step towards you, not brandishing their weapons, but hands on their hilts. And the one to the north pipes up and says, "What are you lot doing here?"
Does anyone say anything before Silas?
Narath will straighten up and look to the man and say, "Priests of Severas, we are here to perform a blessing."
The humans look a bit confused, and one of them says, the one to the south says, "Savras." They don't appear to be immediately familiar with what you speak, Narath.
Taking on a offended look and stepping closer to the southern one, Narath says, teeth glistening in the lights here, because it looks like there's a light source somewhere here. You do not know my god. He is a god of magic. Go get your master. Tell them of our purpose. and they will understand.
Derek's visibly does not like that he calls him his god. He should at least, differentiate. It's like, what is... He's not yours. Why would you... whatever.
Does Silas have anything to
Several
say
of the
as a
same.
follow-up to what Narath says, or is he going to wait for a response from the guards?
Silas he'll pipe up and he'll say, Sazarin is the deity who protects this realm from magics that would otherwise tear it asunder. Our blessing bears the good faith that all who practice here will not use magic for their own gain.
The guard seems to mull over what you said. And nearly imperceptible shiver will run down the one to the north's spine as he sort of straightens himself out and gives his body a bit of a stretch. He'll pipe up in response to what you said, Silas, and say, "Whole lot of practices round here." And then he towards the guard to the south, say, "You heard him, Betty. I say, you go let the elf know, and the elf will let the other elf know, and then maybe these lot can go through and save our skins." Human, previously identified as Benny, seems to be ready to respond to that order in the affirmative, unless somebody has something to say.
Silas,
smiles a very wide smile.
you go first.
That's all he said, is just he smiles.
Silas will look to Narath, and then he'll look to the south guard, and he will say, what kind of lunatic would check in just for a blessing? We only offer a mere bit of protection from ill omens. Are you sure you can't let us pass through, just to say our words and be on our way?
The man kind of stammers as if trying to come up with a good reason or explanation for the behavior of the elves. But it's once again the man to the north who pipes up first and says, "Listen, you come to my house offering a blessing, I certainly don't say no. We can investigate this gate here and get it swung open, right? Getting anything further than that, you try to get through that door over yonder. Absolutely not. Only an elf can touch that and make it through."
I understand the thresholds you identify.
All right, with that, the guard takes a step closer and he swings open the heavy gate, which sounds a lot more metal than what that just sounded like. And the guard will, after swinging open the heavy gate, slowly pushing it and getting it lodged right up against where it ends, towards the southern pillar, will approach the door and begin to knock. It's about this time that you guys have only just got here, Blink and Ashtorium, and that Javai will respond to the knock by smirking. And he will give a signal to the elf archer atop the little sort of upraised pillar to the south. Rather than the door swinging open in response to the guards knocking, the central fixture on the door, a large, almost iris, but more of a sphere than an ellipse, will almost visually sink in, the metal part of it retreating into the door before almost rotating as if spinning and then pulling itself apart. This strange, unsettling display of metallurgy provides a slight window into the room. As you see through the room, from what you can see, gentlemen, you'll espy 3 elves and an automaton, all staring expectantly and pensively at the towards the opening in the aperture. Javai will be the first to speak as he says, in common to the human, "What is the meaning of this disturbance?" His low voice is still heard enough with some power and significance. The guard, almost stammering immediately upon being spoken to in this way, will say, "My lord, a group of priests, some order of Sazarin, they've come to bless this place, such that it may be protected from fel magics and the like. That's what I gathered anyway. They said to seek you out. I thought I would be speaking with, well, Jaron or some such. Not you, my lord." Javai seems thoroughly unimpressed, but taps you, Everestus, on the shoulder once, lightly, and gestures towards the door. In another display of the ineptitude of humans, they simply are not equipped with the arcane will of pushing through our barriers. I'm sure you have these up north, do you not, Everestus? Why don't you step forth and open the way?
Do I know what it is?
Why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
Fucking savage.
You're gonna get
Gesture is going.
Well,
He's gonna,
that didn't.
fucking light up
oh
like
boy.
a fucking
All right, Blink.
Moment.
Things are about to
Astorium,
get
quick,
interesting.
roll an Arcana check.
Is he
He
here?
hasn't- He's not even back yet, dude.
What happened
Can
to
he-
his?
Can he assist me?
Have him roll an Arcana check.
He has to restore from a
Totally.
backup, apparently, so he's had a Linux
What in the
moment.
world happened? What happened?
Okay then.
Linux.
Linux.
Oh, well, that's what you get for being a Linux. Never mind.
Fucking knife ear. Oh, wait,
That's
the wrong thing.
what you get for having any OS, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all
a
of them
bit.
fucking sucks.
Yeah, they all
Have
suck.
Astorium
Yeah, they
roll an
all
Arcana check, quick.
Oh, Astorium, roll an Arcana check.
What do you guys
Well,
think?
maybe if you rolled a 1.
Astorium
Oh,
knows what the fuck.
Oh, shit.
there you go. Good job, Astorium.
All right, Blink. You take a look at the door. While it seems quite fancy, especially with what it's spinning thingamajigs that allowed you to see out and bear witness to the strange souls on the other side of the door. A human being the least remarkable, but 2 Draconin and a large hound-headed creature, the likes of which you've never laid eyes on. Nonetheless, the door seems fancy but unremarkable, and it seems like it would be confusing as to why a human would be incapable of opening it. Sure, it looks heavy, but there's a switch right up against the wall that indicates its ability to be moved. Perhaps that is what he means by the humans being inept and not understanding switches. But still, that doesn't really quite add up to you. As you take a step forth, I don't think Astorium has any way of communicating to you like silently. Oh, but he does have his thieves' cant, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You can make a sign language like "Don't die."
Yeah. Okay, so Astorium will get your
I would like to
attention.
argue I haven't stepped forth yet.
Yeah. Astorium will get your attention as you consider what you're meant to do here for real. Puzzled by the situation, and he will sign over a sort of translation of magic door, Elvish coded, like coded CODED.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous? Question mark.
He doesn't say anything about it being dangerous. He simply signs to you that the door appears like coded for elves and it's magical.
So it'll only open for an elf. Is what he's saying.
Do I have reason to believe that even my shapeshift would allow me to.
Listen, dude,
Like,
you
what-
rolled a 1. You are an
Yeah,
elf, as far
that's
as you're
true.
concerned. You're like, well, I look like an elf, and I act like an elf. So, yeah, sure, whatever. This Doro's an elf.
Elf door for the elf,
Elf
guy.
door,
right?
yeah.
All right, so I don't know anything about it. I just know that it's
It's
elf coded.
right, and Ashtorium thought it was prudent to warn you of this or inform you of this information. But he didn't say anything about danger. He just said elf coded.
All right, we're gonna try one thing, and if it goes wrong, I hope you guys fight with me. All right, Everistus is
You're not. If you turn into a full changeling in front of me, okay, I'm gonna say, Narath is the type of guy who
I would
might
turn it.
just
I
kill
would.
you
I
to
would
get
turn
the
into
elf
Nick.
trust.
I would
Yeah,
turn into
I mean,
Nick.
I don't know if we can do anything. We're on the other side of the elf-coated door, and none of us are elves.
We'll see
Yeah,
how it goes.
exactly. So we just watch you get killed brutally and be like, well, that sucked.
We'll see how it goes. Everistus is going to nod, understanding that he has no understanding of the current situation, and will say, "It is funny you say that, Javai. I have never seen a marvel such as this up north. Perhaps you can demonstrate its use, so I can know for future hand if I'm ever back here in your good graces."
Ooh. Okay, roll persuasion for me.
Nice.
That's
Critical.
okay. I nat won this too.
No.
Oh shit!
Oh
No.
You rolled pretty good.
Damn.
All right.
You
Javai
convince that man to
seems
give him a firstborn son.
don't do that. At first, Javai looks to furrow his brow, not expecting this answer nor this direction, but he as you explain it from the sultry tones of your elvish voice, saying speaking of how it is a marvel and how you have never seen something like this and that you need direction, he seizes upon the opportunity to look and appear haughtier and more sophisticated. And with a clear scoff of superiority, he will step forth flamboyantly and gesture at it, looking to his nephew Geron and say, "Why don't you show our guest here, Geron, how you open an elf door? Can you believe they've never seen it before?" And the elf that he addressed is quick to oblige by running towards the the end of the door that is intended to swing open, and pressing his hand against it. As he does so, he does not seem to need to do anything else, and simply with a sort of movement of his wrist, the door's centerpiece slams shut, blocking the sight. Then, after a pregnant pause, there's this slow groan as the door begins to swing to life. The man takes a step back, knowing what's about to happen, as the door suddenly bursts forth in as much of a show as one can possibly have from such a heavy object, thus revealing in full grandeur the marbled inside of the manor.
Dude, if I didn't hit, that guy was definitely going as a human shield behind my dagger. I just want everyone to know that.
The guard returns
Roll
to
grapple this man.
the guard returns to meet with the four of you on the other side and says, "On you go. Try not to make more of a scene."
At this, Narath looks to the guard and widens his smile even further to an unnatural extent, staring into his eyes before stepping forward.
What exactly are you trying to intimidate him for, or like you're just trying to like scare
I'm
him?
just trying to make him scared.
Oh, okay.
Big dragonborn that looks like he came from the grave,
Dude, I really wish he'd not won that, just so that I'd be like, what
Dude,
the
I
fuck
know.
is this
He
lizard
draws
looking at
his
me for?
sword.
Yeah, he
No,
just,
not,
The
not
guard
even
just-
that.
He
Not
just
even
looks
that.
at
The
you
guy's
and he's
just
like,
yeah.
you got something in your teeth. You know, like no, the guard shrinks from your advance and takes a step back, clearly put off by your display. And without daring to offend the guests of his master, he stares off into the distance, doing his best to ignore you.
I'm going to put a hand on the silver's shoulder and be like, I know, some of them are quite unsightly, but I assure you, out of all of the different colored scales, silvers are some of the finest. Just don't be put off by his unsightly appearance.
All right, Derek said, at your words, the guard will manage a nervous chuckle before feeling like he should immediately fall silent again and once again staring off into the distance.
Don't be afraid, he's just ugly.
Yeah. So as you four approach the door, the sight of a strange automaton stood next to a very royal-looking elf who, nonetheless, does not seem to be the sort of most pompous-looking of the elves. That's the one next to him's job and role. They stand waiting your arrival. While Jaron, you wouldn't know his name obviously, but the smaller and younger-looking elf is staring at all of you as you enter. He dares not say anything, simply just awestruck in the size of the Draconin, the Knoll, and, well, he's less interested in you, Silas. Feel free to move your tokens over, by the way, guys.
Going in.
as
Come on,
you're-
boys.
Oh, right, yes, of course.
Yeah,
In
we're all
and
going
around.
That's right.
in. Yeah.
Doop, 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 doop.
All right, so while these four are approaching, Blink and Ashtorium, Blink speaking for Ashtorium still, do you have anything that you would like to say? Maybe this is the part where Ashtorium flashes you the thieves' cant for distraction, question mark, or something of the sort?
All right, so Blink will flash him the thieves' cant for close one, and then peering his eyes upon Narath and his band of idiots, will also give him the sign of distraction.
That's right, you do recognize Narath and Silas, but the other Draconin and the giant hound-headed creature that you do not immediately recognize, they don't seem familiar to you at all. Though you can easily guess that one of them is simply another dragon creature, dragon descendant. The other beast of a man seems, while not hostile, certainly not priest-worthy. Thinking back to what the guards spoke of before. Now, at this point, Javai is going to step forward, the more pompous of the elves, and as a show, perhaps towards his audience, he will say to the four of you, "And who among you leads this merry band?"
Arath will step aside and motion to Silas, saying, Mr. Silas leads us initiates in the blessing.
That is correct. I will guide them on the process of the ritual and the blessing.
The elf will be sizing you up in rather in a look of almost disbelief and sort of chuckle, not just quietly but quite loudly, actually. At first, it's a quiet chuckle, and then he almost projects it louder to make sure everyone in the room can hear it echo off of the thick walls of stone and marble. He speaks to you, Silas, and says, Forgive me, I was not expecting one of your stature to be flanked by such imposing figures, and yet to be the leader of the troop. Your name, Sir Human?
My name is Silas.
He meant full name because I introduced you as Silas already.
I repeat it again and see if he requires more information.
Based.
Just Silas. He eyes you suspiciously. Well, then I am just Javai. And with me is just Evaristus. He stands there
From the
with-
north.
No, he doesn't say that. Just say that's from the north is clearly his last name.
That's right.
That's right. It is. That's right.
Javai looks to the rest of the troop and seemingly not at all interested in the names of the non-leaders of the bunch, says, "Well, you are here to bless us, are you not? I suppose you can do so from within the gates."
Norath will pipe up. No. Well.
Narath wants to, but
Does he?
he's thinking about whether or not he should.
Yeah.
I almost said shoulder.
Silas have anything to say immediately?
I really almost said shoulder like an idiot. Blink will walk next to, like behind Javai and whisper in his ear something along the lines of talking to him in private for a moment.
He's like trying to gesture.
Yeah, like take a step back and like have a quick sidebar conversation.
Does Silas respond?
Yeah, are you guys gonna allow the elven interloper to intervene, or do you have something to say in reaction to what the elf, the pompous elf, said?
Hearing the kind of attitude of resistance, Silas would like to size him up and see if he's actually a person of authority at a glance.
Okay, sure. Give me an insight check.
One who's not me
God
also make one.
Damn.
22.
Goodness gracious alive, boy.
Okay.
He sees
So-
it to his soul.
Silas, you've been studying this elf who identifies himself as Javai since the moment the aperture appeared in the door. Your read on his character seems to be that though pompous he certainly is, he also is very much a man invested with some authority. He directed not one but two separate elves to do the dirty work of simply opening the door, seemingly preferring others to do his bidding, perhaps used to that by now in his state of life. He does not seem to take orders from any, and he was the first to speak to you, the others seemingly respecting his authority enough to allow him to speak first, recognizing that he is the voice of the place. While he has not identified himself by last name, you can guess that he is familiar with this place. Not only did he understand exactly what one needed to do with the door, but he has not taken a second look around the surroundings whatsoever, and seems unimpressed by the grandiosity of the architecture, as if he's grown, maybe not tired, but certainly used to the accoutrements of the place. So, it's safe to say that this man has authority over this domain.
Connecting these dots, Silas will step forward and then speak in Elven to the man and say, forgive me, it seems I have misread you. Indeed, we are here to give the blessing of Sazarin to this place.
However,
The elf is, due to your keen read on this man, the elf is quite surprised, and it shows on his face, perhaps to you more than the others, that he was not expecting this turn of events. In fact, he had looked toward, had entirely disregarded your presence as soon as his elven comrade spoke to him. or gestured towards him, intending to perhaps make you wait for their conversation to conclude. But when you speak in his own tongue, he lets out a soft gasp of surprise, perceptible only to you and your keen sense of the man. He replies rather swiftly, correcting his expression, and says, "What is the meaning of your move into my domain? Human, you speak my tongue, and yet you come here on a pretense of being a cleric of the Savras order. They are not known for their love of elves."
As he says this, Blink Evaristus will turn towards his other ear, the ear farther away from the group, and will whisper, "I know why they are here," in an elven tongue.
Okay, can you roll, if you're trying to keep this from the rest of the group, especially knowing that Silas now speaks Elvish fluently, to avoid being heard by him, you're going to need to make I'm going to say a stealth check, because you're essentially trying to be stealthy. All right, and the passive perception of Silas, I believe that clears that, is it not? Is passive perception, it's like 10 plus proficiency plus modifier, or is it 8 plus proficiency?
Yeah, so
8 plus proficiency plus mod. But
my passive perception is 15.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. So Silas, you will hear not the full text of the short whisper, but this elf will seemingly, the elf that spoke to Javai, who has not yet been identified, is clearly attempting to hide words from the rest of you, including your ears, and will apparently have just outright said something along the lines of, professed some knowledge of your true plans, which will most likely quite heavily alarm you, since you haven't spoken to any elves, and perhaps, the only thing I can really think of here for Silas is that he might immediately be drawn back to the logic of when the other elf said that he would be watching him,
That makes sense.
Benson will. Alright, fucking Benson.
Get fucked, buddy. Get fucked.
Cullen got you with that one. He just randomly said shoulder, and then you immediately broke.
Yeah, so Silas will look to the elf, acknowledging his concern, and he will say, "I ask that you not consider this a cause for alarm. We have not heard any specific reports, nor are we here with an ulterior motive. It is just our purpose to make our pilgrimage, and for me to teach the students of Savras how to apply the blessing wherever magic may occur."
Okay. The Javai will be sort of having his attention torn on two fronts. He's certainly regarding Evaristus with some interest, and clearly wishes to speak with this man. But the further discussion from Silas has also apparently piqued his interest. After a moment of consideration, he will say, "I must grant my esteemed elven guest with a little bit more of my audience. So, make yourselves as comfortable as you can. I will be back for you. Wander not from this grand hall." And when he says grand hall, it's almost like he's not quite being sarcastic, but he's like saying it not because he believes it necessarily to be grand, but because he feels like he must say that it is so. And he will be making a move to step back as the rest of the elf and the automaton step back as well. Unless anybody has something to say beforehand.
As they go to walk away and they're no longer facing us, Silas will cast message on Blink, and he will say, "We are not your enemy."
Ooh. All right, Evaristus, you've just had
How
a
does he know
message
that?
in your head.
Evaristus will respond. Would I know what the message cantrip is?
It's common among like not among rogues, obviously, but I think it would be common enough. Let me take a look at your character sheet again. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say if you had like a flat 10 in Arcana, maybe it would be magic and like you'd be like, what the hell's that? But you have an 11 as like passive or whatever. So we're gonna say that while you've not experienced it too many times, or maybe any at all, um, you would be aware of this kind of magic, and it would be the voice of Silas. So even if you weren't immediately connecting the dots that it's the message cantrip, you would have that general presence of Silas still lingering there for a moment, as if you could simply think a response back to him silently, if you so desired.
Evaristus will respond mentally, saying, I know. But you will. It'll actually be a different voice than the one you've probably heard speaking, especially if you heard the whispers. But he will be responding with, I know. But you will be a way to help my greater quest. And then he will turn. He will start addressing the Javai.
Yep. So the three of you, Lucy just returned, it looks like, which is great news because I was worried that his computer would be forever Linuxed. So, Lucy, how are you? Are you here? Are you
I don't know, he joined and muted, so.
Ah, he is muted. Okay. Well,
I'm a little Linux, but I can play.
okay,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can play. Perfect. So,
Yes.
I'm guessing you didn't. I don't know if you pulled up the stream in the meantime or whatever to keep tabs on what's happening, or should we give you a quick recap of everything that occurred?
Quick recap.
Okay, perfect. So, I will say, okay, the when you dropped out was about when the party of four journeyed to the manor and decided that they would journey to the manor. So that part isn't super important for you because that wasn't for your character. But what was for your character is that Blink and Ashtorium were taken on a tour by Javai, the elf who seems to be the current regent of the place. He indicated the servants' quarters as if you didn't know where that was, and used that as the explanation for why he addressed you rudely. He flicked his finger and thumb, snapping his fingers to create a flame on the within the sort of what was it, the fireplace. But the flame itself is silent and simply is just almost like bathing the room in a slightly artificial looking light. He then gave you a tour of the up the stairs and indicated that there's a study room, a magic user's room, and a playroom for a child. However, the playroom has not been used in a while due to the fact that the Delena has not been with child in a long time. Nevertheless, she keeps it guarded. There's another room to the north that's a spare room and has not had anything in it in a while either. And the remaining room that remains shrouded in darkness for you, since you have not been in it, is apparently the same room that is the lounge for Delena herself. And that's the same thing that was told to you by the servant in red that was sweeping the floors. Shortly after this tour concluded, you also saw a group of like three sort of knights standing vigil, and a nephew of Javai's called Jaron. Jaron was immediately brought up to you guys, running exuberantly towards you, a young-looking elf, and he said that there's apparently a group of foreigners at the gates, which brought your attention back to the entrance hall, and then the door opened up with a small like mechanical aperture to show just a part of it, which gave you an initial look at them all. And a guard had said that there was a group of the Order of Savras, who I'm not sure Ashtorium would know about, but either way, the Order of Savras is apparently here to bless this place. They were allowed in, and that was after you rolled a heroic 18 on an Arcana check, and then signed in Thieves' Cant to help Blink avoid a potential disaster of, trying to operate an elven-coded door, where obviously him not being an elf could have potentially caused a problem there. Instead, it was the exuberant Elf Duran that opened the door and allowed them in, and a brief conversation has taken place thus far. But it seems that this is indeed the distraction that you maybe have been looking for. So that's a very short, quick, rapid-fire recap.
Nice. I'm glad I got that good roll.
Yeah, it was pretty good because he nat one, so he 100%
Oh.
would have opened the door and exposed it.
During that elvish conversation, I think Narath would have been eyeing up the warbot. To get an idea of what it was.
Is that what your 16 insight was for? Or
Yeah.
what were you specifically? I think that was in response to the other elf, the more regal-looking one, speaking to Javai. But I don't know if that's just what I was thinking.
Do you want insight or arcana or?
Well, maybe history for you, because Ashtorium doesn't immediately necessarily look magical, right? But
It's a talking robot.
So
Well, he
You
hasn't
don't know
talked
that it
yet.
talks yet. Yeah,
Yeah.
you kicked.
Okay,
So
but he's clearly a construct.
yeah.
Okay, well, advantage because I'm 105.
It is a history check. I can't believe you're not proficient in history despite being so old.
I'm not intelligent. I'm a soldier who was turned into these things.
Somebody clip that.
he's not intelligent.
No,
That's it. That's the whole.
Clip it and
book.
ship it. Clip it and ship it.
Dude,
Because I'm
you gave yourself
13.
advantage. Well, it's
You
a
gave
14
himself
if it's not
advantage. It's a
advantage.
14, 17.
Well, okay, Narath, you've been eyeing up the robot, and it does indeed seem to be a warforged. You've encountered these very infrequently. These constructs have usually very unique purposes, forged indeed for conflict, yet not always immediately used for that purpose. It doesn't immediately surprise you that a regal and royal-looking elf of one such stature as the man who has not yet been introduced or identified would seem to be like immediately using the like this as a companion of sorts. It seems like exactly the kind of thing a rich, well-off person, no matter what their race, but especially elves who are always fascinated with magical and technological objects would do. So it's not immediately a surprise to you that a warforged accompanies a very an elf from high places, but still, there's something about it that seems to almost like be a bit of a surprise to you. The fact that it doesn't bear significant armor, the fact that it seems to be like an automaton which has, what would you say, like just a more sturdy construction without needing to bond with any sort of armor. Gives off this general feeling of like it looks sturdy. It provides you with this surety that it would not need a weapon, and none are on its person to be good in a fight. Perhaps the perfect kind of guest or bodyguard for a high value target that may not want to brandish weaponry about their person. So that's probably the bulk of what you've been able to identify just from looking at it.
Do I have any reason to believe it would be resistant to my breath weapon?
Let's take a look at your breath weapon again. Wait, where even is your breath weapon?
It's on my
it's part of
draconian.
your origin, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the breath weapon is 1d8 thunder damage. Okay, yeah. You have no reason to believe that it would be resistant to that kind of like a magical force. It looks more ready to resist like more physical things. However, given that elves are inherently a magical people, it's possible that there's some latent magic resistance that the Warforged possesses, but it's not immediately obvious looking at it.
All right. Well, with that done, Arath will turn to Silas and sort of look at him intently, not saying anything, but trying to imply through his facial expressions that he needs a message now to be filled in.
Before Silas messages him, he will use this opportunity while they have stepped away to kind of gaze around the room and see if there's anything that would draw his attention.
Okay, Silas, you're going to look around the room, the grand hall with a humongously raised ceiling and glittering silver and gold emblazoned atop that same ceiling. There's a large chandelier with none of the lights lit, as if just there for the gaudiness and less for the utility. There's a flame you can immediately identify as not being true, but rather magical, arcane, and artificial in nature, bursting from the fireplace, silently warming and lighting the hall in the distance. There's also a small set of rugs and two giant tables that are currently clear, but seem fit for purpose for hosting large banquets. There's a single door on the opposite end of the room, and to your immediate south lies a wide staircase leading up to an upraised pillar where you have had previously seen a sort of battlement of sorts that had windows with which to view and keep watch. You suspect there is likely some sort of guard or at least it's a guard post, so you wouldn't be surprised if there was one up there. To the north, there are a set of very large stairs that lead to a higher floor that does not immediately stick out to you as being, it's like a significant step up, so it must be some place of import, but it's not immediately something you look at and think, is any more attention-grabbing than anything else in the grand room.
So
while they're observing or talking or whatever, can I have the sidebar? I can just type it if you want.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to type your Elven conversation. And Darex, what were you about to do? What were you saying?
Yes, so basically the entire time I've been here, I've been slack jaw, mouth open, in both awe and sort of derision at everything I'm seeing. But after a moment, when I'm done gaping at everything I see in this grand hall, I'm actually going to use divine sense. If what the silver scaled Narath was saying is true, then certainly I should feel something here.
Okay. All right.
Oh God. Oh, God. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Darex, you place a hand over the golden drake emblazoned upon your breastplate, and closing your eyes, you utter a silent, thoughtful prayer to the Starfather. Ixtragram responds, you presume and hope, with once more flooding of your senses as divine energy pours through your body. Again, not with your nose, but with your very essence. The good, the evil, they become a scent to you. And you smell, while not as pungently, that same sense of evil that you smelled in the cellar all those moments ago now. But it's not just coming from somewhere within the manor. There's reverberations to the scent. Something that would not make sense to anyone if you attempted to describe it. Just this echoing, thumping, steady, rhythmic moving. What's happening in this manor is exactly what you had feared. A ritual of sorts, some kind of significant magical effort, and channeling onto something living, something breathing, something beating powerfully enough that divinity itself is nearly obscured. A force, a source of something truly good, subjected to something truly evil. I'm going to need you to roll a perception check.
Okie artichoke. Perception. Here we
Please
go.
roll a 1.
10. I have rolled 4 10s today, baby. That's my number.
Mid.
All right, Darix. The feeling seems to permeate you, permeate the room you're in. It's not just the manner. It doesn't even seem to be coming from any particular place. It's as if the source is so close you could nearly grasp it if you reached out long enough, but nothing immediately gives way to what it really is. You focus your senses, divine though they may be, on anything that can give you a hint as to what is truly transpiring in this manner. All that you've been filled with is the certainty that evil stands to triumph over good. But where is it? What is it? Then, another heartbeat. Another rhythmic thump. This one coming from deeper within the manor. Up the stairs and through a door, you can almost visualize finding a way to what you seek.
This entire experience, like if someone's paying attention, they'll probably see like my snout is like upturned, and at several times I quietly growl, and especially when I feel that terrible evil, when I feel that dark force suffocating whatever that is good, I growl like louder than I intend to. I don't even mean to. And when I open my eyes, for a moment I feel really exhausted, but I know exactly that, coming here was indeed the right course of action, and I look toward the stairs, since I know that's absolutely where I need to go. But then I run my eyes across the elves that I see in the room, and I don't know anything about these people other than what I've seen and what I've been told. And everything up to this point leads me to believe that these people are reprobates. They are irredeemable, disgusting degenerate.
All right, hold on. Before you continue this train of thought, I
can't stand these people.
I just want to see if either Ro, Narath, or Silas are thinking of saying or doing anything while Darix is becoming slowly overcome with his fury and distaste. I'll give Ro the option because he hasn't said anything in a bit.
Nope.
The problem is I don't know what to say.
Well, you will say that this is before anything has changed with Darix's demeanor, right? He's just looking through the place and seems to be like investigating it, like he's amazed and impressed, but also perhaps deriding it silently. Silas and Narath are speaking to each other silently in perhaps a similar way to the psychic link that I believe Silas did message Ro at one point, right? Like over the bridge.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're basically looking at them and thinking they're probably doing that. The
Right.
slender elf to your south is gawking at you and just like really staring at you, but hasn't said anything. And the other elves are, the two elves in the Warforged are off in the just off to the side, speaking quietly in a language you can't understand. So does Ro say anything or do anything or focus on anything in particular?
So there is something that has popped into my mind.
Okay.
So I would actually turn to Silas and
Narath,
yeah, and say, Master, for the ritual to succeed, don't we have to go to each corner of the structure in order to cast the ritual?
Silas will grin slightly and speak up as he looks back towards you, and he will say, "Good work, my student. You have correctly recalled the beginning of the ritual, but you've missed one thing. Any good blessing of Sazarin must begin in a place where knowledge is kept." And as he finishes speaking, he will side-eye back to look for a reaction.
From the elves?
Yes.
Okay. They seem to be entirely locked in conversation. It's tense but quiet. Perhaps you could perceive a bit of what they're after if you strain your senses with a perception check.
I will take the risk.
Afterward, Derek's gonna say something.
Yep. Well, there's also the opportunity that Narath and Silas have messaged, right? So we got to think about that as well in case they want to speak a little bit. Okay, so
Well, I only indicated that I wanted him the message.
right. Well, yeah, but like I'm
It
thinking
never
that
happened. So Ro
yeah.
could have done all this before that even
Okay.
happened.
Right, and Darix is kind of like lost in his own mind, thinking about stuff right now, and getting angrier and angrier.
Yes.
The longer things
Thank
go.
God this. Thank
It's
God
not gonna
this
be
place
good,
is so
boys. I'm just letting you know. We're about to blow up.
Let me roll to see if I notice Darax being a tism.
Right, the magic ritual to summon the blood demon.
What do you think, Pro? Do I notice Darax about to have another spurg?
Oh, well, I don't think he would be making it very, very quiet.
No,
so
remember,
the question is, the
yeah.
question really is, how soon do you notice it? And with the roll of 12, I'm going to say, Darix, you are like right on the verge of opening your maw and saying something or doing something when Nareth notices your move. So you will likely see Nareth take a step towards you. Do you have any you have an opportunity to say something or do something based on how quickly or not Nareth noticed. Do you take it or do you pause as Nareth moves towards you?
I don't do anything other than, like, I have a death grip on the handle of my Morning Star.
All right, Narath places a cold hand upon his shoulder once again and says in Draconic, unaware that you detect evil smells things going on, and say, friend, think carefully before you get us all killed. This is all in Draconic. Tell me what is wrong before you act.
Before you what?
Evil.
Before you act?
Before you act.
Okay. Darix, as Nareth approaches you and his attempts to soothe your movements and have you think more clearly, that sense of evil triumphing over good grows.
When I feel the coldness of his hand, it's even like I feel it somehow. I guess because my senses are so heightened right now due to the divine sense. I feel the coldness even through my chainmail.
Yep.
And I just, like, my whole shoulder jerks back, and I grit my teeth as if I'm gonna snap and, bite his face off. I like only then, like, it just a second before I do, I realize, like, oh crap, that's him. I'm I'm near bloodlust mode. It's not very pretty. And yeah, and I growl the words in Draconic, like, there is a great and terrible evil here.
Responding back, good. You sense it as much as I.
More. I'm gonna point. I'm actually gonna use my tail to point. Because, like, my hands are still, like, on the death grip. I'm using my tail to point up the stairs. I know. I can feel it. I almost know the path to take up the stair.
Good. But hold back your rage. We do not wish to show our hand. Surprise will be key with this many magic users about. We will engineer a way to follow that path. Secure the magic source. And God and Stram is willing. Put every one of these degenerates to the sword during our escape.
Nareth, you speak of surprise, and perhaps you will also be surprised by what happens next. Silas, you've focused your attention on the conversation happening in Elvish, and you can't quite make out every word of it. But one interesting word crosses your ears. The word delectable. It's said with a sinister tone. And then, just like that, Javai turns around and signals to the slender and younger elf, who quickly begins to move up the stairs to the south, before, just as quickly as he went up, halfway, descending and moving his way towards the north. The sudden movement is unexpected from the young one, who seemed to have been quite jovial and eager previously.
Is when that first happened, like when he signaled the Duran or whatever his name was,
Yeah.
did he look away?
Yep. He turned entirely away from you
Right.
to signal before turning back.
All right. I'm
So he's got like
assuming
a short
once they-
time,
Yeah, I'm assuming once they turned, Silas would have looked at me or looked at the elf.
Mhm.
And as they look, Silas, you will see Evaristus tapping his, using one hand to mimic a mouth moving and tapping his temple while looking at you.
Silas will nod, and he will cast the message cantrip on you, simply saying, "Yes."
Responding mentally, Evaristus will say, "Keep this going. We have you. You are my distraction to the matriarch. They believe you here to harm. I do not know the plan, but I believe the evil in here can be taken down in one fell swoop. You are the distraction in just the nick of time, friend."
Casting message again, Silas will say, "So you can confirm that there's something going on here. Tell them that we must bless the place of knowledge here."
There's a magic user to the north, rightmost row. I'm here for the matriarch. Everything else is fair game.
Okay, Javai will, rather than like before allowing any further conversation, mentally or otherwise, will clear his throat and take a step forward towards the four of the interlopers, the supposed Order of Savras, and say, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the slowdown. Shall you follow me, and we shall bring you to a more prudent place for one blessing such as yours?"
Silas, you will see Evaristus nodding behind Javai.
Uh, Before Silas responds, he would like to see, does he feel like he trusts this interaction?
Like, trusts in what way?
Do their motives seem to align with their presentation?
Oh, you get the sense he is dead set on leading you further into the manor, but exactly where is not yet apparent. Hey, you can't do
Well,
that.
deeper into the manor is where we want to go. So
Silas will glance back to the group and then back to the elf, and he will say, "I am appreciative of your cooperation, and hope you understand that we do not intend to take up too much time. If you could simply lead us to a place where knowledge is stored, I will begin the process of the blessing, which requires spreading out from the source of knowledge to protect those barriers and zones, those hallways which lead to it."
The elf is, to the best of your read, feigning interest in your discussion and nodding along when appropriate. He walks with poise and purpose, leading you towards the staircase and signaling for Ashtorium and Evaristus to follow. Not long after you begin to enter further into the manor, any who dare look back will see the guards, human they are, moving closer to the entrance of the door before it slams shut. With Javai in the lead, he moves up the ramp or the bridge towards the landing. To Ashtorium and to Evaristus, this will certainly look like a change of pace. The knights seem to be stepped far further closer to the beginning of the landing, away from their previous posts from whence you last remembered. But it doesn't seem to make Javai pause one bit as he moves to step closer past two of them. They don't seem
Alexander,
to be...
Did you answer that question? Sorry.
No worries. They don't seem to track your movements, instead seemingly frozen and like stolid in place.
While we're walking,
Mm-hmm.
Derek's being Derek cannot hide his contempt, hate, actually. Just hate. Completely gone is the serenity and peace that was finding. He's usually gentle, white draconic eyes. Anytime he walks by an elf, he has to stop himself from just clubbing him over the head with his morning star.
Right.
So if any of them do notice that, I just
they seem
may
to
or may not cause a problem.
Right. The suits of armor that stand near you seem entirely to not at all respond to your.
Are they alive?
Well, as described, they seem entirely still, yet as if suspended within animation, and quite oddly placed if they're meant to be sculptures. Certainly, at first glance, you look at them and think to yourself, wow, those are some well-equipped soldiers. But upon a second glance, if you allow Derek's to have such a thing in his current moment, he may notice their uncanny, like a frozen state.
Right, they're not moving, not breathing, not any of that.
No movement in them detected whatsoever.
Man, these elves really are lazy degenerates.
Does Nereth have reason to believe that it's possible to put the souls of the dead in armor to fight?
Oh yeah, I would say Farron would most likely 100% have already done that, either in front of Narath, like in the presence of Narath. Yeah, for sure, Narath would have seen that before.
Oh boy, do
Have
not
reason to
let
believe
Derek
that
know.
These things are that case.
It's entirely possible and would not fly in the face of your current understanding of the elves.
Right.
My God.
y'all better keep a lot of this stuff to yourself. I'm just letting you know. Do not let him know.
As we're entering, can I take a few seconds to analyze whether or not the still figures are wearing the same coat of arms as the elves, or if they appear to be something else?
That's a good question.
Sure, Silas, as you walk by and take a moment to examine these statues, if that's indeed what they are, you notice that while each one does bear a different set of armor, perhaps a bit puzzlingly so, they all have the same symbol emblazoned upon their breastplate or sewn into a vestment or tunic. Either way, the symbol does seem to match the same insignia, the same circular metal carving that was that turned into the aperture on the door. Looks like the emblazoned.
Okay, interesting.
Right. So, you guys are walking through at the landing. Ro, do you have any remarks or observations?
Am I getting anything from the suits of armor? Like,
Yes, that's a good point, Ro. I think that as you draw up the stairs, that faint flickering whisper in the back of your head will certainly be sounding off. This time in a language you once again do not comprehend, much like your run-in with the crates previously. You set your eyes upon these frozen sets of armor, and indeed, they seem to exude some sort of ancestral power, be it the presence of a trapped soul or something else. The fallen warrior still lies within, apparently.
See. Yeah,
Narath
so
will. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so yeah, I would definitely be suspicious of them as I
Mhm.
walk past, but not actually do anything just yet.
Okay. And I'm guessing,
Narath.
just for the sake of it, Ashtorium is simply following with Blink. Do you guys have any, thieves' can't hand signals you want to exchange quietly while following the lead of this elf?
No, Ashtorium's autistic, so he doesn't do anything.
Ashtorium's a Linux user. He
Robots
just
are
rebooted.
autistic.
He's
Yeah.
Everistus is just signing "Be ready."
Hmm.
Right.
In a similar vein, Narath will step next to the knoll and whisper in a very low tone, "Be wary." And then he will step forward, heading up towards the head of the group, and ask. Well, he doesn't really know which elf to ask, but as a general question, belong to any ancestors? Motioning to the armor.
The tight-lipped Javai will not be too compelled to respond to your question, but you'll see the tug of a smile, perhaps a smirk even, on his lips as you ask the question. Without meaning to sound like he's responding to that query in general, he'll proclaim loudly, loud enough that even though he does not look to any of you, his voice is still clearly heard. Don't mind the help.
With understanding that Narath tries to hide, he simply continues forward.
Okay. All right. So, as Javai continues to lead you closer and closer to the room that the door that only what would you say the room that only what the hell's his name, Elavistris?
Everistus.
Everistus and Ashtorium will be immediately familiar with. The the elf that seems to call the shots around here will gesture towards the door to the south, saying, "Well then, cleric of Savras, you spoke of a place full of knowledge. This is certainly one such a place."
I want to use divine sense again.
Oh shit! All right.
There's 3 doors. I know it's up the stairs, but I don't know because you said it's up the stairs, but you didn't.
I said through a door up the stairs through a door. That's
through
right.
a door. It's like, which one? There's 3.
All right.
Just have
Well,
to cast it again.
While Darix activates his divine sense, do any of you have anything else to say?
I would like to say, is that so? And I will glance between the 2 doors the 3 doors, looking for any obvious signs of what they are, as written in Elven or otherwise.
Sure. There's no immediate markings on any of the doors, nor any of the walls near the doors, but if you want to give me a perception check, I can tell you if you notice any other information. Okay. With a roll of 13, Silas, you focus your attention on each door, having to spend a little bit less time looking to the north, considering your host seems intent on guiding you to the south. But you surmise that the door to the north has not been used in quite a while. The one to the west, while used seldomly, does seem to call to have a bit more of a regal call to it. Perhaps it's a door of greater import, whereas the door to the south, while it has seen maybe a similar amount of use to the one to the west, it does not immediately seem significant. At the same time, Derek's, you once again feel the wisdom and vision of the Starfather flood your senses. That same reverberating, waxing, waning intensity, the smell of evil triumphing over good, it still is within your grasp. Yet, that reverberation, that stench, that comes from deeper within the manor to the west. Still yet another source of true evil seems to be coming not from the door to your immediate north, but to one from the northeast, one that had been entirely disregarded by the party and the elf combined.
As
The west and northeast. Okay.
as Silas thinks over the doors, he will hear Evaristus loudly clear his throat and then apologize.
Like the evil hits me again, and I like grip, like I kind of like reach out and a snap movement to grip the robe of Silas, and I let go. I open my eyes again and try not to immediately take my Morning Star and club the elf over the head that's sitting right next to me. I refrain from doing so. I could do it. I could do it right here, right now. I could do it. He's standing right there.
Just tell me so we can go west.
Oh yeah, I will. In Draconic, I will.
Well,
I inform him after, of course, their conversation.
yeah. So, Silas, do you have any verbal response to what was said based on the information you've gleaned from your examination of the doors, or any response in action to what happened when Evaristus, the other elf, who you have already messaged once or twice, I guess, before, clearing his throat, seemingly apropos of nothing?
Yes, Silas will look to Geo and he will gesture towards the door to the left, and he will say, I am fine with blessing any old study, but if there is anything of import or concern that you wish to be included in the blessing, I would suggest that you point it out now before I spend the materials.
Javai will look to you with a barely concealed sneer, one that is nearly like it may even catch you by surprise that he responds in such a way. And he'll say, I believe this is where your duties will be most useful.
Do I get the impression he is merely offended that I have asked, or that he is hiding something?
We'll say that it seems out of character for what you know of the man so far, based on your stellar read of him previously.
And Silas will nod and then look to Blink, and he will say, my apologies. It was not my intention to offend. Do you concur with your master's statement?
Evaristus is going to chuckle and say, far from my master. I only met him today. I know not what is behind this door, but if it is what he
Side note,
says...
do I recognize these autistic speech patterns?
What?
why would
Dude, you would need to hit such an incredible insight check.
Like unhittable.
Yes, exactly. A nat 20 would make you confused. Well,
All right.
there you go. No, you have never met this man in your life.
Well, especially because they don't speak the same at all.
Yeah, he just doesn't do a
Anyway.
voice. Listen, if he spoke in Russian, you would still not understand him.
That's right.
Anyway, Blink will say, I only met this man today, but if it is what he says, I suppose he knows better than all. While this happens, he is gazing towards the west door.
Okay, so Narath has
Dar-
been indicated by Darex's tail that the west door is of import, and now you see this other elf gazing towards the western door. So, does Narath have anything in particular?
Narath will pipe up and say, "Well, it seems we have our target for blessing, Master. However, for the sake of time, I think I and the others should start heading for the far corners of the structure, lest we have to burden our hosts for far longer. What do you say that you get praying in there with, what's the name of the knoll again?
Ro.
With Ro. While me...
Did he ever introduce
and-
himself? Are we just saying that he did on the way there or something?
Let's say he did.
Yeah. If I didn't, then just on
Sure,
the way.
yeah. By the way, Ro, the whisper comes up again, despite the fact that you've long since moved past those suits of armor. And when you next gaze towards them as a response, presumably, of the whisper, you'll see that there's been some movement.
I see. So then, in that case, I'm gonna want to get. Well, I'll probably start with Narath or Silas's attention.
Mhm.
Just whichever one is not too busy right now.
Hey, you can't do that.
Let me finish my statement first.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I said, you go pray in there, boss. Get it all set up, and me with Ro, while me and Narath head for the far corners.
You're Narath.
No,
Yeah.
Got him. Got him.
There you go.
The other draconic, the other me, the other me.
Third
Me and
person.
Jason.
Yeah,
young
third-
me.
Yeah, young me.
Mhm.
Little me. Okay.
I mean, that was basically not as holier than thou, but Narath used to be. I can understand.
Mhm. All right, so Silas, you've just been propositioned by Narath to send the rest of his, the other priests here to bless the corners sooner rather than waiting for all of them to start the ritual in one spot.
Does the elf have anything else to say while this is happening?
No, he silently stares at you. His body language his body kind of turned half towards you, half towards the southern door, waiting for you to step forth. And perhaps growing more irritated the longer you do not.
So Silas will nod and say, "All right, I shall quickly review the process for the ritual with my students, and then we shall take separate paths." And then he will take a step towards the door.
Okay. So.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, what were you up to, Ro?
Interrupt Narath and tell him like I think the armor is coming for us.
Yeah, I've also
Like
let him know in Draconic.
Yeah. So, Narath, I'm gonna put you back to where you were. Javai will, with a sly smirk, look to you, Everestus, and speak in Elven, loudly enough that Silas too will hear him, and seemingly in response to what Ro just uttered, say, "Well, brother, they are not as dull as they seem."
It appears not, friend.
Combat. He's gonna be a fucking vampire.
Vampire elf.
The worst kind.
That's right.
I mean, come on, look at that art, and then like
Oh, yeah,
everything
dude, like,
that's happening. The spooky man.
This dude is so evil. It's like, it's insane, dude.
Hey,
He's a
It's
fucking
insane.
vampire.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Three Lethal, you should move one step to the left.
He can. It's
Free the
paused.
fall.
I know.
Why does he
That's
want to
alright.
do that? Why would-
Sneak attack? Forehead?
Good question. Isn't it?
Attack of opportunity.
yeah.
And he walks away.
Javai will be taking another step back. And while he's not regarding you with any specific suspicion, Evaristus, he does not quite turn his back to you. Though, if you wished to simply reveal your gambit to him immediately, you could take an attack of opportunity.
Nah.
All right. Javai will...
Wait. Can I use that attack of opportunity to, like, human shield his ass and put a knife to his throat?
Sure, you'll be rolling a grapple check. So that will be either strength... Well, no, it is your strength. So it's your athletics.
Advantage because it's an attack of opportunity? I don't fucking need it. I don't fucking need it.
Holy shit.
hell!
I don't fucking need it.
Oh,
Damn.
goodness gracious. Chill out, man.
All right. So Javai is making moves to step away from you, but your movements are like a wraith in the night. Undetectable almost, yet certainly there. Your arms wrap around him as if he was made to be your glove. And soon you've got a dagger perched at his throat. Perhaps to your surprise, the man seems more amused than flustered by the situation, but he has not yet moved to open his mouth, nor struggled against your grasp. Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Some duller than others, brother.
All
I
right.
want the matriarch.
So how exactly are you holding / grappling this man? Are you just sort of like, you've got one arm wrapped around his torso and the other has the blade to his throat, or how?
I was thinking less than that. I was thinking I have like my left arm like elbow locked around his neck, and I have my right hand is my dagger in it, and it's like holding it over his chest, like ready to plunge it.
Okay. So the elf is going to raise an arm, but be silent. Do you have any reaction to this? Are you waiting to see what he says or does?
He's a mage. Stab him.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
The movement
Magic
does not
exists in the
immediately
world.
seem threatening. I'll point that out.
Don't matter, kill him.
He's a mage. Stab him.
Yeah, dude. You don't let him talk, think, act.
He's fucking telling the suits of armor to get the fuck over here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, probably.
Just do an assassin thing. Don't let the villain talk. Please don't let the villain talk.
Slit his throat.
You fool! Don't you know you
Oh,
followed?
he also needs the the knowledge or the information. Where is this matriarch?
She's somewhere
Yeah,
in
if
here.
we
We
just
can
kill
kill
everyone
everybody. We can
with
kill
wrestling,
everybody.
we'll find the matriarch and kill them, right?
Yeah.
All
We
right,
can kill everybody in this bitch.
which arm moves?
His right arm. If it's not occupied, if not, it'll be his left arm.
Let Derek talk to him. It'll be good. It'll go great. It'll go great.
At the sight of seeing his arm move, suddenly or not, Blink is going to stab at the right arm, like dragging it down through the shoulder, like hitting his shoulder and stabbing it to like make it go limp.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Like stabbing through the outside of the shoulder into the chest.
Okay. Evaristus, if that is your real name, your dagger cuts through the sinew and muscle, plunging into the elf's arm but through the shoulder. The shoulder? You
Hell yeah.
cut through and make sure to ruin any movement the arm might be able to allow for. Though sounds of pain escape the lips of this haughty elf as you do so, it's less than maybe you expected from such an injury, and as if not skipping a beat, his left arm then raises just enough to make a single snap. With that, the automata, or whatever they are, spring into action, no longer moving imperceptibly slow. Now, they jolt forward 10 feet apiece, and
Twice
draw
shaking.
their weapons at the ready. With that, we're going to say, roll initiative.
Yo.
Gotta kill him. They'll learn one day.
Question
There's no
is
combat.
Marath
Yeah, where's
the
the characters at the top? Oh, there it is. A whole 3, baby. Typical paladin. There we go.
Man, I'm mid, baby.
Man, my rolls are excellent tonight. Yes, sirree.
So Silas gets to go first.
Well, let's find out. I haven't rolled for the rest of them.
No, that's true.
Oh, damn. All right, here
Okay.
we go.
Oh, he rolled a 19.
So, the suit of armor that is all the way on the east will move first. It moves unnaturally, no longer as fast as it did previously, but still a steady enough pace to begin to close the gap. Rather than go for any one of you, it moves to you as a body, seemingly intent on getting close enough to its owner, operator. It's the one who wishes to, who has seemingly
The
sprung
elf.
them to life.
Yeah. Right.
Then, upon making its first moves, it will dash to close the gap further, making sure to give the party a wide berth, clearly acting with some form of intelligence. The last of its movement ends as it stands close, lording over the stature of Evaristus, the elf. Silas, you are up.
Okay. Observing the situation quickly, does Silas get the impression that everyone is hostile to the party right now, or is it just an altercation between these two?
Well, the armor suits were definitely,
Positioning
moving
threateningly.
around all of you, not just one of you.
To surround you, yeah.
But you,
Also, what he said in Elvish before I attacked him. He said that they're not all as dull as they seem.
yeah, and it
Right.
was in response
And
to
he
Ro
was backing,
commenting
yeah,
that
he was
the
saying it
suits moved
loud
closer.
enough so that
Yeah.
you can hear, too. So he's trying to kill you, dude.
Yeah, you get the sense that he is hostile, if not his suits of armor that
And
seem
the
to
way he
obey
was
his
acting
commands.
beforehand,
Yeah,
was
stab him in the
already
face. Stab him in the face.
That's right.
All right. Silas will charge up and kind of shimmy around, getting into an advantageous position, and then he will cast Booming Blade and try to strike at him with his spear.
Okay, let's see that. I believe you roll in a normal attack roll, or how does that work exactly? Let's see. Oh yeah, you do the
yes,
attack
normal
roll.
attack roll.
So you'll get enough to make sure you're targeting the. Oh, look at that. Make sure you're targeting the elf specifically. Okay. So now, because it's based on your weapon, if you want to, you do hit. If you want to click your weapon card and roll that for the damage. Okay.
Is there a way to skip the 2-hit and just roll the damage?
You can hit X on the prompt window that pops up and then just click the damage in the card.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
All right, that's 5 points of piercing damage.
Indeed it is. Okay. So, Silas, with the advantage of your target being pinned and constrained by the elf that seemed to be partial to your cause, your spear finds its mark, wreathing the target in thunderous energy. The magic bursts forth from your spear, which already incurs a tremendous amount of damage for this poor soul to sustain. He seems to fall limp with a softer than you would have expected, cry, and, for the moment, appears entirely defeated.
Stab him again.
Moment.
Do it
Man
again.
is
Destroy the
fucking
body.
undead. I don't care what you tell me.
Burn him.
Now go to attack this knight, bro.
No quarter, no mercy. Kill everything that's alive in this house.
That is my action, so I have to end my turn.
Got him.
Yeah, but you can move though, right? Fair.
I have to wait for my turn to
He-
speak.
He moved.
He moved to get into that position, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
how
not that
many-
much. I mean, he only
Yeah,
moved
not really.
15
Only
feet.
like
15
a couple
feet.
squares, yes, or 3 squares, yeah.
Because
So
it's trolling my sneak attack.
That's right. He is. Another suit of armor moves forth, apparently, unaffected by the seeming death of the elf. He strides forward, shield and sword in hand, and prepares to swing at you, Darix.
Okay.
Darix, you are able to get your weaponry out well in advance of this knight's of this suit of armor's assault. And though his strength is great, the sword is blocked by your shield. Another notch in it for the stories to tell.
That's right. I got like 18 ACs.
That's right.
Good luck, sucker.
Okay. Another suit of armor springs to action. This one gunning for you, Ro. This time, it comes not with a shield, but with a great sword, one whose size might rival your own great axe. But without missing a beat or blinking, you raise your weapon and shrug off the blow from the heavy armor. Not affected just yet. Blink or Everestus, what's up?
What's up, dude? I forget rules is our new rules is written. Is shove still a bonus action or no?
Shove is an action for now. I'm not sure if I'll change that or not.
Fuck.
Well, remember, one guy is, quote, dead. But I'd stab him again. I'd stab him again.
Disengage is also an action, but you know, just to remind you, you don't need to be a rogue to do that.
You're disengaging and then you're gonna leave us here to fight them, you sick fuck.
Don't get caught. Derek's will kill you too.
I totally didn't think that as well.
Well, he wants the matriarch, right? So
All right. So
Yeah, I want the magic.
this guy fell limp, but it like wasn't really limp. It was fake limp.
I'm just saying what happened. He fell limp over the spear and doesn't seem to be moving anymore.
One little poke and he's
Yeah,
dead.
but you said it was a lighter than expected limp.
Yeah, his moan of pain, his apparent death rattle was like that. Yeah.
If I insight check that or whatever check that, I do. Is that my action?
Yes.
I would say I'm going to say that would also have to take an action to do a full scale check on that to examine him, because you'd basically need to like turn him over in your body and or in your arms and like really look at him and give him a good pat down.
You're making this really hard for me to stab him in the forehead. All right.
Stab him in the back of the head. Just
I can't. I have no reason to. He fell dead. He's dead, dude. I have no reason to believe he's alive.
What we could try as a house rule on the spot is like you can make a check with disadvantage if you want it to be your bonus action. See if that's enough to give you something.
that's not bad.
Okay, well, with a roll of 12, though his demise seemed awfully suspicious for a man of his stature, and the way that he seemed to be quite conniving, haughty, and pompous, you reasoned to yourself that it would be pretty funny if he just died that way.
That would be pretty funny. It would be funny. Not wrong.
Sazarin are human, right?
Yes, correct. They're human. Certainly, they'll deal with anybody, but they are more human and they distrust elves.
After watching Silas absolutely, allegedly annihilate this man, knowing that his family absolutely hates elves,
Okay.
Evaristus is going to pull out his dagger and, despite still looking like an elf, is going to say, "Dirty fucking elf," and then stab him in the forehead or back of the head, whichever one's closest.
Bless.
All right. Well, that will be your action. And you
Okay.
you can go ahead and roll for damage if you like.
My character doesn't own a dagger. That's just a lie.
What are you talking about?
I tried to click it on my hotbar and it didn't pop up. Oh, it did pop up.
Yeah.
All right. There was a big yellow thing that said "You don't have a dagger."
You got two of them actually.
Popped up in the sidebar anyway.
Anyway,
You might not have been clicking on your token.
Dang.
maybe?
All right.
It was,
That's
it said my
Hit
character.
the stiff corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just different. Like impossible to miss. Fuck.
no, yeah, he wasn't like I didn't want him to even bother rolling to hit because he can. He gets it.
Anyway.
Yeah. So, in a wound that would have done equivalent damage to Silas's, spear strike, your dagger plunges into the now vacant head of the elf. There's no further sound other than a squelch and a bone crack as you pierce his skull and brain. Your dagger comes out not quite clean, but certainly dripping with very real blood. The thunderous magic that powers through his body still lies like a lure waiting to be plucked back, courtesy of Silas's magical display. But otherwise, the body does not move.
If he gets up, I'm gonna be pissed.
All right. With that, Blink will move to the left of this knight, or the west of this knight, and look towards Narath and say, "Any help with this knight would be greatly appreciated, friend."
You look towards who?
You, Narath.
Narath.
You.
But it's
No,
an
no,
old
no,
turn.
Old jig.
Okay, Ro.
It was really weird on my screen. Dude.
Okay.
You're up, my man. You got one knight looking at you with a great sword. You got another knight right next to. Well, they're not really knights, but they may have been at one time. Suits of armor.
So yeah, I'm gonna hit the suit of armor directly in front of me with my great axe.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's see here. Attack. Normal. That's gonna be a miss.
You're gonna strike out at the one right next to you. Okay. Like the one straight ahead of you.
The great sword.
In much the same way as you locked, as you blocked his assault, the armor raises his greatsword and blocks your assault in the same way, parrying it. It's a clash of two titans of steel as your blades sing through the room.
I'm gonna follow it up with a bite.
Hell yeah, dude.
Using my bonus action.
Fucking break your teeth.
Fuck yeah,
No.
dude.
That teeth of steel.
How do I?
That's right, baby.
Damage. I assume I hit, right?
Yep,
So
you
I
can
got a
damage.
20. Okay.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
It's basically.
Don't find a no.
All right. 6 points of piercing damage puncture the creature's steel. As you, where are you thinking you're biting down? Like shoulder, helmet, anything? Like
probably, somewhere like he would probably try to get into the neck area, but it's obviously like the part of the shoulder is blocking, so that's probably where his teeth are gonna end up.
Shoulder.
Yeah.
Yes. So you clamp your jaw down on the creature while you're ensuing it in battle, and your bite, to perhaps the surprise of any onlookers, pierces the hardened steel, chewing through it and incurring some damage to the creature. It doesn't respond with any pain, and you taste no blood, but that flicker of a whisper of acknowledgement from the entity sounds off in your head, Ro.
Mm. And let's see. That's probably the end of my turn. Although I might say something along the lines of I shall release you from this horrific end.
All right.
Hell yeah.
And then you can end your turn up top or somewhere else.
Oh yeah, gotta
Damn
click
turn.
on it. Forgot about that.
Narath, you are up. Now you can speak, as well as whatever else you're going to do that's useful in combat.
Well, in response to Blink, Narath will say, "I think your machine has you covered. I think your machine has you covered, race traitor."
So
Then,
base. So base.
then he will flank this guy with his sword drawn, and he will use his breath weapon first on the suit of armor.
Ooh, okay. Remember, that's anything in 10 feet, so you can actually hit both of them.
Oh, then I will hit both of them
Oh, yeah.
in one go.
All right. So go ahead and do the damage, and I
Failed
will...
to place measured template.
I don't worry about that part. I know what you're doing.
Okay.
It's only 10 feet, right? So
So do I roll this? Or...
yeah, roll for damage.
Well, 4 damage each. Or do I roll 2 damages, 1 for each?
That should actually be 1d8 plus 1 because of your character level being 1. So that's something I got to fix in the formula. So it's 5 damage then. And can make a Constitution saving throw. And it's against your spellcasting DC, which I don't remember exactly what is. Oops, that was the wrong roll. I believe that is 8 plus your proficiency bonus, which is 2, plus your spellcasting modifier, which is 3, because it's charisma.
It's 13. The thing calculates it for me in my spell list.
Okay, gotcha. So, okay. The armor, the suit of armor that is closest to you will look towards you as if to regard you as you approach. You wind your neck back, Narath, and the surge of the second Drake fills your belly as you let forth a powerful, thunderous response to their attempts at swinging at your newfound compatriots, kin included. Your breath weapon ignites the rug beneath you and wreathes the armor sets in magical effects. The first one seems only mildly staggered, taking a meager 2 points of damage, but the second takes the full brunt of your assault for 5 points. In any case, both of them look marginally worse for wear after your assault. And it was an impressive display to boot.
Narath then attacks with his long sword against the big guy in front of him. Advantage because of flanking, right?
So the flank, I was actually just looking back at the flanking rules. You have to be attacking an attack roll from 180 degrees opposite the target's facing angle. And it does give you advantage. So you'd have to be you'd basically have to be like either the top right square or the square you're in now.
Yeah, so I can
1,
do
2,
that.
3. Yeah, you can move to either one of those squares. So if you want to be there, you can do it. If you want to be up square 1, like 1 square up from where you are, you could also attack from that
angle. I think here's fine. Oh, actually, that means he can attack me.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
Yeah, so we'll just attack him with advantage.
Sure. Damn. Some
that
rolls.
Doesn't hit.
Indeed, your sword clunks up against the unbitten armor of the left shoulder of the suit of armor. Despite your previous assault, your sword is not going to cut it. literally.
He still breathed on him. Good turn.
Yeah,
Yep. Hey, as long as you're doing damage.
that's right.
It's more than I did.
I think he may have fallen asleep or something. What happened, Sham? You there?
I'm not falling asleep. I get to speak on my turn, so I have to type something up for.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Gotcha.
yeah, for Darks.
I mean,
You can type that up while
yeah,
Ashtorium
Lucy
goes.
goes.
Yeah. IMO.
Okay.
Unless you had something to say elsewhere. But all right, Ashtorium. You
Ashtorium will
are up.
Ashtorium
Is
will
that
leap
from
into
Darkest
action
Dungeon? That sound.
I don't know. I didn't add
and
it.
go behind the nearest suit of armor and punch it.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Ashtorium punches hard.
Holy shit, he punched.
Ashtorium
yeah, he
19
punched.
roll punches hard. That hits.
Goodness gracious alive.
Max
At
damage.
max damage.
Hell yeah,
You
dude.
basically are a suit of armor.
Okay, Ashtorium.
And
You spring into action faster than any may have initially suspected you are capable of, except for your master. Diving in on the suit of armor and flanking it nicely, you use its current focus towards Blink and strike at it hard. Your flurry of assaults is more than enough to crack 6 points of damage onto the suit and drawing its attention away from your master.
Does Warforged get a good bonus action?
his monks do, and he will strike with another unarmed strike,
Oh,
which
shit.
should be with advantage.
Sure, we can say that it's still with advantage.
Hell yeah. 3.
All right. Ashtorium, you ready another strike. Despite the creature still looking towards you, you feel the advantage of your position come to fruition as you aim your punch directly atop the creature's breastplate. But somehow, despite its own sluggish nature, the shield rises to narrowly block your assault, dissipating the force along its shield.
Holy
Revealing-
shit, it literally has an 18.
Revealing its true defensive might.
Oh no.
That's gross. Good luck, bro. Hope you have health.
Okay.
And that'll be all.
It's
Out from the opposite side, there's a movement towards the south from the stairs in which you came. An arrow is quickly loosed from this elven guard, targeting none other than you, Ro.
Oh.
The bolt strikes at your side, dealing only 3 damage to you, but still granting you that ancestral power as the blood begins to pour. But Darax's turn is up first.
Smack the one that we've been smacking.
Hell yeah.
I
dude.
don't like that he has a big scary sword and
Oh, okay. You're gonna be nabbing everybody. I see.
that's lay on hands. That's an action, right? That's not a
Yeah, correct.
Okay, dang it, that sucked. All right, well, I will hit him then. So I hit mace.
That's
And
right.
then attack.
Yep.
Yep. That's look
Ooh,
another
don't
10, baby.
Dude, you're
Another
so
10.
good at rolling 10s. I don't know how
Dude,
that's
I am the
possible.
most mediocre son of a bitch that ever existed.
Wait, he's attacking the one up top?
Yeah.
Isn't that guy facing Narath now? Because Narath tried to stab him?
I don't know. He never said that he turned away from facing me.
That's true.
Unfortunately, he did not, which means Narath has advantage on
shit.
his next attack for now. So, Derek's,
Good.
that unfortunately did not go your way, but your breath weapon is still available as a bonus action if you so choose.
Yeah.
Can I move too? I can move.
Correct, but if you move to the square beneath the armor you're standing right in front of, you would invoke a reaction from the suit of armor to your northeast, the one that you attempted to
Yeah,
hit.
the great sword. Yeah. He'll
So you
probably
could
try to
chance
get
that because of your high AC, and then get a good lineup going. But up to you.
I don't know though. If there's something really unholy further in, I want to save my radiant breath weapon.
Oh, you get
You
three
have
uses.
three
of it.
uses.
Oh,
So,
I do.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
It's up to
Okay,
you if you want to
then-
use all like one of them now, or you want to save them for later. But oh,
We
you're
should
you're
do
you're
that.
provoking the other one. Okay, so I thought you were going to be moving down instead.
No, because then wouldn't that give the guard below with the bow a chance to shoot me in the back?
No, that the attack of opportunity is only for melee weapons, unless there's some
Oh,
other thing
okay,
that they do.
okay,
Yeah.
then never mind. Because I was thinking he would just shoot me in the back.
Yeah.
That way. Okay, never mind.
All
I will
right.
do this
So
then.
as you
How
step
do I use my
forward,
breath weapon?
I'll show you that in a moment. As you step away from the suit of armor you sought to bring ruination to with your morning star, it responds by striking at you with its greatsword. But you move too fast, despite being so large. The blade cleaves air and buries its tip into the carpet before pulling up, dissatisfied with its effort. And now, to use your breath weapon, if you just want to go to your features, you can just click on your Origin Drake White to put the card in the chat, and then you can click the damage option. That appears in the card.
White.
Yep, it's going to be under your
where is that?
features, which is in your character sheet with the three. It's like the hamburger
right.
menu with the 3 dots. Yeah,
Origin Drake.
Yep.
Breath weapon.
correct.
How do I? And I can. That's right. I can drag that to my bar. No, I can't drag it to my bar. How can I drag it to the bar?
I think you have to
breath
do
weapon
you have
the
to
bar?
do the drag on the Origin Drake to the bar, and then you click that, and it'll
Oh.
give you the breath weapon. Yep.
How do I rotate it?
You should. I don't remember how, but you also don't need to worry about that if you want to just like right click or something.
Oh,
to
you can
cancel
just
it.
use the mouse wheel. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to if you want to. But if you want to indicate where you're putting it, that's also
Oh,
helpful.
lacks permission to create major template. Okay, well.
Well,
Configure roll.
I'll figure that later.
Okay.
Okay, so your damage is going to be. See, yours is correctly configured. Narath's isn't. You're just better, I guess. So
That's
you're
so true. I am so true. I'm white. That's why.
That's
I
right.
mean, a white scaled. White
yeah,
scaled.
yeah. That's right. Your white scaled is right scaled or something.
That's right.
1d8 plus 1 is going to give you
Why that
5 damage.
silvers are like Asians or something.
No, what are you talking about? We're just talking about white. Dude.
Yeah.
1d8 plus 1 for 5 means that if they roll successfully on the check, they're going to round that down to 2. And your check, if you go to your spellcasting tab, can you tell me what your spellcasting DC is on your character
Where
sheet?
is that?
It's the spellbook
The book.
icon beneath the
Yeah, under your
features.
character.
Looks like it's
Yeah.
13 for you.
Spells.
Spell DC
It is. Spell DC is 13. Yep.
Okay. So in this case, the armor suit closest to you will be regarding you strangely as you stand beneath it with the intention of illuminating it with the Star Father's grace. You bellow out a bolt of radiant energy that shines through and leaves the room aglow. Indeed, you singe the carpets as well, incinerating the first suit of armor for 5 points of radiant damage. The second
Nice.
one balks at your assault and seems to resist most of its effects for 2 points total. Both of the suits of armor appear equally disheveled, brought very close to what would be a bloodied state were the creature a blooded one.
All right. Use Mr. Magic Man with Magic Spear, please. You know, do your job next
do
turn.
something.
Yeah, or you can save the assassin elf, whatever.
I don't know why
We got
Three
this.
Crow had moved down somehow. That was impressive.
We got this. It's okay.
I think. Well, we need
The
somebody with
the
ranged
two
attacks
the
to
two
get that up.
scalies and the furry will handle the right side, and then then the
Scalies.
non furries will handle the other guy. So I have a shield. I ain't scared of no archer.
All right. If you want to go ahead and end your turn, we'll move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where there it is. Turn back.
Okay.
Now the first night.
Let me get something to drink real quick, boys.
All right. Ashtorium, you stare directly into the hollow helm of the suit of armor that you struck at twice. Your first attack was good, but the second narrowly shielded. Now the sword comes for you, and it pierces your defenses for 2 points of slashing damage. You're able to walk that one off quite easily, barely feeling the pain through your inner workings, if indeed you feel pain at all. Silas, it's you, actually.
Silas doubles around and takes a slash towards the animated figure for another booming blade.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's get it. Ooh,
21 to hit.
Let's get the damage.
Yo, is he gonna destroy it?
Seven points piercing damage.
If you want to roll the attack roll from your nimble spear just to see if you crit, because you do have advantage. And, you know, there's a chance. Okay, it doesn't look like it. So, with 7 points of piercing damage, you once again wreathe a target in thunderous magics. The suit of armor animated figure seems to groan, the only vocalization it's made so far since this assault began. Your 7 points of piercing damage brings it far beyond bloodied, and it looks to be on its last legs, as it turns entirely to regard you, Silas.
Silas will then, not leaving its range, but just kind of shimmying to the side here, will take a defensive stance and end his turn.
All right. You want to hit the button there? Yeah. Okay. So, Darix, you are up against the none other than the suit of armor that you illuminated so kindly with your breath weapon. It takes a swing at you with its blade yet again, and yet again it fails to find fruit. Your shield raises with more than enough time to reactively redouble its attack, sending it balking a bit as it compensates for the sudden changes in movement. It's then going to raise its shield in an attempt to bash you with it. But this, too, is ineffective. You're ahead of its every moves, the living warrior superior to the artificial. With its greatsword equipped, Silas, you've sought the attention of this now wounded suit of armor, and you've got it. It saunters just a step forward, not enough to trigger your booming blade, and strikes at you with its greatsword. You reel from the assault as a slice crosses your abdomen, tearing at your vestments for 3 points of slashing damage.
2 damage.
Mr. Silas.
Mm.
The artificially animated suit of armor regards you with finality, and, recognizing that its duty is now done, takes a step away from all of you. Before any can raise their weapon to strike at it with that all-important opportunity attack, the thunder damage erupts from the suit of armor. Okay. For 3 points of thunder damage, the creature is sundered, being brought down to an inch of its artificial life, and then it falls silent.
Good kill, boys.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Blink, you're up, my friend.
All right, this thing is still facing Ash, right?
It is indeed not facing you, giving you advantage and sneak attack.
All right. Using his bonus action, he will sheath his dagger and pull out his rapier. and using his full action, he will absolutely eviscerate this thing.
Hell yeah. So how do you even do the
Oh,
don't worry, it's advantaged. But also, how do you do the sneak attack part?
Oh, shit. It doesn't matter.
Sneak attack you just get with advantage, right?
The sneak attack I get when anyone's near it at all, and I just add an extra d6. But again,
It's
it doesn't matter.
if
'cause
you
I
have
didn't hit
advantage
anything.
on the attack roll. And you don't need
No, it
advantage
says
if
I
the
don't need
enemy.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
But I didn't hit anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, your rapier swings out of its sheath, ready for action. But as impressive as your artful, dexterous display is, it seems ineffective versus the heavy armor of the suit, and it doesn't even turn to face the source of this obstruction. Ro,
Okay.
it's you, actually.
So that other suit of armor, I'm gonna swing my axe at it, and I believe I have an advantage, right? Because we're on the opposite sides of it now.
It's facing Darek, so you do have advantage
yeah.
on this assault.
Okay.
That's right. Dude, no way.
Ow.
Wait, hold on. Is this the weak one? Oh, never mind. The weak one is the one that already was kill. Okay.
Yep.
So, Ro, your great axe will be attempted to leverage against this suit of armor. Yet, despite your tactically sound position, it seems fate is not with your blade this day. Your maw may hunger for steel, however.
Oh yeah, we're going for the bite, and I believe that also gets advantage, right?
Indeed.
Nice.
See?
There you go.
You get the bite out. Now get that damage.
Nah, yeah.
Okay, that's 5 points of piercing damage as your maw cuts in to the creature's shoulder. You tear off one of its pauldrons, revealing nothing but hollow emptiness inside, the darkness of it almost leaking out into the proper room, shrouding out and drowning out the light that shines from the nearby lanterns. It stands nearly, one good swing of a weapon away from being destroyed, but it stands nonetheless.
Okay, so I think that's the end of my turn then.
Hell yeah.
Boom.
All right, Narath, you're up.
Kill it.
Fuck
Nice.
yeah. Roll that damage,
That's
sir.
what we see.
There you go.
All right. Narath, you take one decisive step towards the automata that now stands before you, wounded, weary, nearing its final deliverance. And your blade delivers just that. How do you want to execute this armor?
With one great heave, Narath will split the helmet in two.
Sending the rest of it clattering to the ground as it finally achieves some semblance of peace. It falls at your feet, thoroughly defeated.
Do I get the sense that this was indeed a dead soul that this was trapped inside?
Oh yeah, like it was like based on what you saw from the previous one, it was like it was ready for the end. It chose to go out on its own terms, kind of thing, you know. This one seems like when you slew the one that you just split the helm of, it felt like it was a great burden had been lifted, and the darkness that was leaking out of it dissipated into nothingness.
It has been freed from its fate.
Damn right.
Satisfied. What can I even do with my bonus action at this point?
Another breath whip, or you can attempt to grapple
Yes.
the other one, I guess. But I think you're a bit far. Ah, I see. He's looking around. Oh, wait, he can move to the door and open it.
What's in there? Why did they want us to go in there?
Nah, dude, these are
Narath
opening
will
doors in
move
action.
in for,
It's not important. It's not important.
Darax to follow him as he makes his way. He's
Nah,
just
dude,
gonna-
opening doors is an action.
I did-
You
yeah,
can't
that-
open that.
This
Oh,
was
Yes,
The
he can.
room is not important. West and
pretty
northeast.
sure it's just a ambush. That's at least that's the vibe I got.
Yeah, I mean the guy was like, "Hey guys, you should go in here."
Yeah, you should go in there and die.
My mustache twirl as my armor
That's a
surrounds
big
you.
skeleton.
Yeah, actually, that is a really big. Holy shit, it is a big skeleton.
Narath, you step forward
Just towards
towards
the
the
door,
door
bro.
and push it open with the last of your dexterity and agility. Your old
I
bones are weary from
I have-
splitting the helm of the last set of armor. Yet, as you swing open the door, there stands a different set of armor. One more tarnished, once proud, and no helm to speak of. The bony look of a skeleton within this animated armor is unmistakable, and its greatsword looks marked for you.
That's what you get
Alright,
for
so I
being
have
curious.
5 more movement, so I can get in range to grapple it. Now I'm trying to find the grapple.
You already used.
rules.
No, wait. You don't
already
have
used
5
your
more
thing.
movement. Dude, you had 1 movement to go
It was
down.
right here. I was right here.
You used 1 movement to go down to attack the other
Oh,
guy. You
shit.
cannot get in range to grapple it, unfortunately.
Uh,
As much as that would have
wait,
been
wait, if I
amazing.
do this, then I can go down.
Okay, roll me your athletics.
Athletics. Oop. Grappled.
Okay, let's see. Narath, possessed by by your, what would you say, your instinct, and not knowing how else to handle this situation, your large draconic claws grasp at the skeletal warrior with his great blade, and somehow you manage to get yourself into a favorable position over it. You have successfully grappled the creature.
Well, I guess that's my turn. I have no more movement, and that's all.
Why
my
did you
moves.
open the door?
He was gonna come out anyway.
Was
Well,
he?
yeah, but we could have at least killed more people first.
Yeah, you know you weren't supposed to go in there in the first place. Like, let me open that trap door. And there's certainly only good things in there.
This is a child's room with a giant skeleton.
You don't know it's a
Yeah.
child's room.
Yeah, but I can tell.
That's right.
What gave it away? The giant skeleton?
Every kid has a giant white in their bedroom. I mean, y'all didn't?
This place is creepy, man. You got dead people in a child's room.
Damn right.
Don't worry,
Still dead
Darks.
children.
Darks
sure
will
they're
get
all
us
dead.
through all of this by wanton bloodlust and smiting. Don't
I
you
did
worry.
motion for you to follow. Maybe it's just like my sixth sense kicking in. There's other undead around.
By the way, I don't have smite until level 2, right?
Yeah. Don't
Okay.
do that.
Stop it. Yeah.
Someone else closed it on me. I had to open it.
No, you didn't.
Narath. No, you didn't.
Despite
No, you
your
didn't.
your antics by grappling this great skeleton, all you seem to have done is fuel its anger in undeath. It strikes at you with its great blade. For 5 points of slashing damage, you feel your scales erupt in pain.
Shit.
You big
Am I
dummy.
getting a concentration request?
As you're concentrating on true strike, apparently.
When the fuck did I do that?
I don't know. That's a good question. All right, Ashtorium, you are up, my man.
Murder this
I
guy.
concentrate hard, baby.
Punch fast. Oh, fuck.
Oh, that was a nat 20 on a but BS concentration.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that was a
Oh.
bit funny.
My goodness.
Roll for
gracious.
crit. Hell yeah. Okay.
It punches.
You do indeed punch Ashtorium so hard that even though the shield rises to block your first assault, the second one comes in with a strong right hook. For 5 points of damage, you stagger the creature, sending it into a bloodied state much closer to a demise by your hand.
Don't worry, dude. I definitely hit next time. Wink.
With a curse, the elf behind you says something that Darix does not understand, yet feels is certainly directed towards him. Then an arrow bolts directly into the back of the great Draconan paladin, but it does no damage, for your armor is too thick.
It sure is. I got scale. I have scales. I got chainmail. I got it all, baby. I'm too angry to die right now.
They then seem
But
to
you
be making a retreat.
You better run away, because when Derek gets his hands on you, you're dead.
Help
All
me.
right. So
I motion
how?
for you to follow me.
Well, don't make decisions without me. You understand? How far is movement in this? I have no idea what that is.
30.
It's 30 feet
What
if
is-
you're not going to make an action to dash. So you can move to that square that is next to Narath if you so desire, and you'll have 10 feet of movement left.
You have just enough room to flank him.
But the guard is getting away.
Just
Yep.
flank the skeleton.
Dash
This is an
after the guard.
abomination against God.
He doesn't even
but
really.
so are
I don't know if
elves.
he's seen it.
Yeah, so
So are elves. So like either way.
I motion for you to follow me.
Narath looks
you
like
know-
he's in jeopardy.
He does, and that is the reason I
Nerf
will.
made a sound.
Yeah. And that
Fucking
and that
half
is
his
the why. Because he's a fellow scaly, I will rush to his aid.
Hell yeah.
I will go with
Oh,
slaughtering
shit.
every knife ear afterward. So 1, 2, 3. I can get and flanking.
Yep.
This flank.
With a diagonal movement as you pass Narath, you're able to step into the clearly child's room. The soft
Mhm.
foam giving way easily to your great boots.
Something that makes me the whole scene enrages me further. There's something so horrifying and blasphemous about this thing is waiting and lying in wait in a child's room. Just disgusting. This whole thing's disgusting. All these people need to die. All right, T. We're gonna go T. Select a skeleton.
Damn right.
Morning Star, please. 10. Give me another 10 because it's funny.
10.
Remember, you have advantage.
Oh,
Hell yeah,
23.
you do. Dude, does that mean
That's
it was
two
a,
tens,
that was a
baby.
crit, my man? That was 2
that
tens.
was a crit, yeah.
Roll with critical damage. There should be a
how do
prompt
I
there.
do this?
In under damage, there's
There.
a critical hit
Oh.
prompt. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, critical hit.
Just hit the crit button.
Damn
11,
right.
baby.
Ooh. Not only do
That's
you deal
pretty good.
11 points of absolutely stupendous bludgeoning damage due to our epic house rules, you've just reduced this skeleton's armor effectiveness by a whopping 2.
Fuck yeah.
Ooh.
As you break through, sundering its pauldron, tearing it clean off with your Morning Star, rendering it much more vulnerable to further assaults. 11 points of bludgeoning damage bring it bulking into a surprisingly bloodied state. And I say bloodied quite literally, as unlike the darkness that spurt forth from the previous suit of armor, this skeletal figure bleeds, and profusely, spraying the walls and floor of the child's room.
I am now even angrier.
Hell yeah.
My anger's just rising to like a boiling point. Gonna be uncontrolled barbarian berserk mode. No longer a paladin.
All right, if that's
Man,
your
that feels
turn,
good, man.
Yeah,
Feels good, man. And turn. Here we go.
Good. Embrace the dark.
I thought you're
Soon
silver,
shall
not
reign
black.
our Lord
Come
and
on. You're a silver draconian, not a black draconian.
Ooh. Ashtorium, your warforged protection has paid off this day, as the suit of armor you struck critically makes its way towards you with its longsword. But you are too deft, too agile, and much too handsome to suffer the fate of that longsword. So, you shrug off the blow. Now the creature seems poised to move away from you, giving you an opportunity to strike it.
Good job, Ashtorium.
You have advantage. Roll again. Roll that attack again. Yeah. Oh shit! Another
Holy
crit,
shit.
dude. Hit me with
Holy
that crit
shit.
damage.
Absolutely base.
Oh
so
my
good.
god! As the armor dares to move from you, you punish it. Should we call you Lord Ashtorium? 7 points of staggering force damage, or whatever your melee hits do,
That's
as you bludgeon it down to near nothingness. 3. No, not 3. Well, I don't know why I said 3. It must be because your name is Ashtorium. The suit of armor looks like it's nearing demise. A prime opportune target for none other than Blink. But that's not his turn. It's instead the
Silas.
Silas's turn. You're up, my man. Will you
Go.
deny the assassin his kill?
Seeing
Yes.
the suit of armor go to make a retreat, Silas will quickly take a position and swing around for a third booming blade.
Oh shit.
Booming braid.
Wait, is it actually bludgeoning damage, Ashtorium? Lucy?
Yeah, it's bludgeoning.
I
No.
think so. Is it
Yeah,
just
it is. It's bludgeoning.
this
Damn, you've reduced this guy's AC by 4.
By like 4. Yeah.
Damn, and that's
Very
still not
impressive.
enough for a 7 to hit,
And still not
unfortunately.
enough for
Wait.
7.
Do I get the benefits of flanking here?
You are there's nobody who's well, let me think about this. It's not facing Blink. It's actually facing looking down to the south as if entranced by
that's where it
the
was moving.
skeleton, and it was moving down there. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that you would, but I'm trying to think, like, how do I rule that? Because there is technically somebody next to him, right? It's Blink. So if
Yep.
Silas were to move
It's technically
to a
20.
flanking position behind him, does that still count in the spirit of the rule, even though he's not, like, engaged? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he didn't move behind him, so.
Yeah, but I get the idea that if that was a rule and 3Crow knew it, he would have done that, and he has
This
the
is
movement
true.
speed.
I
So-
do agree.
You know what? I say roll again, see what happens. Give me that 1d20 plus 5. That hits.
19.
Oh.
Ball don't lie.
Ooh,
And
okay.
8 points of piercing damage.
The piercing damage is more than enough, but for show, Silas, you once again wreathe a target in thunderous damage. Thunderous magic, rather, as the damage shatters the creature. It is dead. Well, it was always dead, but it's not active.
It's destroyed.
It is
It no
destroyed.
longer functions.
It's the dead undead.
Wait
Now-
a second. That undead that attacked me, did he make a wisdom saving throw?
He sure did.
He did? God damn it.
He was a very
Just
wise
saying.
Skeletoni.
You
I'm just saying. It's part of my
wisest-
clan.
the wisest of skeleton.
I will turn and focus my gaze on the skeleton in the doorway and end my turn.
Hell yeah. All right. There's one left, Blink. One target left that you can see.
Assassin.
Blink is going to look from the disheveled piece of armor that just fell to the ground, look towards Ash and say, "Let's move." He'll look back to Silas and say, "It's Nick, by the way." And when gesturing towards his face, will say, "Illusion magic." And with that, he will walk through the door.
Makes sense.
Will he walk through the door, though?
Now it's locked. I will examine the door.
He will examine.
Never,
the-
never trust
You're gonna
an
need
elf.
my help.
Never trust an elf. Look, they abandon you
Never
every time.
trust an elf.
That's right. Never trust an elf.
All right. If you're examining the door for your action, give me a, let's say, a perception. See what you can perceive about this door.
Is a door made of wood
And metal.
and metal.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of these shit rolls. It's a fucking door, dude.
Beat
Like,
the door.
Jesus Christ.
Learn nothing.
It is a door.
Welcome
looks
to the
it-
10 gang. Welcome to the 10 gang.
Blink, you examine the door, and not only is it a door, it seems almost identical to the same gate that had been opened by the elf earlier. You reason that perhaps it operates by the same rules, and that you'll need an elf to open this door.
Thing is a dead one.
Is there a switch?
Indeed, it looks like there's a switch which could be activated by an elf.
Can I place my hand on it?
You can.
There's a dead elf. There's a dead
I
elf.
don't have the movement for that, dude.
Oh my goodness gracious! Please don't like activate an alarm that ruins
I'm
everything.
activating the alarm
All right.
Well, here
Make
we go.
me a sleight of hand check.
with advantage. Don't need it.
No, what you complaining about? My bad rolls.
All right, Blink. You put your hand on the switch and attempt to make the same flick of the wrist motion that had been made previously by the slender and young elf that seems to have fled the place. As you do so, there's a sudden switch of lock of some kind of mechanism. The door remains idle, but something about it seems somehow different.
Can I try to open it?
Yeah, that'll be your bonus action.
Hell yeah, I will.
As you open the door, Blink, you see yet another grand hall, much larger in height than this, and the sign of yet another door, similar in make to this.
I will move 15 feet. 15 feet into the room.
As you do so, you regard some very interesting architecture to the north, but I won't describe it for anybody else to keep them in suspense.
Damn straight you won't.
I am in suspense.
I will.
No, Narath,
There's
what are you
Narath
doing?
going.
Yeah, fix this.
You fucking cheater, you fucker, you ass. I'm closing the door now.
Yeah.
As I walk. Come on, loser.
What a piece of shit, dude. What a piece of shit.
As I walk through, I will tell Ashtorium. I will say, "Come with me. We must find the matriarch.
If you want to live."
Close the door behind you."
Are you saying that in a language that only Ashtorium understands?
Yeah, that'll be thieves' can't.
Hell yeah.
He can't
All
move
right.
past the door.
Okay.
There's great evil past that door. You will want a holy paladin.
All right, Blink.
No, I won't.
Go ahead and end your turn if it's done.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Arrogant.
I can't.
Silas, you notice the technique he used to open the door.
I can't.
You have to select your token.
Oh, roboting.
Yep.
Did I robot or did he?
No, he roboted.
Yeah, it was him.
I did?
Robo-go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What'd you
he
say?
roboted.
I said you have to select your token, probably.
No,
Click on your portrait at the top.
it was never my turn. Wait, what is going on? I'm clicking on it. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Except it somehow skipped my turn.
Don't worry,
Oh,
it's
never
back. Let's go,
No,
Ro.
that-
Don't just ignore all that.
Okay. So I
Bro,
guess
rush down the elf. I mean, not the elf, the man. Dash in there.
Ro, as
Oh.
as you set your sights upon the remaining situation, the suits of armor seemingly vanquished, there's a much stronger whisper closing in on a shout, but this one comes from the skeletal figure in the south.
so basically it's just the guard and the skeleton left.
That's right.
So, and the guard is way too far away for me to do anything about, really.
That's probably
Like I
also
could dash at him, but then he would just walk away.
right. Yeah. Maybe. Possible.
That
Uh,
undead made a
Dash,
wisdom
bonus
save
action,
of
engage.
difficulty
Thoughts?
14.
Then he can't walk away.
No, because I wouldn't quite make it to him. He's 70 feet
I
away,
can't see it.
so I'd only make 60 feet.
I'm just guessing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
So I think the only thing I can really do is go after the skeleton right now. Unless I rush after you, but I don't think I have a good enough reason to do that.
No, dude.
Yeah, you didn't even hear him say close the door behind him.
Yeah, I
Right.
just said a bunch of random shit in a random
Yeah,
language.
Scant or whatever. Yeah, so
All right.
I'm gonna come over here
Damn right you are.
and I'm gonna try to use my great axe on him.
Let's see it.
And
Will
hopefully
you
at
get a
some
good
point
great
it's
axe
gonna hit.
roll? Don't
The
worry,
answer is no.
you have advantage
Ro,
because
man.
of threatening, because there's 3 people here instead of just.
Oh, I forgot. Okay. There
Fuck
you
yeah,
go.
dude!
Nat
Critical
20.
hit. Let's
It's
go.
crazy. It's
boys.
Critical
legit.
hit. Oh my.
It's either you will not hit or you will critical hit, and there is no in between.
16 points of absolutely devastating slashing damage. Describe how you end this creature.
Dude, he literally hit the perfect average. He 12
I,
and 1.
So I slam my giant great axe right into his chest and just explode the breastplate.
Damn right you do. And blood spews out, pouring from every wound that this creature has sustained. It collapses into an utter puddle of gore and viscera. And 2 of you will think to yourselves that you've already been here before.
Yep.
And with that, I think we're pretty much done, boys.
Wait. It's my turn next. I get
That's
to
right.
run before he
No,
closes.
lock the door. The door's locked.
I already locked it.
I suppose
Wow.
it's true that was technically the turn order.
That is the turn order. So I get.
Dude, for the
to be
lore, you
over
have to let me
here,
do it by
buddy.
myself.
For the lore. Okay.
Yep. No, he's too fast.
Acrobatics?
He's too fast.
No, it's my turn.
Contest
It's my
acrobatics.
turn.
Get out.
I do
Contest
not care.
acrobatics.
I'm in here,
No.
baby.
Contest acrobatics.
I'm in here.
Contest
I like how,
acrobatics.
by the way, it's even like assumed you can close the door to begin with. Like, you have to be an
Yeah,
elf
do
to
you
do
know how
that.
to do
The
that?
Warforged
can.
isn't an elf.
Yeah, but I can. I'm an elf.
Fuck out of here. Anyway,
You
It's
gotta
not your
roll, though.
turn.
It's not his either.
okay, I dashed during my turn, so actually I get another 30 fucking.
Contested acrobatics.
So
No, listen, I don't think you're able to close the door in time
no, I know.
because
I'm just fucking-
for one, it would not necessarily stay latched, and for
yeah,
another,
I know. I'm fucking around.
fucking
Yeah.
open the door.
All right. What did I see when I walked in here?
get out of
Yeah.
here, dude. You're not that far. Jesus. All right.
Why are you moving? Why did you pause me outside the door? I was at least in the door. Also, I was in there because I dashed.
No, you weren't.
Is it
All right, boys. For whatever reason, that's completely out of character, since there's no reason to believe the door would have closed immediately, since he can't understand thieves can't. Narath has made a mad dash away from the site of the giant skeleton that just attacked him, completely disregarding the whole battle and attempting to get to the door. I don't know why he did any of that. It didn't make any sense in character.
This is 30 feet. So what happened was,
What?
is that Narath motions for the 2 to follow him after nodding in respect towards the great display of strength of the dog man, right?
Hey,
then
and
just heads
Derek's.
towards the
Remember,
door.
Derek's also crit him.
Yeah. He nods in respect to both of them.
You really don't think
think
Narath would like look around and talk to everyone or anything? He wouldn't just.
Yeah, with the way Narath has been, the first thing you do is
He-
follow me into a
He
door.
just saw the 2 peoples of interest that just backstabbed seemingly the elf guy head towards whatever.
You also know that there's
He
an
does
evil
not know
mage
these
in the
guys are-
northeast corner of the building. You're going away
I'll
from the
stop.
evil mage.
Yeah, we want to go to the mage. I also want to save whoever they went to. We were
I
supposed
thought
Oh,
we were supposed to go west.
No,
We're
you
supposed to
said
do
west and northeast. You knew
west
that-
and northeast. That's correct. There's
Yeah,
both-
Derek's did
both
mention
ways.
an evil magic user of some kind. Or no, I can't remember who mentioned the magic user, but Derek's knows that someone's in the northeast.
He said northeast. I had mentioned the magic.
Okay, yeah.
Northeast. And then he said
Anyway.
west was the font of magic.
Yep, that's what Derek had
Well-
indicated. The font.
Well, that's my objective, so
My objective is to stop all the evil.
Damn
All of
right.
it.
My objective
Every
is
bit
to
of
go
it.
to sleep soon, so I think we're probably going to end it here. I say wrap up
Yeah,
your
it's-
dialogue, and you've standing victorious over 3 suits of armor and a bloody pulpy skeleton full of viscera.
And a guy whose head is empty because somebody
Derek's
maybe
is
stabbed him in the
going
head.
to examine the elf and gonna actually roll the corpse onto its back and open its mouth
Mm.
to look
Okay.
for like any pointy teeth, any signs of.
It's a vampire.
Oh yeah. I mean, he knows about like monsters, dude. Like he knows about demons and monsters, and vampires are irredeemable, blood-sucking demons. So
Okay.
and of course they also are prone to sanguinemancy. It's just a very natural thing to do.
Sure,
So
yeah.
Not go.
It makes sense.
So logically, Blink would have reason to believe that the door to the north is of the empty room, or whatever.
That's what he said
called
is a
it.
storage room that hasn't seen
Yeah.
anything in it for a long
And
time.
then that little like stairway looking thing to the southwest that I can see is the servant's entrance, right?
Yeah, you could logically deduce that from what you've seen so far.
So only last place to check is directly west, right?
I would say so.
the box.
The box. We're not racing.
No,
Okay.
the
We're
box.
not racing
All right.
for doors.
The box. The box. The box.
All right, solid snake. You can check that, okay?
The box.
You can
The
give me the
box.
exclamation point.
Box.
Okay. Just in case Ro doesn't know as well, I guess I'll quickly move him over here too. And you can also look in the top left, Balethal.
That's not a box.
Oh no!
That's not a box. That's not a box.
No, you don't want that box.
You don't want that
You
box.
don't want that
What?
box.
You don't want
I
that
am gonna
box.
smash that box. But
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't
gonna
want it.
smash that box too. We're both gonna smash that box.
Well, that's the flesh box, I take it.
That's the flesh.
Yep,
that's a flesh
that's
skull.
that's
Oh,
a
that's a
flesh box.
dragon
By the
skull.
way, that box is
Wait,
way
wait,
bigger
wait.
than the last box.
That's a dragon
That-
skull.
Yeah.
That box is a lot
Oh,
bigger than the
no.
last box. That's a way
Yeah.
bigger than the last box.
I assume that's gonna turn into a flesh golem.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right, so I think
That's a dragon skull.
despite
Yeah,
all
that
this,
is a dragon skull. Now Derek doesn't even talk anymore. He's just like
Oh,
he's
no.
incapable of
Okay,
forming
wait,
words.
wait.
you haven't even been in the room yet.
I
He
have
doesn't
been
actually
reading.
know this yet, but he's
I-
planning his character's reactions
I am.
for when he does
I
it.
absolutely am.
So-
Canonically,
black
you're just going
If
nonverbal.
it's
'cause
a
you're
black
autistic,
dragon
like-
based, if it's a silver
Yeah,
dragon,
if it's a black dragon, yeah, absolutely, it's based. Like, oh, okay, who cares?
We're
No,
still
you
streaming
burn in
games.
hell, bitch. If
Yeah,
it's a
that's
red
right.
dragon, fuck them too. You know, like,
No. The red dragons, they're just impulsive. They don't know any better, you know.
red dragons killed my entire
All
clan
right.
and
Well, that sounds
like a
everybody,
personal problem.
so-
All right.
So
Hold
Blink-
on. Blink is going to do something, and then we're going to
Yeah.
get whatever Silas is doing. That's going to be
Okay.
the closing words on the session to see what everybody's
Blink
planning.
is going to.
Norath mutilates the undead so they can't be raised again, by the way.
Cool. Blink is going to Thieves' Cant sign language Ashtorium to head over to the west door. And then while Ashtorium moves there, he's going to go to the plant and use his racial feat. But I assume we'll do that next session.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
we can do that now. I don't really care.
All good. Okay, so that's what you're planning on doing, Blink, and I suppose Ashtorium will be following the instructions, so to speak. And Silas,
Yes.
do you have any strong plans for what your character will be doing?
Yeah, can I want to check the elf's body for anything that would be of use in us going deeper into this place.
Okay, so Darix is checking it for signs that he's more than he seems, and you're checking it for anything useful, for tools. Got it. Narath's mutilating the undead that seems awfully mutilated as it is, and Ro, you stand victorious over the creature that you yourself sundered with your great axe, and once again find yourself covered in blood. What is Ro's action going to be as we close this one and prepare for the next?
Probably to I don't know, do some sort of like nullish ritual that relates to like not mourning the dead, but like putting them to rest.
Specifically for the creatures, I suppose, then.
Yeah, for all the suits of armor.
Okay. So that'll be his movement. How long is this going to be? Like a short thing? Are you totally
It's just a
stopping
short
things,
thing,
or
yeah.
just
It's
like
not like just like a short thing where he's like saying something in Gogrish
right,
or
okay.
whatever, where he's just like giving them like a short prayer or something kind of thing.
Okay, got it. All right, well, I think that accounts for everybody's plans that we'll pick up on and plan around. You've seen a little bit of the sneak reveal in what lies within the next room, and now you find yourselves directly in the heart of a manor in which clearly there are many more fell magics than any of you were particularly expecting. How are you guys feeling overall as players, not as characters? How's everybody feeling after that session?
That was fun, and I like our very multicultural, very diverse team of seemingly okay-ish fellows. Some better than others, but I was expecting a
A
bunch of
diverse collection of racists.
yes. Well, I mean, listen, racists are always fine to be around as long as you're also another racist. That's how that works.
As long as you all hate elves.
Yes, that's right. As
And
long
apparently
as
you all do, I've noticed, except for
Yeah,
like I guess Ro probably is indifferent, and then I guess Silas is like suspicious, but not necessarily outright hatred. That's what I've gathered. So far.
in the span
After
of
I
a
the old man?
single,
No, he's a hardcore.
I don't know that Blink is. I don't know that
anti-elf.
Blink hates elves. I think he was just selling the point. but-
Oh, I see.
in the span of a single day, Darks has gone from having absolutely no opinion on the pointy ears because he didn't really know much about them at all, to viscerally hating and detesting every single one of them. So, it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty base.
What did you think, Silas? You're obviously the most experienced among us, but how are you feeling after that session?
That was a great session.
It was a great session.
See? Got the approval.
And because I was worried that like my character was gonna have to go off on his own, which I've done that before in a tabletop game, and like our interests wouldn't align, but it turned out it was a lot easier than I thought it would be to make that happen. So
Just took some honey words coming.
yeah, it just took as long as there was another scaly and also a nice human who was like, "Hey, I also hate evil bad guys," and I was like, "Cool, that's what I want to hear."
Yeah,
very
You just
nice.
say elves, you don't have to repeat yourself.
So
yeah,
I will say that it was kind of interesting that due to the way that I kept saying that like, oh, the manor seems to passively call towards Silas and Narath, and if you just sort of listen into that surface level, it might sound like it's total convenience, but there's a reason I picked those two in particular, and I think it'll be made obvious why that ended up being very convenient to get the party all in one spot, but it wasn't necessarily like pulled out of my ass kind of thing. So you guys will see that as time goes on, but it did. I was also not sure. I mean, I would think probably the thing that was the most difficult is naturally bringing the four of you together so that you could then move across the bridge and join up with the other two guys. And that we did that, I mean, it still took almost 2 hours to get you guys all together. I'm factoring in the fact that we started and then there was a bit of stopping and stuff there too. But like, it was, I think, slightly over 2 hours when everybody was actually in the same map and also aware of each other's presence. And so that, because since I had to jump between two sects of the party, obviously there's like more time spent with the four than the two, and I'm hoping that from Colin and Lucy's POV that wasn't too much of a delay. But regardless of how that was, I am interested in their opinion. But at least now you're all together, right? So there's that.
Yeah.
What did you think, Colin and Lucy? How did you feel about that?
Technical problems aside.
Right, yeah. You had to deal with computer anxiety, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think
I think we had
this is
well,
as long as
let Lucy say what
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I wasn't expecting to get into combat like that, but it was good.
I'm glad he did it. I'm glad he did it, and not me. So
okay. By he did it, what do you mean?
I'm glad that he started it.
Oh.
Because
yeah,
I
yeah.
was going to start it.
Right, yeah. That would have led you up to the hothead,
Yeah, they've been like, look at this guy, but see, I didn't start it, so now
Yeah.
I'm all good.
Cullen, are
Yeah,
you
well,
are you there?
I am.
What did you think about the balance of time? Because it
I
was a bit of a
think-
slow to start, it felt like, but I don't know what you felt like from you
I-
guys' perspective. I did try to
I
do that
think,
balance, obviously.
the behind the scenes stuff worked. I think it's not like it was unbalanced. I think it was a necessary unbalance because like they have to figure it out. They also did kind of like tism it a little bit, which is fine. But like it was definitely tismatic, but it was funny. So it worked out.
As long
And
as you guys were at least engaged in this.
Yeah, it worked out in the end, and we're all together. And me and Astorium will still run ahead and guns blazing into the nearest danger, and we'll figure it out from there.
See, there you go. And Balethal, it sounded like you had a few thoughts. Tell me what you think.
Oh, I was saying, even if like nobody started combat, it was kind of obvious that combat was about to happen anyway. As soon as somebody opened that door.
Yes, as it turns out, there was a giant skeleton. So.
Right, yeah, so I figured that's what was going to happen, was we were going to open the door and there was going to be an ambush.
I wanted Ashtorian to autistically open it.
I saw you get close to it, and I was like,
he almost did, and then I had to stab the guy first, so it didn't matter.
I still don't believe that he's dead. I just can't. Like, it's just like too easy. Like, he was just one poke and he's dead. This arrogant prick was just like, foo, 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 foo,
I mean, I did stab him through the arm.
I'm evil and I worship Satan. Foo, 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 foo. And then some mage with a pointy stick goes bah, and then he just like limply and he dies.
Yeah, he did die very effeminately, I will say.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's it. That's all that talk, and that's how you die, dude. I
Satan's
guess
not sending his best.
No, he's certainly not sending his best, dude.
This is the part where we go to loot his corpse and find out it's a major image.
Yeah.
That'd be one hell of a major image.
It would be.
His corpse is a mimic.
This is like the creepy haunted mansion, right? We're gonna go in the basement. We're just gonna find a bunch of vats containing clones of him.
There you go. No, he's gonna come back as a ghost and haunt us.
But he's not even gonna be a cool ghost. He's gonna be like a snobby, snooty ghost the whole time. He's like, is that what you eat? Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Perfect.
He's not gonna be able to hurt anybody. He's just gonna be an asshole.
Yeah. He'll slowly and then maybe, but probably not. One or some of you will be like, but why are you so pompous and holier than that? And then he slowly but surely explains to you over many, many adventures as he's tethered to your person as a ghost. He just explains to you how elves are just way better at everything, and like maybe eventually one of you starts believing in him or something. Like, wait.
Not me, baby. I tell you, I already know
this guy may be true evil, but he's definitely superior.
Like, if he was superior, he wouldn't have died like a bitch.
There's a guy who might really be interested in hearing this. Just go north. Stop at the Lich Tower.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe he was OG, but we showed up after he casted all of his spells.
100%
really a level 20 wizard.
Yeah, death can come for us all.
Yeah. With 6 HP, level 20 wizard with 6 HP.
He gets jumped by the long con elf.
Yeah.
We're gonna loot him for like 500 gold.
Please.
See, possible.
What are you gonna do with 500 gold?
My character would actually have no idea what to do with so much gold. He'd probably just
he'd take his share and have half of it over to the fucking bounty lass lady.
Yeah, he would. He'd be like, "Look, I found this, and this is for cooking eggs for me. They were so delicious." He just handed like 250 gold, like no idea how much that really is.
Yeah. Then Narath looks on and like, what the fuck?
Oh, dude, I'd be like, dude,
does Narath really value money?
No, but he'd be like surprised at that level of exchange. Yeah, but Ro would also be like, "Damn, wait, hold on, I could use."
I
I
could
feel like
use that
Naran
money.
just calls up the Lich like, "Hey, I need gold to fulfill the mission."
Do you know how many times I've almost died for money?
Yeah.
A lot. I'm gonna assume a lot.
Oh yeah.
So what did
Mercenaries.
you think, Balathal? I didn't get your overall read on the situation.
Oh,
How do you feel about the
I think
situation?
it was pretty fun. I liked it. I sat back a lot just because I felt like it was more in character because
Mhm.
being the giant null, it's kind
Strong
of like I
silent
don't.
type.
Yeah. Well, also I just imagine that like if I'm trying to like go over and persuade the elves, they're
Yeah.
gonna be like, "You're just a giant fucking hound. Stop talking to me."
Yeah. So you tried to mostly be non-threatening, like you were at the other side of the bridge. I thought that the
Yeah.
theater of mind role-playing scene in front of the bridge guards was like, there's a lot of good stuff there for sure, where you guys had to try your best to like, get with the program fast and then look
Mhm.
non-threatening and harmless,
Give
and
him an awkward smile.
yes, and Darks with a giant toothy grin and shit.
That's
Yeah,
right. Yep.
and a bloody
What do you do,
tabard.
fellow
Yeah.
priests?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm surprised like nobody pointed it out. Like what's that on your?
Hey, I pointed it out when I was like, I didn't butcher people, but it looks like you did.
Yeah.
Not me. I didn't butcher people. See,
That's
and
true.
that's what I said. I didn't butcher people.
You
You know
Yeah.
what? You had the same experience I did, but I went and washed myself off first.
Well, I did that too, sort of. I just had like a big old rag, and I was like so mad thinking about how much I just wanted to kill evil people that I just like threw it down after like 5 seconds, and then I was even madder because I didn't get to stay where I was and complete my original mission, and so I literally like walked all the way back to the tavern, just covered in gore and viscera. And everybody's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, what is wrong with
All
you?
the guards were
All the
like
co-
about
all-
to stop
yeah.
him and try to apprehend him, but then they looked at how big he was and how gory he was, and they were like, "Never
Yeah, you
mind,
know what?
I gotta turn
I don't
around."
get paid. I don't get paid for this.
I didn't see that. Carry on.
Yeah,
I'd like to keep my
understandable.
guts inside my body, thank you.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, his character like accidentally intimidated a guard because
Yeah, it was so funny. I love
he
it.
learns what tongue wagging is in a tavern by talking to a what do you call it? Talking to a dwarf, and the dwarf is like, "Ah, that human sure did like his tongue wagging. My father will probably have him killed for that." And then he's like, "What? Tongue wagging is illegal?"
So yeah, and I'm like opening my mouth and wagging my
Yeah.
tongue, and I'm like, "This is illegal."
Yeah. And see, then later on, he's talking to a guard outside the building, and he's like, "You know what they say? You no tongue wagging," but he means it like totally innocently, like he's trying not to get the guy killed, and the guy totally misinterprets it through a failed insight check and thinks he's being intimidated. And he's like,
So I get to go inside the warehouse
Yeah.
purely because I accidentally intimidated a guy
Yeah, it's
who I
brilliant.
didn't know, by the way, that I intimidated. I was just like, "Oh, he understands. I have to go in. I have a mission to complete." He just gives me permission.
You know how
Cronked his way through.
insanely unbelievable it is I had the same kind of mission, and I
Sounded
somehow
like it, yeah.
stealthed my way through the warehouse.
Dude, so
And
did I. I rolled like an amazing stealth check, and I'm like, he's like, "Are you gonna go stealthy?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna kind of crouch down, but I am a 7 foot tall white scaled dragon man in
He
the
was-
afternoon."
Yeah.
Trying to get in, and then I like rolled an amazing stealth check. I'm like, okay, yeah, okay. But then I had to roll another check to like get inside like the through the cellar door or whatever, and I barely made that one without alerting everybody. But I just can't believe I still passed that stealth check at all. And
yeah,
my
it was
original
insane.
goal was to, after I found the skeleton in the big gore thing, I was just like, oh, I shoved both of them back in the box, and then I moved the box near the ladder where they would be, so that as soon as they would come down, they would just see the skeleton and the like the bloody thing, and then because I only saw like one lazy dwarf, and so I thought there was just
Okay.
one lazy dwarf, and so I knocked on the cellar door to get him to come down because I was going to interrogate him. I was going to be like, fucking tell me everything about this shit. I know you know. It turns out there was like 4 people in there. So the guard who I intimidated was like, "What are you doing? You're gonna get killed." And I'm like,
You're
I
gonna get
suppose
me
I should
killed
leave."
specifically.
Yeah,
He's
you're gonna
like,
get me
yeah,
killed.
they're gonna
Yeah.
kill me when they find you down there. Get the hell out of there.
And my character was like, I can't do good if I'm dead, so I guess I'll leave.
He didn't want to.
Yeah,
He wasn't happy.
no, I was so close to legitimately just rolling a dice to see if I 1v3'd people at level 1. I was like, let's see. Because it would be perfectly in character for him to just be like, here we go.
I
This is what we're
had
doing.
like 6 people on a wild goose chase trying to track me down, and I ambushed one from behind and like grabbed him.
How do you get
and-
ambushed by a 7-foot tall demon dog man?
Well, it was at a storage area, and there were giant
okay.
crates everywhere. So I was hiding behind the crates, and the guy walked past me.
Yeah, he played Metal Gear
And-
Noel or something. I don't know how.
Yeah, pretty much.
Understandable.
He was trying not to kill everybody. Good night, Lucy.
Yeah. And so like I actually snatched the guy and then like intimidated him into not screaming, and then literally dropped him into a door and then moved a bunch of boxes on top. It was like a trap door on the floor. Because I was in the cellar earlier, and then like put a bunch of boxes on top of it so they couldn't get back up.
It sounds like both of us had a very memey first. I know Pro was laughing his ass off at like half
It was
the
good,
stuff I
yeah.
was saying and
It was
doing.
good.
Yeah. Like
I will say what happened
like
with
the dwarf tells me about
yeah.
elves, and he's like, yeah, they're called knife ears, and I'm like, I loudly like knife ears. Okay, I'll remember that. That's right.
And the
I'll call
dwarf
them
fucking
knife
he
ears.
smirked and laughed and went, "Yes, dainty knife ears. Call him that."
That's why I was just like, oh, they're knife ears. I just implicitly trust everyone because, like, I don't know anything, right? So I'm like, I must be what they're
Yeah,
called.
that's why Narath had to tell him, dude, don't call him that.
Don't call it.
Like, that's
racism. You don't want to do a racism. Like, yes, but like, no.
No. Narath said, "Save it for private."
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
When the
And don't
stream
worry,
is not running. By that I, of course, mean the water.
You know, it happens.
Uh,
It happens. Good time. Good.
yeah.
Good,
I also
good game.
exploded a door in a dude's face. That was fun.
Based?
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
smashed
I
through a
was like-
door with his great eye.
Yeah, I was like leaving, and then he's like, "Oh, you hear a guy like hurriedly trying to lock a door," and I was like, "Oh, I just swing my axe at the door,
Yeah.
and then like I get like max damage on it, and it
Yeah.
just explodes."
Speaking of stream
Absolutely.
running,
Yeah, it's still running.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sorry, you guys didn't say anything.
Good.
Any
Yeah,
other
good thing.
final words for the stream? On that
It was
note.
wonderful spending time with the homie.
Hell
good
yeah.
night, Lucy.
Good night,
Yeah.
Lucy.
Good night, Lucy.
Yeah,
And it was
good night,
wonderful spending so many hours with the homies.
Yeah.
I love my homies.
I will say,
Uh,
since there's 6 players and we went for 6 hours, that's 1 hour per player.
I know,
Yeah.
it's wild. Like, my eyes are about to fall out of my face, dude.
Same here.
Yeah, I had to start playing like PoE 2 and then Diablo 2. I switched between them to keep myself awake. 'Cause I haven't stayed up this late, and unless I'm like really invested in something, like active,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But,
Long time,
this was
yeah.
fun. Yeah. 6
Well,
hours is a long time.
we will try to make it shorter in the future, but now you guys have a good read on not just your characters but also how they interact with each other. So hopefully that will help things
Yep.
out.
I am excited for more fantasy racism.
That's basically the start of this campaign, it seems.
Yeah, I guess
firmly
one
rooted
specific race.
in anti-elf activity.
That's right.
All
You know
I'm
what?
saying
And you know what? Through the fires of combat, I now tolerate the demon dog man.
Yo.
It's gonna be a lot more
I
racism if
appreciate it.
anyone finds out I'm a changeling.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it'll be really bad. Don't let Derek know. Don't let y'all should like
Ro will
keep
probably
about
not
75%
care,
of stuff.
But yeah, everyone else probably will.
Like,
Yeah.
you do what? Because like do they have to? Do they kill people to take their bodies, or
No,
I forgot how
no.
it works? Indeed.
I
They
just gotta see
look
them.
at them and they think, "Oh, that looks good," and then they take it. Like they.
Oh
and then
no,
they just take
absolutely
the
not.
changes.
Yeah, that they have to go too. They have all got to die too.
What's wrong with just changing your face? It's like illusion magic.
Yeah, nope. That's That's not how the Starfather intended for things.
That's
to
all right.
go.
When you wake up and you see yourself staring in front of you, and then yourself kills you, and then pretends to be you for the rest of the campaign, you'll know why.
You could never. You could never.
You can never
match
pretend
Dark's
to be dark.
naivete. You could, they would
Yeah,
know.
that's right. You couldn't
You
put
would
the
slip
magic,
up
no problem.
so hard.
They'd be like,
so
"Damn,
fast,
Darks,
like-
I've really noticed a change in your tenor. You seem a lot more wise and learned." Meanwhile, your character just turned 15, and Darks over here is twice your age, but he has no fucking clue what anything is.
No, that's what happens when you live in a nice gated community on another continent.
Yeah,
Legit,
know?
like opposite characters.
I know. It's
Yeah,
pretty
we
funny.
really are. Yeah, it is very funny.
Well, that's good, and between that plus the dynamic going on between everybody else, it'll be good. I think this is the start of something very.
Wait. Unpause the game. Unpause the game.
Yeah.